So thank you very much for joining us this morning at our budget development meeting. We'll go ahead and get started. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Adamson? Here. Bray?
Here.
Cheatham?
Here.
Lurick? Here. Ortega? Here. Stevens? Here. Glad?
Here. Thank you. We'll move to agenda item number 2 is fiscal year 2021 budget development overview. Ashley, we'll go ahead and turn the time over to you.
Okay, give me just 1 second. I put the wrong presentation on my jump drive, so let me grab the right one. We don't want last year's.
Will it be familiar?
Maybe. Okay.
Hope we're doing a flat budget. Yeah.
Test to see if we make the same decision.
Sorry. Okay. We'll get this going. Okay. So we're just gonna have a quick overview. I think
Who are we looking for?
is Meryl here? I don't think so. We have an update on some engineering fees, so if you have any questions.
We got Jeff is right here.
I think you'll be fine to answer them if there's any questions. I met with him, so all right, so let's get started. Good morning, everyone. It's so good to see you in person. Ashley Wells, Chief Financial Officer. We're just going to have a quick budget overview. So I just kind of wanted to go through a summary of some of the things that we've already accomplished so far. We have completed all the department presentations. We've discussed the budget requests and reductions. And we had benefits discussion last week, so we've updated the budget for the decisions that were made on those. And we were told to bring back some engineering fees because we were looking at more of a cost recovery basis. So Meryl put these together. We're just going to represent them to you and just get your guidance to build these into the budget because there is going to be additional revenue. So the proposed fee increases for Exhibit K, the ones that we changed are in red. So Meryl put together, we basically took the costs of the 3 people that work on these. We took like their total wages and benefits and kind of averaged that out. And that was about $45 an hour. So an address alteration takes anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. It can take longer. So that $50 fee should cover everything, including the paperwork on that. So that was bumped up to $50. The floodplain development is a new fee. It takes about 1 to 2 hours. So that one, they moved to a $100 fee to help cover those costs. Exhibit H, let's see, the curb and gutter and sidewalk fees were increased, basically just to help cover the costs. There are some, we think that we could probably increase the curb, gutter, and sidewalk a little bit more to cover total costs, but we were looking at it and we thought a $10 increase a year would be adequate just so it's not overwhelming for people that are using this. What happens is if you raise the fee too high, they don't end up getting the inspection and then we have more problems. So we just thought this would be a good starting point instead of, I think we were looking at it would be like a doubling of the rate to actually cover everything. And so we thought, if we can at least do the additional $10 from what we had proposed in their presentation earlier, that would at least get us to a starting point. So that's for the curb and gutter, the sidewalk, and then the parking lot fee. We took all of that into account, just trying not to raise them too much in 1 year because it can cause some issues. Any questions on that?
Is there any limit on parking lot square footage, or is that just parking lot period?
It's just total per parking lot.
So whether it's an acre or whether it's 100 square feet? Right. Okay.
Okay. So additional revenues from these two fees, we had estimated about 4,000. That would increase to 12,000, and that would just go straight to engineering to help offset the cost of that department. So we would just basically take less tax for them. So we can build that in if those look okay for the fee increases. Okay. And that's kind of what we have done in the past, is we just take the fee increases, the estimated revenue, and add that in so that we have a little bit of an idea. And then the other one, I hope I got them all in red. We basically changed the, this is a new fee for the slope percentages. We weren't going to have a fee for the less than 4%, but in doing some research, there is still work that goes into that, and so the $50 fee would be adequate. There's also something that we had talked about. This is just covering staff time. When I talked to Merrill, he said they generally go out to these places anywhere from 2 to 3 times. And so in the future, again, we don't want to raise the fees too much in 1 year, but we would maybe look at covering some of that vehicle expense as well. So just try to figure out, about how much does it cost for maybe 2 trips on average for this type of a permit. That's not included in these this year, just because we didn't want to increase them too much, but that is something that they're starting to track so that we can be 100% covered with these fees. I think that was the only change. So this one, we had estimated about 10,500, and that goes up to 16,500 with the change. So we will just build that in there, unless there's any questions. Nope. Okay. And then just a little overview of what we're going to be doing. We're going to do a revenue update today. We're going to ask for guidance on how to build the budget with those revenues. Heather's going to do employee compensation and ask for guidance on that, and then we're going to begin the tax solution. So once we get some decisions, we're going to run back and try to enter these numbers and come back and start tax solution with you today. So that's our goal. We'll kind of see where we go from there. So that's all I have for the overview. Are there any questions? Okay. All right. Ready to go to the next item?
Yep, let's do it.
Okay. All right, so this presentation you've already seen. I've done some updates to it, so I'm not going to go as in-depth on the revenues because we already had that presentation at the beginning of the budgeting process. But if you have any questions, just let me know. So we're going to go over the major non-property tax revenues and ask for guidance on those. I'm going to go a little bit into the property tax situation, and then we're going to look at where inflation was for the year. So these are the major 6-figure tax fund revenues. Like I said, we've already covered these. This is just a big overview of all of them, and we will go into each of them in depth. So we start with sales tax. I explained last time how the sales tax formula works. It's kind of just split, comes from the state. So it's replacement dollars. We get about 11.5% of tax. We do get AIC guidance on this. They do have a budget manual that came out, and their estimate for FY21 is $4,787,000, and that's a decrease of about $140,000. We have those estimates we're thinking are probably low or very conservative. So I would feel very comfortable with taking the AIC forecast for fiscal year 21. The estimates have been reliable in the past. The 12-month actual is actually within 35,000 of what we collected. So it's really, really close to what they say it's going to be. And I think they are being conservative with the situation that's going on. So what would happen is if we estimated low, got additional revenue, it would go to build general fund reserves. So we just are asking for guidance of how to build that. My recommendation is to go with the AIC estimate, which is what we've done for the last, I think, 4 or 5 years. Yeah.
Brian, you had mentioned that the governor was considering some potential change to that. Where are we with that?
They're still in talks on what that's looking like now. The $1.9 million that the city of Pocatello has been awarded. They're trying to get guidance on what we can do with that, what we can't, and if we can offset that or not, what it looks like. And so they're still waiting for the federal government to get with them and let them know, give them the answers. And so I would agree with that in mind, I would agree that we probably want to stay conservative and go with the 4.7. Just simply because if that doesn't come out to be what we're hoping, then I would hate to increase that and then come low.
Do a holdback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
So we're just asking for a motion on each of these so that we can build these into the budget. It just makes it a little bit easier for us.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I move that we approve or accept or go by the AIC 21 estimate for sales tax.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and that is for $4,787,816.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion by Lyric and a second by Adamson. Any discussion? Ruth, could you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Laura?
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Gina?
Yes.
Ortega?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we will get that changed in the budget. Then we have highway user fees. So this is the local portion of the gas fee and registration fees that we get. It's based on population. The AIC does estimate this for us. They're estimating a decrease of about 400,000. So they're at 2,192,000. The prior 12 months actual were within about 85,000 of the AIC fiscal year 20 forecast. So again, the AIC's estimates have been really reliable and they've taken the current situation into account. This money goes into fund streets. So ultimately, we would need to take, if we have a $400,000 decrease, we would need to fill that with more than likely taxes, or we can look at the spending of reserves. So we're just looking for guidance on that to build it for the AIC estimate.
Question, AIC's estimates, have they traditionally been high or low? You say we're within 85, but
I think for the sales tax, we were actually more. For the highway user, we were actually less.
okay.
So Ashley, what kind of reserves does the streets have?
That's what I was just pulling up right now. I knew you were gonna ask that. And we are just getting ready to do budget amendments, so I'm not sure. It's 1.2 million in additional. Thank you.
So are we going, traditionally, I mean, this budget, it's 85,000, but going to Rick's question, traditionally, you know, what's the pattern been?
We've generally been within $100,000.
We've had less or more?
It just depends on the year. Last year we were less, but generally we were more in 2018 for sure. So it just kind of depends on, I mean, honestly, this one decreased a lot because a lot of people aren't traveling right now, and so we're not getting as much gas tax. So they have taken that into account with these estimates. But I think the AIC estimate is very conservative, and again, if we come in more, we would be fine. If it comes in less, we could look at spending reserves for any projects that we would need to do or any capital purchases. That is an option for street.
Looking at traffic up and down Yellowstone the last couple of weeks and the high fuel prices we're experiencing, I think our car usage has rebounded pretty quickly.
I
And
agree.
especially because people aren't traveling by plane now, so everybody's starting to drive again to vacation.
But that's assuming there's no second occurrence of this too. If there's a second occurrence, it shuts down, and it shuts down even more.
Maybe.
Well, if there's a second occurrence, it will.
Maybe.
Well, I talked to a lady this morning that won't go out. You know, she won't go out until there's something going on that makes her know she's safe. And I think that there is enough people in the over 60 population that contribute to the great amount of travel, that we need to take a serious look at what their contribution to that travel is. I don't think they'll be going to Yellowstone Park like they were, which is a huge attraction for us, or Craters of the Moon, or some of those places that are national parks around us. So I think this is, it might not even be low enough.
I feel like the AIC estimates are usually quite conservative. I mean, I definitely appreciate the concern on this particular item, but overall over the years, I feel like not just highway user, but all of their estimates have usually come in a lot lower. So I would feel comfortable, especially since we do have some reserves and stuff like that.
Over the years,
We're not gonna be
we have taken this as guidance, not the gospel. And there's been
Right.
times where we have gone over because of what we felt, and there's been
Yeah.
times we went
Yeah.
under because of what we felt.
Sure. I know for a few months, the traffic did drop tremendously. It was nice to drive down Yellowstone.
Well, I don't,
Today, it's not so nice.
I don't think the traffic inside of town is what you go by. It's on the freeway.
No, I don't disagree with that. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I
I was
think
just
the
going to
freeway-
get there. If you let me finish, I
Okay.
would have gotten to the freeway. It's getting busier, but it's not what it was before. And your point of a second occurrence, I know a lot of people are asking and thinking of there may be a second occurrence. What I would hate to do and what worries me is for us to bank on a second occurrence and then do what the hospitals and stuff did with everything now, knowing that we were going to overflow it with it and nothing happened, and we laid medical people off and we didn't do procedures and stuff, and nothing happened at the thing. So I think, I don't know, I see an argument on both ends of it.
So what would you feel comfortable with?
AIC definitely comes in conservative.
Yeah, they do.
They always conservative.
And this is
And
a
they're taking-
15% decrease.
And they're taking the COVID situation into consideration in this estimate already.
Yeah, that's why they took them an extra month, because they wanted to get April numbers in. They wanted to have March and April. Generally, we get this budget information in April. They took an extra month because they wanted to really analyze the situation and have a little bit more information. So it is estimating for a 15% decrease.
Do we get those highway user fees quarterly?
Yes.
I did have a discussion yesterday with your question with the governor's office yesterday afternoon. Asked them a little bit about this as well. They said that we don't know for sure. They won't have numbers in until tomorrow, but all the indicators are showing that May is overachieving every estimate that they thought. And so in sales tax, highway user, and across the board.
And as the liquor tax was up,
Yeah.
I did my part.
You have to start drinking.
I contributed to the economy.
I personally am comfortable with this. I don't know that I would be comfortable any more than this. I would be comfortable a little bit less, knowing that we may have to burn some reserves, but I wouldn't feel comfortable going too much lower than that if we did.
Right. What do you feel comfortable with?
Well, I think that we're going to be at about 80%, and I think that's at about 85%, just looking at numbers.
You could do a flat 2.1.
I'd make that motion. We do 2.1 million.
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion by Cheatham and a second by Adamson at 2.1 million. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Cheatham?
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Lurick?
yes.
Ortega?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Okay. Bannock County Road and Bridge. So this is based off of what Bannock County levies. I did talk to their controller, and she said they're looking at anywhere from probably about a 1.5% increase to their property taxes. So I'm assuming that would be across the board. The prior 12 months is low. I know that Bannock County's had some issues with their new system, so we are working with them to try to get some some of that money back over. It is, allocated to us. It's just, I think it probably came to us. They just didn't break it out like they normally did. So we probably just need to do kind of a movement in between the general fund and the street fund is what I'm guessing. So we just need to look at it and work with Bannock County on that, which I've been in contact with Christy over there. She did tell me they're looking at about a 1.5% increase. So they do control the levy rate on this. Last year it was a lot lower. 2018 was high. I know that was, 2016 was when they did the huge change, and then it kind of dropped off a little bit. So just looking at prior history, right now in the budget we have 700,000. I think that that's probably going to be close to that for fiscal year 20. Like I said, it's just kind of working with the county to try to figure out how much were we supposed to be getting, or how much were we supposed to be allocated that potentially went somewhere else. So our recommended range is anywhere from 600 to 700,000 for the highway, or the Bannock County Road and Bridge. This also goes into street, so it's kind of the same discussion as what we just had on the highway user fees, whether we come in high or low on that one.
Are we ready to make a decision since you're still in conversation? And it sounds as though it's somewhat unclear exactly what the money was and where it went. And
right. I would love to have more information, but we have to build this into the budget so that we can start on the tax solution, unfortunately.
I think though, Ashley, correct me if I'm wrong, the prior 12 months that show so low
Yes.
right now, they may have not, they may have paid it all to us, and it would just itemized differently than typically.
Right, so we get like a sheet that shows this is for like regular taxes, this is for road and street, all those different types of things, and then we receipt it in. I'm thinking that it's just all lumped together.
Okay, and so that may get taken care of, but what this here is Christie's telling you the commissioners have talked about a 1.5% increase for FY21 in their road and bridge.
They just said in their overall property tax.
Okay, overall property tax. And so that would estimate to $600,000 to $700,000.
What are they comparing? I mean, if they're raising a 1.5 on 593,000, or are they raising it on a fouled up number?
So they're just saying overall Bannock County property taxes, they're planning on taking the new construction, and then they're planning on taking half of the 3%. So overall total, I don't know how that's going to be split out. I would honestly feel comfortable probably going to the 600,000, which is closer to what we received last year. It just seems like a better number to me.
Instead of taking the 3%.
I feel good about that, so I move that we use 600,000 as the number to build the budget.
But
Second.
But I want to just interject this in the discussion. Their record of what they said as levy and pay to us is so erratic. I think we need to look at that too. 600,000, 1,054,900. They're all over the board there.
Well, let me just go through this. We've got
I think
a
that's what
motion.
Ashley's saying, is she's going to look into it and try to
Right, the 2016 was due to the change in the
allocation.
registration and the gas tax, right? Didn't they both change?
Yeah, so.
And so it was huge that year because I don't think they were expecting that big of an increase. And then I think for 2017, they kind of ratcheted that down because they realized, oh, we're going to be getting extra money from this. And so, yeah, this one's kind of a hard one to estimate because we're not in control of this levy amount. We just get the money. So, but I would feel comfortable with what we got for 2019, which would be around the 600,000.
So in 16 they increased the gas tax, and that's where
And the
that
registration
jump was.
fees, yeah.
And registration fees, and that's why that jumped the way it did. And then it stayed fairly consistent. It looks like it's done exactly what the state anticipated it doing. It's dropping a little bit there. But with that being said, I have a motion by President Adamson and a second by Cheatham, and I am sorry, but I did not hear the motion. I just heard
It was to accept
something, and then I heard
600,000.
a second.
To build the budget was 600,000.
Okay, so 600,000.
And then fight on the second.
Okay. Okay. Any other discussion? Ruth,
So the motion is by Adamson and the second is by Cheatham?
by Cheatham, yes.
Thank you.
Would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Adamson?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Ortega?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. The next one is building permits. The numbers are up over the last 12 months. We have had some larger permits that have increased the numbers for fiscal year 19, the temple being one of them. So we're not expecting, these huge projects to come in every year. We don't like to budget that way. My recommended range is to go anywhere between 700,000 to 800,000. Fiscal year 20's budget is 800,000. The building department brings in, I think their total cost is around 700,000. So to cover them, you would at least need about 715,000 to cover that department operations. If anything extra helps to offset property taxes for the general fund. So if you go with the 800,000, it will kind of offset, say, like city hall department or engineering. So it kind of just helps to offset any of those other general fund departments that are going to be taking taxes. So we are looking at new development that's expected to continue. So I think the 800,000 would be a conservative amount. We are seeing a lot of growth and a lot of those permits coming in. So that would be my recommendation.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I move that we approve the 800,000 for the building permit amount.
Do we need to be concerned at all that it could be less if there's some unknown thing that I don't know.
There wasn't really an effect when everything was shut down.
Okay.
They were still really busy, and I think he tried to go down to only having one permit tech in, and he had to bring them both in. So that's just what we've seen. March and April were still relatively normal for that time. I think people, because they could be outside working, they were coming and getting permits.
I still can't get a concrete contractor.
We have a question by Ortega and then Stevens.
I'm just concerned about the economic fallout of the close hasn't hit yet. And everybody's saying, it's coming. So I'm concerned about 800,000 because we really don't know yet. I mean, everything's reopening, but the long-term ramifications, we really haven't seen that yet. So I'm concerned about 800,000.
Okay, Stevens.
Well, yeah, I mean, reportedly, and I realize these aren't high-paid individuals, but reportedly, whatever that Tuesday, whatever that store is that has Tuesday in its name is apparently closing.
ATCO's is closing.
ATCO, there's a rumor that ATCO is pulling back or closing.
I heard that confirmed.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not been a rumor. We've been working with ATCO for a month, and they're closing all of their U.S.
Okay, so, and that's about 100, as I understand it, decent paying jobs. So I'm just concerned because I think we can't necessarily, just like with ATCO and with whatever.
Tuesday morning.
We have local institutions here, but those are really, they're not Idaho based. So I don't know that we can take an entirely local view on what the economy is going to do when it comes, because as people's income contracts, it may be that there will be an impact. I have no idea. And I'm also wondering whether or not, because so many things were shut down, whether it's possible that there was essentially a bump in the number of people who apply applied for permits and so forth. But in fact, it's the bump that makes it look normal. Because other things were shut down. Again, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there and hoping that someone perhaps is more insightful.
Well, I can tell you when it comes to the builders and your developers, I do not know a builder that has enough employees that can keep up right now. I know Rick said that he still can't get a concrete thing. If you want a new house built today, you'll find you a builder and he will probably tell you it's going to take 14 to 16 months before he can get to it. And so I think this is a fairly stable thing. We've got a big project that's going to start in about 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
What's that?
That's some apartment complex and stuff that's going to be 400 they're going to need.
Is that the ISU?
No, that's over here, the North Gate. And you've got...
Yeah, and that's going to be a big...
You've got, that'll be a big factor here. You've got the West Bench, you've got people building over there right now.
So permit numbers, permit fees within the TIF come directly to the city as per
Yes. And you still have the hospital that's looking to build, which is going to be a big permit here. A couple hotels that are supposed to be building, but they've backed off a little bit. I'm assuming that they will come back in FY21. So I personally think this one's is probably more solid than your gas tax one right now, quite frankly.
And even though 800 is the higher number in your range, correct me if I'm wrong, you said that that's still conservative.
I mean, when you look at 2019, the 906, and then the prior 12 months is about the 750, and that's not including the bigger, like, summer you get busier, so we don't have really the new numbers in yet. If you're wanting to go more conservative, you could go with the prior 12-month average, which is, you could do 750. That would still cover all of your building department expenses that are billed for fiscal year 21 at this point.
Does Richard have something to add?
I just wanted to let you know that we are seeing an increase. Our residential housing is going up. So like here in the last 3 days, we've done 4 new house permits so everything's ramping back up. So we're seeing an increase. We're seeing an increase in, like the mayor said, in the big multifamily complexes coming. So my personal feeling is that we're going to be okay this year on our construction numbers and everything.
So
do you think we'll exceed the 800 anyway, or do you think we should just be on the safe side and go with the 753 and hope that it's more, and then that'll just be good news, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be my recommendation.
That's what I would make a motion for.
For the 750.
Yeah.
I just have a technical question. So if more, let's say permitting goes crazy and we come in way over whatever, what happens to that money? And the reason I'm asking that question is I'm thinking about whether or not after the fact it remains available in the next year's budget to reduce the property tax or the tax ask.
Potentially, it will go to general fund reserves if it comes in extra, and those reserves could be used for capital or one-time purchases, yes.
So basically, if we exceed, we have we do have capacity to use it through some mechanism in the next year's budget to reduce the tax ask.
Correct.
Okay, but only for...
But yeah, for certain purposes.
Right, but it would Yeah, so what would be the restrictions?
So the restrictions are, it has to be for like a one-time, so either a capital purchase or a one-time money. So
For example, if water treatment were planning to, or streets or whomever, were planning to, said, okay, we need to fix this, improve this chunk of water line, sewer line, whatever, it could not be used for that.
it's for general fund purposes. Technically, the general fund is the main fund of the city, and if any fund is deficient, they have to cover it. We have not done that. I mean, when I first started, we had the general fund helps to cover transit because they were a deficient fund. But generally, that money would just stay within the general fund. So, your police, fire, animal shelter, parks, finance, HR, legal, engineering, planning, those types of departments.
Is there the capacity in our budgeting to keep track of that money? So for example, if there were excess, could it be earmarked for one-time projects that might tie into some of the, like the river vision, where, we talk about it incessantly and very little actually happens.
Yeah, and that's what you would, that's what we would do. Generally, when we're looking to spend reserves, we tie them to a specific purpose or project.
Because I'm reluctant to use this as a mechanism to increase money in the general fund that we then just use however. I would want any excess to be tied directly to something that has a high community benefit and increases the desirability of the community as a place for new businesses to locate.
I think we would definitely all want that, and we would approve in the budget process any expenditure of that. It's not just like general fund
Right.
reserves aren't like some slush fund that
Right.
people can just
Right.
take out of whatever they feel. Like, we would be looking at that. And so, yeah, then if we did decide, hey, we want to put some of that towards the river, or we want to use it for a one-time expense of some capital project next year or something like that, then that would be something we would all be making the decision
So
on.
at what point, for example, maybe at this point next year, you would be coming to us and saying, okay, our building permit revenue came in 100,000 more than we anticipated. What do you want us to do with that? Would that be a question that you would initiate, or would we have to remember to ask that in order to activate that?
So we generally don't track them like that. We just say general fund has this much available in reserves for whatever council decides to use that for.
And that, I guess that's part of my concern, is that the money kind of just disappears into the general fund, and then unless council initiates a process that reclaims that money for the public, it does kind of become a de facto slush fund. And that can, because we don't have a long-range plan as a city, and so we don't have any really clear, as far as I can tell, mechanism by which we say we exceeded revenue expectations by X amount this year. Here is our long-range plan. That money should be applied against that long-range plan for the benefit of the community, et cetera, et cetera. That's my concern. So I feel as though I have to write myself a note to say, okay, next year at this time, I need to say, hey, how much, if any, did we exceed our building permit, revenue by, and hey, what are we going to use that for? Because that's tax money that should, in my opinion, should be going directly back to the taxpayers.
Right. At the beginning of the whole budgeting process, we go through all of the reserves that are available generally for the tax funds. So you could start that discussion there when you say, okay, general fund has excess, $1 million or $500,000. You could start that discussion at the very, very beginning of the budgeting process. And, if you're looking at a specific project, you could to bring that during their presentation. That would probably be the time to do it, because we do go over all of the reserves that are available at the very, very beginning of the budgeting process.
Okay, I'll write myself a note.
And part of the budgeting process too, Chris, is spending authority.
Right.
So a department isn't going to dip into the general fund and
No,
spend
no, I
that
know.
money because it isn't authorized. until
Right,
the
no, I
council does
understand that. It's more, I'm not concerned about the fact that there's no oversight on the back end, so to speak. I'm concerned about, do we have a sort of auto-activated internal process, since we don't have a strategic plan that says, hey, here are the projects that we have outlined in our strategic plan. So of these projects and of these bulleted benchmarks that we want to achieve, how do we want to funnel that excess money into achieving some of those?
And so just to kind of let you know what we have been doing over the past few years, and this was with the advice of our finance department, they said we need to...
Can I get you to speak up just a little bit? It's difficult to hear.
It's hard to hear? Okay.
Thank you.
So in past years, we've been trying to build up our reserves because
Right.
that was a recommendation from our
Right,
finance
I
department that
remember
we
that.
need to have money set aside for a rainy day, if you will, because stuff inevitably comes up and we don't want to be in a situation
Correct.
where we've got some major thing that has to be done and we are at a loss to
Right.
be able to do it. So then unfortunately we had to spend some of our reserves also on the recent lawsuit. So I think that's kind of where, to your point about making sure we have it earmarked for something, that has been our goal, is to have our reserves to the point that the finance department recommended. So that's what it's been earmarked to.
No, I understand that. I remember Ashley reporting on that, and I believe I also remember her saying that we were at or near the recommended reserve amount in that account. And that's part of why I'm asking this question now, because rather than, there will always be situations in which we have to do crisis management. That's a given. However, there may be times when we could actually be working on some of these large, long-range necessities or desires. And right now, they're really, it's kind of a, as it comes up, we deal with it process, is what I'm hearing.
I would disagree with that it's just as it comes up, but it comes through the departments when they present to us, not just in the budget meetings, but also in study sessions or things. We've had very in-depth presentations for long-term plans for projects and needs, for example, from water, from WPC. So we do know what projects, and it's not just, because something happened that we have to address it, but there's a plan to, put in infrastructure for how, that's going to get us through the next 10, 20 years or something. So those projects, there is a kind of list.
And yet we have the River Vision, around which very little happens. We have Old Town revitalization, around which very little happens that is really initiated and supported by the city. We have septic issues at different locations in town.
And that's on the list too.
And we keep kicking them down,
we addressed that.
Well, the River Vision has been being addressed since the entire time.
I was talking
that
about
I've
the
lived
sewer
here.
issues.
Well, I understand, but I'm saying there are these kinds of issues, and again, to beat the same drum, because we don't have a strategic plan, we don't have a system that activates consideration and keeping some of these important, large, expensive, overwhelming projects on the front burner, broken down in a way that allows us to incrementally, over a number of years, apply money toward getting them done. So I'm fine. I understand. I get everybody's opinion. I will still write myself a note, and bring this up to make sure, at some point next year, to make sure that some of these larger projects are being considered. Because since we ask departments to come in flat and then have requests, I doubt that a department's going to come in with asking for, $5 million for the river project. I mean, that's not how we've, and I own my part of that. So but that's not a climate where departments are encouraged to come in with huge requests that really have repercussions far beyond their own department and their own specific job. Those are really more citywide, frankly, council-driven kinds of projects. And we council don't have a strategic plan the way a lot of departments do. And so the departments come in, and for many departments, it's very easy to see how their current request fits into the big picture. For the council and these large community-wide projects, that's not true, in my opinion. So I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for $800,000. Do I have a second? Okay, so the motion dies for lack of second. I would entertain another motion.
I move that we go with the 750.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Ortega and a second by Cheatham for $750. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Ortega?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Bray?
Yes.
Lurick?
Sure. Yes.
Yes.
750. Okay, gas franchise fees. This we discussed kind of at the beginning of the budgeting process. We do get 3% of gross revenues, and this revenue goes to the general fund. We have seen a slight decrease over the last couple years. I know that their rates have gone down. It is also unknown because of the weather. I know we've kind of had a warmer winter this year. Didn't get super cold. So I recommend, we're at $325,000 right now budgeted for fiscal year 20. I would recommend going down to $300,000 just due to the recent history. That way we're just kind of being conservative with that, but we have been seeing a little bit of a decrease. And I think that that's just due to rates and usage.
I move that we use the $300,000 amount as recommended.
Second.
So we have a motion by President Adamson and a second by Cheatham for the $300,000.
If I can make a comment, I talked to the local manager of Intermountain Gas several months ago, and it's his official opinion that that's a declining industry. They're going out of business down the road. So I think that's a good move.
Natural gas. We're going back to wood burning stoves then, or what are we doing?
Alternative energy.
Yep.
Renewables are now cheaper on the open market than even natural gas. So utility companies are converting rapidly to stay competitive.
All right, so we have a motion from Adamson and a second from Cheatham. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Adamson?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Bray?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Ortega?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Okay, the next one is state liquor tax, which was mentioned a little bit earlier. This revenue also goes to the general fund. AIC doesn't make an estimate. They kind of just show us what we've collected over the last few years. There is some influence due to local sales, and there is also newer legislation that will be taking 15% of the liquor tax over the next 5 years to fund magistrate court fees. So basically the AIC guidance that we were given last year was to plan on just keeping that flat for the next, I think there's 3 years left I think 21's the third year.
I think so.
So I would just recommend keeping it flat at the 625,000. We have been higher than that, but you know, with them taking a little percentage of that, dropping that down, I think we would just be good to remain conservative.
I would move we stay at the 625 number as recommended.
Second.
We have a motion by Cheatham and a second by Lyric. At 6:25. I had to throw you a bone.
Thank you.
Yeah. 6:25. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Cheatham?
Yes?
Lurick?
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Ortega?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Okay, the next one is interest. This one's a hard one. Most of our money's in the state pool. The rates have increased significantly, and then they kind of dropped. We have been watching the state pool. The state pool hasn't been decreasing as much as out in the general market. We also do have more money than we have in prior years. For fiscal year 20, we budgeted for $550,000. The prior 12 months were just under $1 million. So my recommended range would be anywhere from $600,000 to $650,000. We are also kind of staying on top of this and looking at possible investment alternatives that we were going to bring to council to discuss as well. So instead of having all of our money in the state pool, which follows the treasury rate pretty closely, we could look at doing some tiered investments to be able to make a little bit more interest on the money that we're holding in reserves. So my recommended range is $600,000 to $650,000. That's about half of what we collected last year.
Actually, what do you expect the invested amount to be this next year?
So the rates were a little over 2% in the
No,
state
I
pool.
don't mean the rate, I mean the amount of money
Amount of money.
invested.
Right now we're at about $69 million in cash for last month, for April. May's cash report will come out in a few weeks. And then we'll get property taxes in July. So, you know, we're sitting at a pretty good amount. When I talk to some of the investment companies, they recommend, you know, a certain percentage to put into longer range and then have, you know, probably at least 50% of that money still in the state pool.
So do we have any in long range that's set right?
We do not. Not city money. We have the police pension fund that is in longer term, but none of the city money is invested. It's all just in the state pool.
Okay. And how much did we have back in 2017 that we had in savings?
So 2017, we were closer to 50 million. Like for the month of April, that's because that's the most recent information that I have. We were at 69 million, and then a few years ago, we were right around that 50. So about a 20 million.
I'll move that we use the $600,000 amount. That's still up from what we budgeted last year, and that's probably a safe choice.
Second.
So we have a motion by Adamson and a second by Stevens for $600,000.
Go ahead.
Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Adamson?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Cheatham?
No.
Lurick?
Yes.
Ortega?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, do the 600,000, and I am planning to bring them to come and talk to us. Basically, they look at what we're required, so we have the 25% reserve amount, so we want to make sure that that money is readily available to us. So it's just kind of going through with them, you know, what we would want readily available, and then kind of tiering that. They do make sure it's in, you know, approved, because we can only invest in certain things as a city, so they make sure that the rules are followed there too.
And you'll come back at a later time with ideas about investing?
Yeah, so there's a few companies that we've been talking to. There's actually 2 that are pretty local. And so it's just kind of making a decision which way we want to go. And so I don't know whether to have both of them come present because they're kind of different structures. Or, just to me bring that to you and decide, which structure the council would like. So that's kind of something that I'm just working through to see which would be the better route to go. Is there any input from anyone?
I wonder if having the people, for example, it was helpful having AJ present during the health discussion, and I wonder if, at least having them present, because there may be questions
Right.
that they will be in a better position to answer rather than putting you on the spot.
Okay, yeah, and they would definitely be willing to come down and come to a study session, so we'll work on getting that set up. Or a work session, sorry. Okay. Oops, I skipped cable franchise fees. We do get 5% of gross revenues for cable franchise fees. These have been decreasing. We actually, for 2019 in the last 12 months, it's actually remained pretty steady, about the 46,500 range. So we did budget for 170,000 for fiscal year 20. That is within my recommended range. I honestly would probably just keep it the same. It has, like I said, it has remained steady over probably the last year and a half. We haven't seen a huge drop. So I think the 170 is still a conservative amount. The cable franchise fees have been decreasing, but they, like I said, they have remained steady over the last probably year and a half.
I have a dumb question. I want to know just exactly what are those fees? I mean, where do they come from? Is it from residential use and anybody who uses, cable internet?
So it comes from the cable companies, and it's 5% of their gross earnings. So they pay us 5% of everything that they earn across the board.
Because more and more people that I talk to, for example, are ditching cable TV, and I'm wondering, especially after having been so closeted recently, and being able to, get the ISU movies online and all of this. I mean, I see cable as continuing to decrease, and I wonder if we want to keep it flat or we want to assume that the general trend may continue, even if it's a slightly lower amount.
Yeah, and that's definitely a discussion. I just, my recommended range is anywhere from 160 to 185. 185 is what we've collected over the last 12 months, and then 170 is just kind of where our budget was at, so that would just, it's up to you.
Are there any new franchises coming in? Like, there's some broadband companies other than Cable One or Sparklight, who are not.
Yeah.
But do we pay?
Sparklight is cable.
Yeah.
They just changed their
Yeah,
name.
there's
Cable One, they just changed.
But I mean, are there other companies that are using, because I believe this is a fee for use of public right-of-way, right?
So basically what franchise fees are is the city we could provide cable services to the public as a city. Because we don't, we are entitled to 5% of gross earnings from these companies. So they're all different percentages. I think the natural gas was 3%. So it's because Idaho Falls has their own power company. We as a city could provide natural gas, we could provide cable, and we could provide electric. But because we choose not to, we are able to collect some of those fees.
So my question is, are we getting franchised just on cable television?
Yes.
And not on the cable hookup for our internet?
The state statute, if I remember right, calls for cable, but it does not allow for the others.
No internet.
Yeah, no fiber, no just internet, things like that. It's just cable.
Yeah, and I think it's being discussed, but we have no control.
Chris?
Yeah, has there been any previous discussion at a city level around the Ammon model?
There has been a lot.
And it's a no-go here, it's a continuing, it's a, where is it?
Expensive.
It's extremely expensive, and everywhere we've tried to pencil it out, it does not pencil out.
How were they, I mean, just out of well, that's probably a discussion for another time, but I'm just curious how a place like Ammon was able to pull that off, and we apparently can't.
It's
I'm
costing,
just curious.
from what, everything that it depends on whose math you're doing. If you're doing Ammon's math, then it pencils out. If you're doing real math, then it doesn't pencil out. And so it's interesting. Their math, they're calculating all the projections that they hope are going to happen in the future. And we've got to look at what we've got right here and now. And so they're upside down now, and they're hoping in the next 10 years that they will be breaking even. But what they're seeing is not breaking even. That's the problem. So we've looked at it a number of different ways and how you can do it, and it just it hasn't.
And
Chris has been neck deep in it, and so he just walked in, so maybe he may have an answer. But
And then my understanding is that whole project initiated around having live coverage for first responders from schools and so forth and so on, so that they had, eyes on. And I'm wondering whether, where our thinking as a community is around that aspect.
I thought they were doing it more for like an
it
economic.
was more of an economic.
Originally, they were thinking about doing it because they wanted live eyes in schools. They were concerned. That's what got the conversation going. And so I don't know where we are, with feeling as though as a city that's something that, that the police would be interested in, for example, because if that is, then perhaps that impacts the conversation. So I don't know.
So according to the mayor at the time when they started doing that, it was 100% economic. We can make money, and we can increase our budget, and we can do that. That was according to the mayor. Now, I don't know what started the conversation before that, but according to the mayor at the time, that's what that was. Chris, do you have any?
Yeah, ISG reported that it had to do with schools.
Yeah, maybe, it may have, but that's the first I'd heard it, was a school-related thing.
Am I close enough to a mic?
Come on up here.
Come up on this mic. They're not.
Just come do a break dance in the middle while you.
Yeah, right here.
All people.
Yeah.
I'll get there.
Yeah, right there. You're good.
Go ahead, bust a move right there.
Chris Sorensen, CIO for the city. I've met with Scott Patterson, who headed this project for Ammon almost from the first day I got here over 5 years ago. There were elements of what Councilwoman Stevens is saying with going into the schools. I don't know if that was what initiated it. I know it was some of the early discussions that they could do that, possibly. I've never been able to get numbers to work. I've talked to Mr. Patterson several times. I've been in several of his briefings. I can't see how he gets the numbers to work. Not with the acceptance rate that they have there in the city of Ammon right now. For us, we don't have the manpower or the technical knowledge to do what they've done up there. Mr. Patterson came into there having a strong fiber background, a fiber engineering background. He was able to put it all together. Their IT department is almost fully dedicated to keeping that thing up and running, is my understanding. I think you would be talking a multi-million-dollar investment in the city to do it. It also would then be taking away from your local companies that have the capability to provide the same service. You would be taking money away from direct communications. You would be taking business away from Syringa. You'd be taking business away from CenturyLink and all the other small providers if we went into that business. My recommendation is we steer far away from that. We continue the model that we do today, which is a public-private relationship with our current internet providers and cable and fiber optic providers in the area.
Chris, you said the acceptance rate. What is the acceptance rate?
I don't know what it is now. Last time I saw it was still, I think, under 20% last time I saw, but it's been a couple of years since I've actually talked to them. But you have to get large acceptance in neighborhoods for it to work on the public side if you're going to do it. Right now, we have several companies that are bringing fiber into the local neighborhoods and stuff, and I just think we are way behind trying to do it without putting some of these businesses out of business and taking business directly away from those that have the capability to provide the service to us.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet.
So do you want to make the motion then if you have a concern about the 170? Is there a dollar amount you feel
Yeah,
good about?
I would move that we go with the lower 160 in Ashley's recommendation, just to be on the safe side.
Okay, we have a motion by Stevens and a second by Cheatham. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. That's for 160?
Yes.
Okay. Stevens?
Yes?
Cheatham?
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Or Lurick?
Tried to combine the two names.
Yes.
Okay. I put two Y's in there, that's why I got me confused.
Lyric says
Ortega?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. The next one is magistrate court fees. These are city fines that come from the court system. So this revenue goes directly to the general fund, specifically the police department. The collection of fees has decreased over the year, and it's really hard to predict because there's county collection issues. So just because you're issued a citation and have to pay a fee doesn't mean that you're actually paying it. So over the last 12 months, we've seen about $168,000 come in. That's pretty close to the 2019 actual of $166,000. We were budgeted for $200,000. It doesn't look like we're going to hit that mark for fiscal year 20, but again, it's kind of an unknown. So my recommendation is anywhere from the 150 to 175,000 range. I would probably feel more comfortable around the 160 to 165.
I move that we do 150. I think the courts were closed for a while too, so I don't know if that'll have an impact.
Second.
So we have a motion by Adamson and a second by Cheatham at 150.
Adamson?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Ortega?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Okay. The next one is electric franchise fees. So this one, we get the smallest amount. This is 1% of gross revenues, and this goes directly to the general fund. They have remained consistent about anywhere from 424 to 450. So over the last 5 years, we've seen a consistent amount. We budgeted for 440 for fiscal year 20. It looks like that's about where we're going to be. So my recommendation would be to either drop it by $10,000 or to just keep it flat at the 440,000.
Chris.
No, I'm
Oh,
counting. Sorry.
I see.
I'll move that we go with the 430.
Okay.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Ortega and a second by Stevens for 430. No. 430. We really undershoot it at 130.
Ortega?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Okay, this is the last one, and this one is really, really hard to predict. This is the cemetery charges. So cemetery is funded by user fees and also a small amount by property tax. So this is impacted by, we did increase the rates last year, so you can see that we had budgeted for $380,000 because we weren't really sure what we were going to bring in with increasing those rates. It looks like we're closer to the 360 to 370 range, so that was my recommended range, would be to drop those. I think we were a little over optimistic last year and not really knowing, how the fees were going to come in. So this one is extremely hard to predict, but I would recommend going the $360,000 to $370,000 range.
It makes it sound bad that we were overly optimistic.
I know. Right? Like, well.
And then you got the COVID.
I do not want to be optimistic about that result.
Right, especially right now.
Yeah, let's go with the lower
These are
360.
pre-need cells.
There you go. Okay. I move that we go with 360.
Second.
It's real
We have a
estate.
motion by Council President Adamson and a second by Stevens for 360. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Adamson?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Bray?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Lorick?
Yes.
Ortega?
Yes.
Okay, so we're all through the revenues. I'm just going to give a little bit of information about property tax valuations. So we can see there was about a 20% increase in valuation from fiscal year 19 to 20. I think we all kind of knew that, heard about that. We have absolutely no control over valuations. It is all, assessed value. I just wanted to give you this for an informational. Basically, when the valuations go up, our levy rate goes down, in essence. So you can just see the history over the last 10 years on that. There were, some decreases, but the big increase for fiscal year 20, and I believe we're looking for another large increase for this year, is what we've heard. So this is just kind of an informational slide for you so that you can see the valuations.
Ashley, could
Yeah.
you interrupt? Has anybody seen their valuations coming out? The county was sending them
been
out, I
checking it
thought,
every day.
last Friday, actually.
Supposedly she was sending them out on the 1st.
Well, I thought it was Friday. Maybe,
Friday was what they said.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I was told it was going out Friday, but maybe she held them until Monday. I just don't know.
That's what I
But
heard.
I
I
have
thought they were
not.
emailing
Maybe
on
Monday.
Friday or something, but mailing them on.
Should have had them yesterday.
we should have had them yesterday, so they're probably in your box today. And from everything that
Yikes.
they're talking about they've gone up again. I don't know what amount.
Yeah.
I'd heard 9% across the county.
So look for those to see what we're looking at, to see where they are. Because, yeah.
And generally, we, per state code, we don't have to have those numbers until I believe it's the first Monday in August. So we usually are getting them late. So last year, what we did is we had our public hearing. Well, we published at the full 3%. And then we had our public hearing. And then in between the public hearing and the ordinance, we had a quick meeting and we were able to go over valuations to see, okay, if we actually take this amount, where will it actually put us? Because we are able to decrease the budget after we've published, we just cannot increase it at all. So that's kind of, I don't like it, but we really don't have, that's just the only option. So where, I think August 1st is on a Monday, we may have them before the public hearing, but I'm thinking it'll be kind of the same as last year where we'll have a meeting in between the public hearing and the ordinance passing of, what the valuations actually look like.
When did we didn't even get them last year until after
Yeah.
September.
No, we had, they changed them.
We had preliminary numbers, but
We had a meeting in between those two.
we had to finalize without.
Yep.
Without the numbers.
Yep, because they were still doing the Board of Equalization stuff.
Yeah.
But we did have estimated numbers for August that we presented before the ordinance passing.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have a request that we have our city PR person really geared up and think about what goes into the mayor's newsletter and so forth, so that we are doing a superb job of communicating frequently, over-communicating with the public about, particularly because of publishing at 3%, because I'm quite sure that will catch people's attention, and it's going to take overkill on the opposite end of communication to really try to help people understand and process accurately. So I just have that request.
I don't think we need to publish 3%. We're ways away from that decision here.
Yeah,
We don't have to, that's what we did last year.
Well, I was just going on what Ashley said we usually
We've got
do.
some more decisions to make.
So anyway,
we do have those decisions to make and stuff, and we have historically, in the last few years anyways, published the 3% and then taken a lot less, just simply because you can't increase it. You can always
No,
decrease it.
I
But
understand.
that being said, I
It's just
agree. We've got to have the communication, and unfortunately, like last year, we just got blasted with everybody else, and nobody knew they were doing what they were doing until the middle of July, and they hung everybody out to dry last year. So
Well, and I think that may be part of the communication. Is clearly not playing defense, but playing offense out of respect for the public.
And this year, a bonus we have this year is they're actually talking to us. The assessor's actually talking to us right now. And
Right.
so that's a bonus, and where you've heard 9%. At least we have an idea. So
Right, and I put that down. I give credit for that increased communication between the county and us. I give credit for that to the people of Pocatello, because they voiced their concerns clearly, and I support that. But that's where my recommendation comes from. Let's understand that people want information. Of course, there are going to be people who, you could put a note in their mailbox and they'll miss it. I understand that. But I think we need to be really proactive here.
sure.
And we might want to consider by then, depending on where we are with, COVID safety, I frankly think it would be a great opportunity to have a couple of additional town halls, so that we're clearly making every effort to be transparent and straightforward with people.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, the next slide shows, so these numbers are given to us after I believe it's in December, they have everything finalized. So we get our updated foregone balance, which is basically what we could have taken in property taxes that we didn't. So it is available for us. We do have to publish separately. It's not included in that 3%, but it does increase that levy rate because it's increasing your total tax. So the foregone balance is $2.2 million. The 3% this year is $939,000. So if we were to take the full 3% property tax, that is the additional money that we would get in. New construction is still to be determined. I did talk to Christy early in the week, and they were supposed to have those numbers, so we're hoping we have them within the next week or two to present to you. She said as soon as she gets something, she'll send it over. So I will let you know. Last year, we did get the North Yellowstone TIF closing, so that was about $66 million in new construction. I did take that amount out to show you that the actual new construction, not including that TIF, we got about $244,000. So if we were to take everything, which I don't recommend, but I just wanted to show you what was available, it would be $3.2 million in additional property tax that we could add. I just wanted to throw that number out at you. I wouldn't recommend taking it, but it is available if the council decided to do that. I want to show you what's included in the levy. So there is a lot of discussion about levy rates. The city of Pocatello has a lot of departments that are funded through our levy rate. We have airports, the animal shelter bond. We also created a capital improvement fund, the cemetery, general fund, library, recreation, street, and the liability insurance. So there is a lot that is included in our levy rate, and that's why I put this huge table together for you. I just kind of wanted to show you how we compare to other cities. So I basically bolded everything that is included in levy rates, and I did include the top cities that we have in our budget book. And then this probably, I don't think this is in your slide, but I will send these out after I'm done with this presentation. I also added Chubbuck in there because they're not similar in size to us, but they are our neighbors. We get compared to them a lot. So I did put theirs in there as well. So you can see really, Chubbuck's at 0.009, we're at 0.010. So, we're really not that much higher than Chubbuck. And you can see how much more we're levying for. So this is kind of just an information for you to see. A lot of times, if there's the airport, Boise has an airport, Idaho Falls has an airport, their airports are enterprise funds. So they're a little bit bigger and they're able to cover without having to take property tax. And I think that that's everyone's goal to get there, but right now we do have to levy for the airport.
Could you send us that slide? That's not the same slide.
Yes, I added Chubbuck at the bottom, so I will resend this presentation as soon as I get done presenting to you, because I did add one more slide too.
That's interesting that Chubbuck is as close as they are to us, but they only levy for 3 things.
Yes.
For streets, liability insurance,
And
and
general
general fund.
Yep.
And considering the
but yet they-
difference in population.
Yes.
And they take advantage of our recreation, of our cemetery,
Our airport.
our airport, our animal shelter, the bond for the animal shelter.
Well, and they do have a library district, so this is why I did add this next slide that I will send. This is new, you guys don't have this one. I just thought it would be good to kind of compare cities, because we're always talking about the city levy rate, but everyone's always worried about what their actual tax bill is. And the city doesn't have control over the total tax bill, we only have control of a portion of that. So the median household value is we just used $150,000, so half of that would be taxable. So what I did is I went through and I pulled code areas. So if I lived in code area 1, which is Pocatello, so I live right in the city of Pocatello, there's included, I wrote these down, there's like the Bannock County Ambulance, Bannock County, you have your road and street, just all of those things. We pay for a $150,000 house, you would pay $1,433 a year for taxes, okay? If you live in Chubbuck, we just showed, what their city levy rate is. They do have some districts in there as well. It's $3 less a year. So I just wanted to show this comparison. Idaho Falls is about $130 less. They do have, their airport isn't tax funded. What else was I looking at? They have county school district just like we do city. They also have a flood district. It's a really small percentage. They have ambulance, and then they also pay for the college there. That is included if I lived in the city of Idaho Falls. So I just wanted to show these. I know that we're compared a lot to Chubbuck, we're compared a lot to Idaho Falls. So I wanted to give you an example of what your tax bill would be if you lived within those city limits. So it was just kind of an information thing. I just thought it would kind of be helpful for you to see that.
We're always hearing how much more expensive it is to live in Pocatello than anywhere else. It's half the cost in Idaho Falls, but obviously that's not the case.
Right.
Chubbuck is half, but obviously that means
And I wish I could have taken into account, it was really hard to find this information, especially for Idaho Falls. The Bannock County does actually a great job of providing information on taxing code districts. It was a lot harder to find for Idaho Falls. I actually had to manually go through and add which ones were included. I was trying to look at utility rates, and it's just, I couldn't do it. I didn't have enough time. But you also have to take that into account with the city that you're living in as well. And I really wish I would have been able to get that information a little bit easier for you. But I was able to get the property tax amount, which I think is really helpful when we're going through this process, because it's always brought up, we pay a lot of taxes here, and I just wanted to be able to compare it to other cities on a whole.
Chris and then Roger.
Well, I just wanted to say that just yesterday, out of curiosity, I was on one of the, the real estate figure out your taxes sites, and literally the first sentence under Pocatello was, it is the 3rd highest taxed community in Idaho. So, things are what they are, but and I'm assuming that they did their numbers. So regardless of how much we tell each other, it is what it is. The greater world also has, a research-based opinion about what taxes are in Pocatello.
I think the unfortunate thing with that is that is they probably aren't looking at everything that you're getting for your taxes compared to everybody else.
Oh.
And if they did that, then it would probably be a lot different. That's the unfortunate thing is they say, yeah, that's the most taxed, but the reality is yeah, you're taxed for a lot more things.
Right,
So-
but all I'm saying is from a PR, from an economic development point of view, I think that remains a hurdle that we really need to actively address.
Sure. Roger.
I was just going to say, there's difference in comparing residential to commercial too. And we had at our town hall meeting, a person stand up and tell us that they lost a restaurant coming into Pocatello because they could save more by going to Twin Falls because of the differential. And I think that's important because you don't get any tax abeyance with your homeowner's homestead exemption, and you're paying the full meal deal. And we're only looking at our part as being half of the formula for taxes because the other half is the school district and the county and those things. So, our part of it is an influencer of the total tax, and the company felt like they could hire another employee or two based on the differential in taxes, they would say.
Ashley, are these numbers total for school district and county, and this is
It's code area 1.
This is the total of what you pay regardless of where you are. Okay. Chris?
Yeah,
But the number you have in here is only the Pocatello part of it, right? Where you show how we compare.
So the slide he's looking at is back up a slide. He's looking at that one.
This is the city levy
That's
rate
only our levy
per
rate.
city.
Yeah.
So you'd have to look, if you were looking at Twin Falls, you'd have to go see what code area it is, because that's going to include county and then any other districts that they have. Because I would, they could potentially have a cemetery district because they don't have a levy rate for cemetery. So yeah, I would have to look at that. I just looked at those three because those are the ones that those are the ones we're compared to the most.
Caldwell is very comparable to us as far as size, and theirs is quite a bit lower.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I was also struck forward to that one. But just between us and Chubbuck, $3 difference, but then, to repeat what you were saying, what you're getting for that, what you're taxing for, we're just looking at a straight comparison on what you pay on your taxes, if you have a $150,000 house. But all of what we're taxing for in Pocatello, in addition to, the population difference, but I'm thinking you're getting a lot more for your tax money in Pocatello than you are in Chubbuck. So for $3 more, I think that's something else that we have to think about.
Is that, go ahead.
Chris and then Roger.
Well, I think another way to look at that is the flip side of that, which I don't disagree with the fact that our taxes pay for things that may not be available, that are not available independently in Chubbuck. However, the other way to look at that is that Pocatello taxpayers are essentially footing the bill for other communities. And I think that that's something we really need to look at, because we have not differentiated, as far as I know. For example, if I'm from Chubbuck, but I want to take a XYZ class at the rec center, I pay the same amount. I don't.
We have looked at that in the last couple of years and raised the
Those fees.
out of city, what do we call them, non-resident fees
great,
quite
great.
a bit.
Right.
Because for that very reason, they are benefiting
Right.
from all the things our taxpayers are paying for.
Right.
And so to help them contribute in some way, if they're going to use use our
Right.
facility. And we can't not let them use it. I mean,
No.
they're our neighbors, but
Right.
we do need to recoup those costs somehow.
Right, and the animal shelter has been historically another situation where it's much, anyway, so I think we need to really look at that as we're budgeting, and there may be, I don't know, that there may be other arenas than the rec center in which we need to think about not shifting the amenity, paying for the amenities for Chubbuck to the shoulders of the Pocatello taxpayers. And I
We
don't
have
think
at the
it's gonna be-
cemetery, we have at the
Huge
animal
amount,
shelter.
but
Can you
we
figure
have-
out how to convince them to
Yeah.
pay for driving on our roads?
Exactly.
And you have to show your ID card.
Be great.
We have, boy, you just got our attorney. Whoa, wait a minute, Jake. He's gonna say, oh, I just needed to adjust while I was sitting here, but.
Be creative, Jared. Come on.
I was just going to say the attorney and I disagree on how much more, because we do charge non-residents more, but he and I disagree on how much more we can charge non-residents, and he has state statute backing him up, and I have nothing but my opinion.
And secondly, Ashley, thank you very much for taking the time and making the effort to put together not just this chart, but the previous chart, because having delved into trying to make those comparisons, I'm sure you have a much greater understanding of how difficult it is, but I do understand it's apples to peanuts, and I appreciate your effort. Thank you.
Now, Roger had a thing too, I don't want to forget that.
I'm going to suggest that when we do this from now on, we go to the median price of a house, because that is way, way low below median price.
I think in the 2019 budget, it was Pocatello was about 140.
Well, what I just looked up on Zillow was worth $210,000.
Yeah, and we just get our information from the census information. So it comes
But,
from,
they're looking at the listing price of houses right now.
Right.
Median value
Yeah,
of
that's
houses
not our
is
current
$200,000.
median.
So, well, in the future, we'll get it from the census and
Yeah, we
what
get it from
is.
the
I know
American Fact
I know
Finder.
that yesterday afternoon, Ashley was saying, I want to throw this together, and I'm going to use this. Our median price was 140, so I'm going to go to 150, and it made sense. It's easy math, and so it was
Right, and
something for us
yeah, and-
to get
And
to.
census is probably 2 years
Well,
behind.
and I can confirm your numbers because you always, every year, your example fits my house exactly. And my valuation just went a little over 150, and I'm I'm 1470 something in taxes. So your number is spot on.
well, that's good. My math works.
Your math works, yeah. Whether that's the median price is a different story.
Right, and I can
but
definitely look that up.
your example is accurate.
And I would just suggest that Chubbuck's probably got a higher median price than Pocatello, because we got so much older housing here.
Yeah.
I
And have
don't
an old house.
know. I don't think that's necessarily true, but it
Yeah, and
might
I
be.
can
I
look-
think
and I
it's
can look
fair.
at 'em.
I think it's
They have
fair.
a lot more
I think
newer
Idaho
stuff.
Falls would be the one that
I think
would
Idaho
have a
Falls
higher
would be
one.
higher, right?
Chris?
Yeah, and maybe this is coming at some point, could we get a complete listing of any fee breaks, tax breaks, any other kind of breaks that exist for commercial entities, whether they're put in place by the county or the city? Because, as we all know, one of the big discussions in Idaho is how increasingly the tax burden has shifted disproportionately to residential. And that's true in the whole.
Yeah, and we're required to report on those in the financial statements. So we're still working with the auditor on getting those all wrapped up, and then I will get you all a copy of those. And we have to list all of the tax abatements for commercial properties.
And does it indicate whether or not, because my understanding, which may be completely incorrect, is that sometimes the county can, mean, sometimes those are put in place by the city, but sometimes the county.
It's mostly county.
What, the city does not have any authority to abate any taxes.
Yes,
It is
Right, but
the
we can
county.
do fee breaks, like we do the water treatment fee break for.
Sure,
Great
we've got the
Western.
circuit breaker and things like that we support.
But the tax abatements are all
Right.
county.
So just
Yeah.
in any kind of breaks that the commercial end of the tax situation gets,
Water wouldn't be taxed.
I was gonna say, yeah, it'd be enterprise if it were water, but if,
Right.
I don't know if, and maybe I'm wrong, but I can't think off the top of my head of any commercial breaks the city,
well, there's the water. I mean, if.
that's not a tax though.
No,
That's
I
a-
understand that.
a
That's why I
revenue.
said any fee break,
Oh, fee,
tax break,
tax
or
break, okay.
any kind of break,
Okay.
regardless of what it's called.
Okay, yeah.
Any kind of break that assists in the tip to residential shouldering a disproportionate amount of our tax ask.
And because I could just change the word Pocatello to Chubbuck on my search, the median household value in Chubbuck, according to Zillow, is $235,300. So it's almost 25,000 more.
So it's more interesting.
Yeah, and we will update those as we do the budget book. We put those in there, the updated amounts, so you'll have those as well.
Right, so we'll have those before we're making final budget decisions.
We should have last year's too.
Right.
Yep.
Because I assume that some of those are renewable annually, or are they on 10-year
They're usually on a
contracts?
5-year, the abatements.
Abatements or fee breaks, again, any of these things. So maybe that would be useful information too. Are they contracted in for until year X, or are they up for reconsideration each year?
Okay. Yeah, we can look at those and bring those.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Okay, new construction, again, we don't really have any control over this. I just wanted to show you the 10-year history. You can see we did have some large TIF district closures. That's why those new construction rates are up. We generally try to budget on about a 20 million, which is about this year, based off of our levy rate, would be about 200,000. So generally for the new construction, that's what we put in there. We should, like I said, we should be getting numbers from the county soon. But in previous years' budgeting, we've just done the 20 million new construction. And that's been, you can see, that's been extremely conservative to put in there. But we can get that amount updated as soon as we get our numbers from the county. So this, again, is just kind of an information. Yeah.
What I got lost in the weeds on what made it through the legislature and didn't make it through the legislature relative to the changes that were potentially going to affect our revenue.
So that would have been the sales tax revenue sharing, and that the AIC had taken into
And
account with that.
is that the only one that made it through the whole
I
Trying to
think
think.
so.
process?
Did the homeowners exemption, do you know?
Only for seniors, I believe, not for everyone
Well,
else
yeah,
on the
for
exemption.
seniors, you had to apply for it and your home, your taxes.
That was the only
taxes
part that
won't
passed.
And then I know we had a discussion about which I can't even remember the details because my head was swimming at the time, about the potential loss of revenue relative to TIF districts closing and whether or not new construction was going to be.
That bill failed.
None of that made it
None of that
through.
passed.
None of that went through.
Okay.
The only other thing was foregone. We've got to publish for foregone this year.
Yeah.
Well,
we've
that's
had
not a
to.
change. So the change for the foregone, we had, a year or two ago, we had to publish and have a public
Separate public hearing.
And we had to be very specific of what we were going to use a foregone for. This year's argument was eliminate foregone altogether.
But that bill about passing something in council resolution about foregone did pass. We have to do that starting this year.
And that was just an addition. Just like we have to do with the budget, we pass it by resolution, we would have to pass the foregone by resolution, which
So it'd be like its
was-
own separate
Yeah.
piece, but we would do it all at the same time. That was,
But they got caught up in a lot of stuff and then they ran out of time and
Right.
everybody wanted to go home and so they kind of,
Right, I just wanted to be
Yeah.
clear that we're, and I mean, not that I don't trust you, but I just was looking for, the impact points in our revenue stream of all of the stuff they were talking about and trying to figure out.
Thankfully, very little of it.
What made it and what didn't. Thank you.
okay, and then again, this is just more informational. This is the inflation rate. We go off of the CPIU, and we always go off of October of that. So that's when our fiscal year starts, is October 2019, so that's the rate that we use. Just for consistency's sake, that's kind of how we build, that's what we do for our service reports, and that's how we do our inflation.
sorry to interrupt you, Ashley, and I don't want to run us down a rabbit hole, but I'm wondering if there's any way we can find out sometime in the future how many exempt properties are in Pocatello that affect that tax rate that we have opposed to.
Right.
They don't track those. I've asked.
They won't.
So, I mean, I could get who, they do not track values.
Values.
And that's really what we would want to see.
Yeah, that's
It
what
doesn't
we-
matter that ISU, we would want to know an amount. I asked them this year when I was meeting with them, and they do not even keep track of what their value is,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Do they
That-
create a list?
They probably have a list, but they do not have valuations. So we could probably get a list from them.
Because it's more
See a
than,
list.
it's more than just ISU and the
Well,
churches.
it's-
It's
The railroad.
And it's credit unions.
I
And there's a
believe
credit
it's-
union on every corner.
I believe you're at about 40% of our properties.
It's a
in
lot.
Pocatello are exempt.
But I think we overemphasize that because we act like the other entities don't have colleges, they don't have churches, they don't have schools. They all do. There are several communities in Idaho that have colleges. It's not just Boise State and Moscow. There's Lewiston, there's Twin Falls, Caldwell. You can go on down a large
Well,
list of colleges.
it's more than those areas though, that a school and churches that we're talking
Well,
about.
but even credit unions, if they're exempt in Idaho, they're going to be in all of our communities. Anything that's exempt is going to be duplicated in other communities.
I would still like to see the list. I mean, if they have a list, I don't know, I would like to see the list just simply because I do believe that we have a large number of exempt properties in our community that they don't have in other communities.
Yeah, I can ask the county, see if they can get us a list. I did ask if they had the values because I thought it would be interesting to look at, and they don't even
They don't
track
have
that,
that.
unfortunately.
My concern about some of those properties are the institutions that are nonprofit, that are untaxed, that buy investment properties and then don't use them for their primary purpose. They rent them out to somebody as an income source. Those ought to be taxed.
Yeah, that's a federal,
Well,
it's
the
an
hospital,
IRS
for
thing.
example.
The county's the one who declares those exempt.
Yeah.
That's
They have to do it
yeah.
pursuant to state code.
Right.
That exemption process is dictated by the state.
Right.
But I agree, it seems odd that those nonprofits are using those buildings as investments, and it's a private company that would otherwise be a fully tax-paying company, but because of who owns the building that they rent, those buildings are exempt.
I don't know, I'm sorry, I didn't run us down a rabbit hole. I should have asked you offline to see if there's a list or what, but
I can look
it would be
into, I'll
interesting to see if we had a list.
I'll email over there and see if they can get us at least a list.
Well, and I just want to, again, try to make sure it's on the front of our brain. I fully appreciate and understand why we look at CPI as a reason why our city costs go up every year. But I also want to point out that the same thing is true for the consumer in their private life. So that they're paying for everything in their private life, they're paying whatever CPI is, and then on the city end, in terms of taxes, they're also under consideration because of CPI. So, and CPI, that may be a real whammy for some people this year, because everything they have to buy goes up, and everything they have to pay for at the city goes up, and their income is going down.
Same thing happened with our
Valuation,
employees.
CPI's gone up, but so have valuations.
I just want to keep that at the front of our considerations.
Thank you.
And then population, this is just off the census estimate as of July 1st. That's the last estimate that they made. We are, in the process of having a census, so we should have some updated numbers, but everything that we kind of do our budgeting on is off of that 56,266.
When are those numbers due, Linda? Do you know the census numbers?
I'm not sure what you mean by due.
Well, when will
There's
we
a
know?
whole schedule.
When will we know the results of the current?
The final results. So they've pushed everything back, and the response taking has been pushed back to October, I believe. But the date of getting it to, then it has to go to the president, and then it has to go through a process and then come out. And I think it's the final, I believe, is like April of next year.
Okay.
So the whole schedule got shifted because of COVID. That was approved, I believe, by Congress. So.
Yeah, so we should have some better numbers soon. But I mean, we've had, it's been pretty flat, relatively flat, just a small percent increase every year is what we've seen. So,
I'm so
go ahead.
sorry, Ashley. And Linda, you had mentioned, I think, in the past that your perception is that Pocatello's population has been low by about 20%.
The 20% estimate was Bannock County, not just Pocatello.
Okay.
The Bannock County as a whole was undercounted.
And do we have...
And actually, just to clarify, Pocatello there are certain populations that are considered difficult to count or, challenges, and Pocatello has more of those challenging populations. So that 20% is across the county, but we may actually be undercounted
also, or more significant.
because we have more of the hard to count populations.
So I guess my question is, do we have any particular reason to believe that we will see a trend change? I mean, do we have any reason to believe that suddenly this census we're going to, gain 25,000 people because of that
I don't know that it would be that much of a gain, but we hopefully will go up because we believe we were undercounted. So hopefully our numbers will rise. Now, having COVID hit in the middle of, or not in the middle, right at the time that the census came out and open for people to take, we don't know what impact that's going to have. We have worked for a year to put together a plan to get our numbers, get a more accurate count, and all of that. Most of that plan was able to continue and be rolled out and everything. So far, and you can check it on the map yourself, but if you look at the self-response rates, we are well above national average. We're doing pretty well. If you look at the county as a whole, we're above average, but the little rural cities are not doing very well. Pocatello and Chubbuck are doing very well on their self-response. So I'm thinking our Bannock County's count last time was 70.1% or something. I'm thinking we're going to beat that this time, even with COVID. So hopefully we'll go up. I don't think it will be, 25,000, but I think we will get a more accurate count. Going online this time was the thing that saved us. I think we would have been really hurt by the virus if we hadn't had the option to be online. So people could still take it, because
They have nothing else to do. They might as
exactly.
well go get on the census.
That's what I kept posting online was, since you're sitting at home anyway, take your census.
That's right.
But it actually worked, so I think that will help us. Yeah.
Okay, and then just an overview, we still have compensation and tax solution to come, and then we're scheduled for June 18th tax solution. This slide did change. We moved the June 25th meeting to July 2nd if needed. And then July 9th is pretty much when we have to have everything wrapped up to be able to have something to publish in the paper. Again, we can decrease that before we pass the ordinance. So we just have to figure out what we want to publish by July 9th so that we can get that. We're required to publish for 2 weeks before the public hearing. So that's kind of just a timeline of, where we're going from here, so that, just take note. And I will send this out the 25th, move to the 2nd. Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, thank you. We're going to go ahead and take a break for about 10 minutes and let everybody stretch their legs out and get off the uncomfortable chairs they're on.
That's us, you can park.
Get started again. Thank you for, as soon as Cam gives me the thumb, we got it. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. Thanks for joining us after the break. We will move into Heather's compensation, employee compensation.
So, good morning. I think we're still in morning. Good morning, Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director. Today we're going to go through, we need budget guidance for employee pay. So this is the list of the five items we need action on. And then we're going to just briefly touch on the committed costs on the fire CBAs and do a little bit of history on the hybrid, just for the members of council who weren't here when we built the hybrid, which is 5 of you. All right, so just a note on the action items. The decisions we need today, they're guidance. They're for the budget bill. They are not final decisions. So what you give me today just helps us build the budget for final consideration. Nothing is set in stone and we can move things around. I just don't want you concerned that these are being locked in, because I know that's uncomfortable. Here's brand new data. Let's spend $50 million. All right, so we're going to just briefly touch on the CBA committed costs again. Those are the next 2 slides. So just as a reminder, we did reach a tentative agreement with both unions. Those tentative agreements have set the budget bill. So the numbers you've looked at for police and fire unions, those are what we agreed to. Final approval on those comes with the MOUs being signed and with the budget being adopted. All right, so fire CBA costs, this is the same data Ashley presented a couple weeks ago, just broken down by fire and ambulance. The city savings is about $344,000. Just as a note, this does not include fire medical or their VIVA. Those are bills we pay, those are not a benefit we provide, so that's within the department's budget. So they are allowed up to an 8% increase per contract. That will be shown in the line item in the fire budget. Police CBA, the cost savings for sworn wages is about $8,400. Sorry, I wanted to round up there. Overall, the savings are about $390,000. Part of those, the benefits, you're saying that's a huge decrease. That's way more than what you showed us with medical. This includes employees who have retired and we no longer have those sick leave payoffs pending. That's why you're seeing a bigger decrease there. All right. We talked briefly about fire management. So fire management's pay scale is kind of wholly unique. It used to exist on the old city scale for fiscal year 2016. When we moved to the hybrid, we did not move fire management. I am a very strong proponent that supervisors should be built off of the pay of their subordinates. So that way it's kind of all the same concepts and you don't get those big disparities between employees and management. With the move to the hybrid, we kind of moved fire management over as an extension of the fire scale. So the raises that the union has got is what their management has seen. Additionally, we also moved fire management onto the fire union medical plan back when that happened. They do still receive longevity. As you can see, there is no increase in wages for fiscal year 2020. The fire scale only has 1 step. So there is no movement to be had. The only thing you would see is an increase in longevity, I believe, for 1 employee on the management team. There are 4 members who are under this category. All right, first action item, and I'm going to ask for you to look at all the action items at the end so you have the complete data so you're a little bit more comfortable with the numbers coming at you. So police management, the police management scale is built off of, sworn officer, not official officer. They're built off of the sworn officer scale. So there's a break, and then it adjusts based on the percentages that the union receives. There are two options this year, no step and a one-step movement. HR is recommending the one step. That's your box in green, so it's a savings of $5,928. If you go with no step, it's a savings of $23,000. So we've had changeover in our headcount, in our people holding those positions. The new people make less than the previous people, and that's why we're seeing a cost savings on these wages. Any questions there?
I guess I got a question. What did we give? There were no steps in the police or fire negotiations, were just longevity?
No, the police contract is a step.
Okay.
So the police sworn are receiving a step. Fire gets the continued longevity.
Okay.
We're asking for a step for police management as well.
Okay. And that's parallel with what we agree with?
Yes.
Okay.
But we presented CBA costs, which is where I had to differentiate this out. All right, so moving on to the hybrid side of things. The hybrid was built in 2014. We did a one-year expense. We did a salary study with our outside consultant, BDPA. They built our kinds and levels charts. They helped build our job descriptions, and they gave us the ranges of our pay grades. HR built the chart that we're currently using. When we adopted in fiscal year 17, we did adjust the table by 1.9%, which took care of CPI in fiscal year 15 and 16. Currently, the chart is very long at 37 steps. The first 5 are 3.25%. Your first 5 years, it's kind of like drinking from a fire hose sometimes, trying to get your feet underneath you and understand the department and the city. Year 6 is a little bit of a fluctuation in what the percentage is. Year 6 is the actual midpoint of the chart, so it's halfway between the high and the low. So that percentage varies slightly just depending on each grade. After that, 7 through 37 is 0.5% increments. That is the pay for performance sections of the hybrid that we have never implemented. We've never implemented pay for performance, but the chart is built to handle it. The intent was never to give 0.5% raises. It was to give managers flexibility in 0.5% increments. So you'll see a big difference between 19 and 20 for employees on the plan. In 19, I don't believe we reported on unfilled headcount. I tried to include those unfilled positions just so you understood how many positions were slotted in. Currently, we have 367 positions on the hybrid, and 92 of those are, we're going to say, are competitive to market, which means above us at a 6 or above. Okay so far? You guys are unnaturally quiet. All right. We're going the wrong way. All right. Action item 2. This is a step movement on the hybrid table. HR is recommending a one-step movement. The cost of that one-step movement is $118,000. As you can see, we broke this down by general, tax, grant, enterprise, and internal service funds. There's a decrease in enterprise, but everyone else is a slight increase. If we don't go with a step, the decrease in the budget is $382,000. Action item 3, so a pay grade table increase. We now do what we call market increases to the tables. We used to use the word COLA, and we've shifted that to market, especially with the hybrid. A COLA is a misnomer. We've never actually given true COLAs. A COLA is almost always CPI, and the city rarely gives CPI. So a market increase is a consideration of a multitude of things. We always talk about CPI because it is an across-the-board measurement that people, an independent agency comes up with. There's resource material. Anyone can go and access it. What you doing?
Did you just kill something?
That would have been smart. Dang, spider.
The hybrid and the police charts, those are rippling charts. That means at a step 1, you put in the percentage increase and it goes across the chart. So it's an equal increase, but you don't have to manipulate the chart independently. Human error is much more common when you have to touch every cell. The fire entire chart is only one step, so there's really no need to have it ripple. Longevity is not affected by a market increase, but paramedic longevity is. All right, so you have a handout in front of you so your eyes don't bleed trying to read this on the screen. This is a very complicated slide, which I've color-coded by percentage of increase so that it's easier for everybody to read. So your first column after the fun type is fiscal year 2020 budget. So that's budget, not costs, because I don't have costs for you overall yet. The next two columns in white are a 0% market adjustment and no step. The peach is 0% market adjustment and 1 step. Green is 1% with a step. Yellow is 1.8, which is the CPI that I rounded from October. Pink is 2.5, and then the blue is the 3.9 that we're behind from when we built the chart overall.
I'm sorry. So the first column is what it is right now.
It's the budget right now.
It's what is operating right now.
It is the budget we're operating on. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
Most of budgeting, we talk about fiscal year 19 metrics. Once we start talking about pay and benefits, that all becomes real live fiscal year 20 data. So that is a switch that we kind of made on you.
Okay, and that's I just wanted to clarify. Thank you. Perfect.
So the overall, everything, both operational and personnel, city budget is the 128?
It is. I rounded that to easy zeros.
Right. And so basically then the employee cost would be arrived at by subtracting the 104 from the 128?
No, so operating, so I gave it both ways. Operating includes the personnel costs, so I gave you the percentage there. And then the overall budget, Ashley could explain what our gap between overall and operating is. It would be capital. So it's capital. The difference between those two is all capital.
Okay.
So I know this is a lot of numbers looking at you. So I think the important things are, you notice all these nice little negative red numbers in here? So this is a natural cycle that we're seeing. No, we haven't reduced people. We haven't reduced pay. What we are seeing is the transition of employees retiring at a higher wage to new employees that do not cost as much because they're still at the beginning of the table. This is through no action of the city. This is just the natural cycle of positions. As the baby boomers drop off, we've been seeing a steady decline here. I can give you an example. We lost our planning director. She retired. She had been with the city a long time. When we bring on a new planning director, they will make less. We just have a lot of situations that we're looking at like this. So this chart does include wages and benefits. I wanted to make sure you understood the overall personnel cost to this. So that's why the chart is so
So it is wages and benefits.
Your first line of each is the wages, the next is the benefits. As you can see, the hybrid scale, I did a subtotal on it, and the same with police and fire, just so that you can break it down by kind of type. HR is recommending a 1% market adjustment to every table in the city except for variable hour. So I am asking for 1% to the hybrid, for police, and for fire. I did reach out to both unions before I presented that, and they were just fine with me bringing this. So if we do a 1% table increase and the one-step advancement, the savings to the city is $1.5 million.
So that's a step plus the 1%.
That is a step for everybody and 1% to each table.
To the table.
But when you say everybody, you're talking about police
Police is already getting the step.
and fire.
And fire has longevity, which would continue. So this is adding a step for the hybrid table and police management.
Okay, and so, but I guess what I'm asking, which you probably just answered, and I don't know enough to even understand your answer, is this we're not talking about employees in sanitation?
No, it is. It's everybody but seasonal employees.
Okay, so the 1% plus the step applies to every employee?
Yep.
Okay.
So if you're, so enterprise funds are listed right here.
Okay.
So I didn't break those down because the chart gets
No, that's fine, it just,
So
it
to be
isn't
clear, police and fire are getting the 1%.
They will, so
as well as,
So the hybrid scale, the fire scale, and the police scale would all go up 1%.
okay. plus whatever their scale.
Plus, so fire would get their continued longevity, but this 1% would not affect longevity, but it would affect paramedic longevity. Police management, I'm asking for a step, and then they would see the 1% table. And then hybrid would get a step, and they would see 1% to their table.
What is the general longevity? I mean, is it figured on a percentage?
So it's 1/2 of 1% times years of service base times.
But it's 0.5%. I'm saying it's a fixed.
It is. Paramedic is different than regular longevity, and then there's a singular point that we use for calculation, and it maxes at so many years. You can receive both if you're a paramedic, you are receiving both longevities.
Why is that?
That's the contract I inherited when I got here, and we've never got to the point of talking about longevity.
I mean, it seems odd to me that somebody's got a foot in both.
As you might recall, last year's negotiations were a little rough.
Right.
We didn't make it
not
to
a good
talking
time to
about
bring it up.
longevity.
Yeah, I'd be interested at some appropriate point in.
I can get you what longevity looks like. I didn't bring it because it is something we're.
No, but I mean, it's just about talking about having every individual on whatever
I can't,
chart
at
they
a
need to
department
be on
head
instead
level,
of two.
it's about $9,000.
So fire longevity and the market adjustment is basically, I mean, it's close to the same as 1%, is it not?
Well,
Or is it?
no, well.
No?
A step in longevity, we kind of count as comparable. When we moved to the hybrid, we compressed longevity, so we knew exactly what everyone made, and then they were placed on the chart. It's a lot harder for me to get you that data when we have longevity, because we have to manually calculate it out.
But
So
that's the 1/2 of 1%.
1/2 of 1% of years of service capped at so many after starting at year 6.
It's generally a $50 a paycheck increase as you move between years. So that'd be about a $1,300 per year increase if you're moving through those. Like starts at year 5, goes to year 25. So it's about that.
Longevity is a very long day where we all sit down and everyone's frustrated because it's a complex calculation. But their longevity would not go up, but paramedic longevity would. That affects the ambulance budget. But we would get a step across the board, and everyone would get 1% to their table.
And so when we affect the ambulance, since the county pays such a chunk, when we make a decision at the city level that affects the ambulance budget overall, it doesn't mean that the county there's no agreement that kicks in.
So the ambulance contract that we have kind of moves the authority on how we spend it to us. They budget for a certain amount, and then we kind of use that to pay for the costs as defined within our agreements.
And so we can increase the cost of ambulance
As
more than the county chooses to increase, I mean, in theory, and so the disparity between what they,
I would defer to an attorney.
I mean, I'm just trying to
But the
understand.
contract is expired.
Right.
Right, but we are still following the terms of that contract.
Right.
And the contract says that we have to be in constant communication with those budgetary issues, so that very thing does not happen. But we don't authorize a budget that's more than the county can afford. And so we work with them closely, and that's a requirement of the contract.
So how does that play in then with the whole union issue? Because whether or not the county can afford it, as Linda pointed out, the union's job is to advocate for the members of their union. And so I'm just trying to understand like what the mechanism is
Ashley can speak to it a little as well.
that makes this not just sort of happenstance chaos.
Those three entities, the union, the city, and the county, all have to be in constant communication when we come to these decisions, because if we authorize more than they're going to give us, then we would have a problem, absolutely. So the contract defines that process.
So why are we operating under an expired contract? Why don't we have a new contract that's more beneficial to the city? I mean, do you see what I mean? When did it expire, and why are we continuing to operate? Why are we continuing to do something that is detrimental essentially to our situation when we don't have to.
Well, depending on who you talk to, we're not operating with a detrimental contract. It is expired, but everybody's continuing with the terms of the contract.
I know, but my question is why?
You'd have to talk to the fire chief about that. And we have talked, and we're in the process of getting those discussions started to redo the contract.
So there is a agreed upon, concrete, defined mechanism that guarantees that if the city, if council chooses to follow our pay increases for ambulance, that automatically the unions and the county, somehow a defined process kicks into place that makes that work.
So our budget with the county has increased even though we have an expired contract. Chief Gates does go before them and ask for additional authority, which we then see.
Right, so basically he met with them, I believe last month, and so he's able to increase his budget by a certain amount. How he uses that is up to him as the fund manager. So if council was to decide to do a 1%, he would basically have to see, okay, well, I wanted this, but because we're getting the 1%, I'm gonna have to, take this out. So it's kind of just a balancing, but he is given an additional authority, and a lot of times we just talk to them and say, hey, the council wants to approve this. Does this fit within what you have, or could you give us additional money, or do we need to do it within what you've already allocated to us?
So this whole this process that we're talking about right now basically functions on a gentle person's handshake.
I wouldn't classify it as that, no. The contract specifically also states that the city of Pocatello shall not incur any direct cost to the ambulance district, meaning they cover the cost of the ambulance district. Now, there is some disparity and some disagreement as to what those direct costs are. Right. But I can tell you that our ambulance district chief, our fire chief, feels that they fulfill that obligation.
Okay, all right. But nonetheless, we could end up in a situation where the county says, no, we're not going to, we believe we're covering the costs. And we're saying, okay, we want to honor our ambulance tables. And the county says, we think that's unreasonable, we're not going to give you any more. And at that point, the burden shifts to the taxpayers of Pocatello.
So normally I would say yes, but this year it's a decrease.
No, I understand, but I'm just talking
Hold on,
about...
I read but in general.
I think that what you're
process
asking,
that is
though,
in place would allow for that hypothetical.
If they were to pull the ambulance contract, then the CBA opens for negotiation.
Well, yeah, okay, I'm not even talking about pulling the
So I
contract.
think what you're saying is if we approve something and they said no, if the council and the union agreed, Dave would have to take that out of operating somewhere to cover that cost.
If the union agreed. However, if the union didn't agree, then we would be in a pickle. Because
So the ambulance contract, Dave works very closely with the commissioners.
understood.
And the commissioners have always, and I have no reason to believe that they would not agree with paying the whatever. Now, if we came out and said we're going to pay our EMS an extra $200,000 a year because we like them, then the commissioners are probably going to say, yeah, we're not going to do that, and we disagree with that. But anytime that they've seen a market adjustment or an increase, they have always said, makes sense to us, and they've passed that along to us. And so it's never been an issue. I think that we were out of the ambulance contract, I think Dave was saying like for 7 or 8 years before, and then we negotiated the one, and now we've been out for a couple years. And so we're still functioning and working under that contract. And so theoretically, you could probably say, they could probably come back and say, no, we're not going to pay that. Reality is they've never even tipped that card and never acted like that was going to be an issue.
Right,
And so
that's
I think
valuable.
theoretically, yes, you're probably
That's
correct.
valuable historical trend, but depending on what pressures come to bear at the county level, I mean, increasingly, every governmental entity in Idaho is under pressure to lower the tax ask. And I can well imagine if I were a county commissioner that I might start putting that on my menu of options for consideration. And then then as I say, that's the general person's. Assuming that the past trends will be the future, is the general person's handshake part of.
But there's provisions for that theoretical possibility, and that is, at that point, you as a council would have to decide if we want to supplement that fund with city dollars, or if we want to stop providing that service and not collecting Bell's payments for that service, and that would be a decision that would have to be made. But we would have options. If we all of a sudden needed another $3 million to go towards the ambulance district, and they weren't willing to offer it, then we probably wouldn't be able to provide ambulance service anymore. They would have to figure out something else.
Okay.
Just because I haven't brought it up, so I did include a list on the right that explains what benefits, when I list benefits in here, what those costs are. That is city medical, dental, life insurance, Social Security replacement for police and fire, HRA VIVA, workers' compensation, and retirement sick leave payoffs. Excluded are fire medical and fire VIVA. So I just wanted you to understand all of the elements that this does include.
How many annual leave days do city employees get to roll over?
We have
year to year.
So for a non-union employee, it's 400 hours. 400 of vacation, and there is no cap on sick leave.
Right.
I'm going to pop along here and we can bounce back to this because I'm sure there will be further discussion. So we talked briefly about a table adjustment. So just to be clear, I'm very supportive of adjusting the table if we're not adopting pay for performance. What we would do is we would compress the chart. So the range would still be the same. There would just be less steps. To key this into salary projections is massive. So I'm going to say, if you want me to bring a compressed table that, say, goes from 37 steps, pushes it down to 15, I can bring that later on. However, I do recommend for 21 that we continue with the current table. When we change tables, it's very stressful for employees and it takes a lot of education. It would just be very hard for me to be able to get this into salary projections, let council see what it looks like, and then educate employees by the time we vote on the budget. So we're a little bit out of time to do it this year. If this is something council's interested in, I can bring it early next fall and we can start talking about what our options are.
What are the advantages of a compressed scale?
Well, because I built the chart for pay for performance, and no, I do not recommend implementing that. 0.5% raises was never the intent. It was to give managers flexibility to give 1%, 2.5, 3. Because we're not doing that, the 0.5% raises, 37 years and 30 of those are 0.5% raises. That's not very good retention for employees.
So the compressed chart would allow you to
That's right.
address that issue.
So there's a couple models that I have built. For example, one, I just broke it down into 3 sections, 5 years, 5 years, 5 years, 4%, 3%, 2%. The first part remains the same, the 3.25, and then starting at year 7, it decreases in percentage each year, 2.75, 2.5. It just slowly decreases down to 0.5% on the last year 15. So, any questions there?
Refresh me, how much are we saving on our healthcare reduction this year?
$723,000 to the city.
12.74%.
I know, I'm very excited about that number, right?
In my brain.
But that's you built in the health
That's
joy.
everything.
Yes.
That's everything.
Somewhere along here, we got to somewhere anticipate that that's an anomaly.
And I said that during the presentation.
Yeah.
Our 5-year average is about 9.08%.
So,
We shouldn't get used to it.
No, it's a
and what
one-year
I'm
gift.
saying is, some of our savings this year will be evaporate next year. Probably.
Well, yeah, we'll see fluctuations in both pay and benefits. Even if we we saw nothing on benefits. We're still going to be changes based on enrollment, especially with people retiring. With ACA, where you can now keep it dependent on your health insurance until you're 26, you see many more employees who are retiring on family coverage, whereas people entering onto city benefits are not always getting family coverage. So you're seeing a flex there that we traditionally haven't seen in the past, and we're still trying to absorb how that's going to look long term. I don't think the federal government is anywhere close to addressing nationwide health care, so it still becomes a problem of ours. Action item 5, so this is our seasonal and variable hour pay scale. I did list some options off to the side there. HR is not recommending an adjustment to this scale this year. So I'm just going to lay it out there. We're really far behind on employee pay, and that's across the board. Seasonal, however, is really hard to recruit for, and I'm sure John could speak to that. It's not just a city issue. Even if we put in 5% raises, the private sector can't hire. Almost any business owner you talk to that has seasonal help, they're missing about 10% of the workforce that they need. So I didn't really think pushing money here this year would help us recruit, so I didn't push it this way.
I don't expect an answer now, but I'd be very interested in knowing what the median wage in Pocatello is for non-city employees and what the median wage for city employees is. It's just a curiosity question I have.
So I'm not sure how I can extract that data because only public entities or public records are requestable. I can't get those from private sector unless they offer those to me, and I've never seen private sector offer that up.
Doesn't the Department of Labor, I'm sure I've seen median income.
They have a median income.
But I can't extract city out of it.
Yeah, it's all inclusive.
I mean, I can get median, but I can't extract city out.
And so when you say that we're way behind on pay, are you saying we're way behind on pay as compared to the private sector or as compared to other cities of the same size?
It would depend on how you want to talk about it.
I would be interested in, are we behind as compared to other cities of comparable size?
And I think for some positions that comparison works. In southeastern Idaho, I'm not aware of any private water entities like you kind of see in the Boise area. Water pollution control and water. They're wholly municipal or government options. I don't have a private sector that I could look at. However, an admin assistant, I can go to ISU, I can go to Farm Bureau, I can go to ICCU. So there is a private sector comparison we could do there if I can find the data.
I don't think that's what you're asking. I think what Claude,
No, go ahead.
my understanding was that you were saying, based on our comps, kind of like Ashley's chart.
And I spent about 6 months this year of compiling the biggest spreadsheet I've ever done. It will never be printed unless Jeff puts it on water paper. That basically is a records request to almost every city in Idaho, and I've broken a lot of that down. Once COVID hit, that kind of got tabled because I had a new list of problems. Hopefully I will again endeavor to collect that data again and do it all over again. So I can bring you those. This year, quite frankly, with the situation we're in, there's not much we can do with the data. I mean, 1%, I'm asking for 1%. I'm begging for the step. Even if I bring you data that says we're 15% ahead here and 20 behind, there's no money for us to do a lot with it. So I can have it for next year. Yes, all that analysis is 90% done, but it's not 100% that I can bring in this year.
And does AIC seemed, they sent me information last year comparing cities. Do they not have that sort of information? Is that not part of what
I don't think they break it down by position. HR does, with our old vendor, which is BDPA for compensation, there's a new vendor, it's Ameriben. I spend $2,000 a year for a salary survey with the Northwest Data Exchange, and it tells me like an admin, median, max, average, all that. But the problem is I have to go in and actually compare the job descriptions to see that they're comparable. We have 4 levels of admin. Not everybody does. So it's a lot of work. I didn't get it done for this year because, frankly, even if I armed you with the data, we can't really do much with it. But I can have that for next year.
Thanks.
Okay, so these are the 5 items that we do need decisions on today. I have very nicely indicated HR's preference on these in the green. So we would like a motion on each item so that we have clear guidance for the bill.
Council President Adamson.
I'm not necessarily going to go in order, but it seemed very easy to me to make a motion for number 4, the hybrid change, to just keep with the current chart and the HR recommendation. So I move that we keep the current hybrid chart as recommended by Human Resources staff.
Second.
So we have a motion by President Adamson and a second by Lyric. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Adamson?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Ortega?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
let me take on the other easy one. Item number 5, the variable seasonal pay table. I would move to accept the HR
Really getting down there on a ledge there.
It depends on whether you're going to do number 1 or number 5.
That was with HR recommendations?
Yes.
Second.
So we have a very brave motion by Cheatham and a brave second by Stevens. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Aren't you going to ask for discussion?
No.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Ortega?
Yes.
I was hoping for a no in there somewhere.
Hey, don't say that word, then I can say
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman Lyric.
I'm going to go for the tough one.
Okay.
Well, I guess there's a couple of tough ones, but
There are.
I'd like to tackle number 3.
Okay.
And I'm going to make a motion that we approve HR's recommendation of a 1% market adjustment on all tables.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Lyric and a second by Cheatham. Okay, now I'll ask for discussion on this one if there's any.
Really? You just can't?
I'm just gonna.
Consistency.
The hard ones, I didn't want to have any discussions on. Easy ones are the.
I need to think.
I'm going to make a statement here. I have no trouble with all 3 of these, but I think that we have to put a codicil on it, that we're able to do it because of the savings we're receiving this year in several areas, particularly healthcare. It allows us some flexibility. The other part of that, though, is if healthcare goes up 12% next year, we've got to be in a position to say, sorry, it's going to be hard to do a pay raise. You understand, each year feeds what our capabilities are.
So normally, I always ask for a step, and we've funded steps since I went far back as 98. I didn't go past that because it's crazy. But the only reason I'm asking for the 1% is because we saw the healthcare decrease. If I wouldn't have asked for the 1%, I would have asked you to set half of that aside to cover costs for next year. But I think employees right now, as Councilwoman Stevens pointed out, CPI affects everybody. Everybody's grocery bill has gone up. Everybody's utilities have gone up, including ours. So when I said, do we hold on to that money for potentially next year, or do we give it to them now? I went with, we give it to them now. So it's not just me. I represent 550 people right now. They need the 1% this year, rather than maybe seeing a little bit of that next.
Well, go ahead.
Well, I mean, this is kind of dragging 1 and 2 into it, but I feel like when we made the hybrid plan, and I was here for that and Roger was, but we had some question from employees on whether we would even stick with it or whether we wouldn't. So to me, especially since we've also gone through union negotiations and the step is included with that for those employees, it would seem not appropriate to me to not offer the step. And then just as, I guess, a point of clarification, a step is essentially a raise from what you were making previously, yes. So the question that's probably the hardest is what we do on the market adjustment, and I can definitely see the argument for doing the 1% because we've got those savings, and I'm just trying to think it through with everybody. I'm also just curious if anybody has thoughts on the COVID situation, because we do have some people in the community who are thinking, well, I wish I was getting not only a step raise, but an additional raise on top of that. In fact, I've been furloughed and so I think that's where the unions were saying, you know what, this is maybe not the year, we just want the step and move on. So I don't know what everybody's thoughts are on that. But
that's where
I don't know how that's perceived by people. I don't know if anybody has.
Well, but that's where my head is, because a step is a raise. And I think there are 500 people who work for the city, and there are another 51,000 people who live in this town that do not. And many of them aren't going to see any raise and have even lost their jobs. So I would be fine with the step, but I'm not going to be fine with the 1% for that reason, because we have to remember that it's the money's coming out of all those other people's paychecks.
Chris?
And I mean, that's kind of where I am. And I've been part of a step process for years as a public school employee, but there were any number of years when we didn't even get a step, where our school district would just say we can't afford it. And basically, you know, as management, that was that. I mean, I could either go hunt for a higher paying job, or I could say, okay, fine. So the fact that we essentially, our trend, if I'm understanding you correctly, Heather, has been to just essentially kind of automatically grant the step raises. That even within a taxpayer-funded entity is pretty special. It's not necessarily always the case. And I think it's fair to split the pain, you know, to share the pain. And so, you know, while I absolutely appreciate and support city employees, I also absolutely appreciate and support the taxpayers. And I can't, as an elected official, I can't put one above the other, because to me it's a team. And so I guess I say, my motion would be, were I to make it officially, would be that we adopt HR's recommendation of 1 step for number 2, and that we do not accept the all tables market adjustment for item 3, so that we're splitting the sacrifice between city employees and the taxpayers.
I agree with that.
Are we still looking at 3?
We still have we're looking at 3 right now. We're looking at 3. We're talking about 3 right now and accepting HR's recommendation.
So just, yes, sorry.
I think we're in a very good position right now, and I think that we have spent a lot of years saying we're tight, I don't think we can make it work, I don't think we can do this and that, and the employees have taken a lot of years. They've maybe had a step, but they haven't had an increase, or they've had a very small increase at 1%. Last year we gave a large increase. This year I see a 1% increase saving the city money. That's I think a big deal there, and we ask the employees to stay with us when it's tough times and it's hard for us to do anything, and we can give them very little. And now when we have an opportunity to give them something and actually reward them for their patience and working with us, we have a hard time giving up because of them. As an employee, I personally would have a hard time going, okay, they're really out there for me. I'll stick with you during the hard times if we're,
Well, but last
we have a
year,
decent.
but you just said last year they got a big raise.
But that was catching up for many years.
And I understand that, but
That was catching up with many, many years of not, but now all of a sudden we have an opportunity that is, to me, it's an easy thing to look at this and say, we are giving, to give an increase in wages as we're looking at it right now, still going to be $1.5 million less, if I'm reading this correctly, than what we took last year.
The difference
for
between
wages.
1% and not's only $365,000.
Yeah, to me, it's easy. But that's, I know when I ask an employee, when I ask somebody to stick with me because it's a tough time and they stick with me because it's a tough time, I want to be able to reward them in the future for that. And that's my concern here is we're saying it's a hard time. Well, I'm not looking at a hard time right now. And if I'm an employee, I'm looking and saying, I'm not looking at a hard time.
Well, the taxpayers are looking hard.
I understand that, but I've just got to throw that out there, Chris.
Well, I think my point is that there are two sides, there are two entities in us as a Pocatello community. I mean, in this situation, one is the city employee group and one is the rest of the taxpayers. And I believe that both those groups deserve every consideration we can give them. But I also believe that that means that we do our very best to balance the consideration that we give between those two groups, the beneficial consideration. I'm sure we all got the letter from the gentleman who said, come on, I own a business in this community and I'm going to lose 25% of my revenue this year, and you guys can't come up with 5%? Come on, what planet are you living on? And I believe that that is a legitimate sentiment. I don't believe that that's histrionic. I believe that's a legitimate perspective. And I think we are remiss if we do not represent the taxpayers of this town equally, with equal advocacy to how we represent the city employees. Because with one of those underrepresented, the whole team suffers, the whole community suffers. And it's not the dollars, I believe for me, it's not the dollars, it's the principle. It's putting actions to ethics and principles so that it's there for everybody to see and understand, every taxpayer and every city employee.
And I don't disagree. Roger has something but to respond to that. And then
I think we got to break this down into its component parts with its total. And when we look at keeping uniformity in terms of steps, that's going to cost us $653,000. If you'll notice the bottom, we're going from $2,555,000 down to $1,901,000. That's $653,000.
Wait, where are you?
I'm on the overall total.
The step is,
right here.
You're down here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So just to keep everything even with what we've already committed to, it's going to cost us $653,000.
if you grant a step citywide.
Yeah, that's what we have done. That's what we've done with the police department, fire department, I believe.
We've committed to a step for police and continuation of longevity for
So
fire.
in essentially, that's what we've done with those two groups. To keep that parallel with all of our city employees, it's going to cost us $653,000. While I think there are savings that can be harvested for the 1%, $653,000 is a pretty good outlay in these times for salary increases. We don't have to do that. That's in parallel with what we've done already.
This versus
And,
this.
yeah, and that's
Linda, you had something?
Yeah, I wanted to say a couple of things. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, and obviously I want to take care of both groups too, employees and taxpayers. But I think when we're looking at employee pay and sharing the pain, as you put it, I don't think we can just look at this year and look at the COVID situation. We have to look at the history of what our employees' situation has been. And there have been many years where they either got a small increase or no increase. And that was the reason why we worked so hard to give a big increase last year, because we were so far behind. And I feel like we would get even more behind. And if we have the funds to do it, to do a small increase, I think we should do it, because we're still, in many cases, under market. And each year we just get further and further behind. So you can argue that employees have been sharing the pain for a long time. And I agree with the idea that if we don't look like we're taking care of them, then there's no reason for them to stick with us and stick with us through these hard times. So I do feel that we need to look at that. The other thing I wanted to say, while I have the floor, is just the impact on the economy. We are in a crisis. We are in a tough time. I think Pocatello is in a fairly good position compared to some other cities. So it's, we have to consider that too. But I would say that if we can contribute to our local economy by keeping people employed and not cutting them, the gentleman, the email that you were referring to, he was saying we should cut people. And to me, that doesn't help anybody. The whole community benefits if we keep people employed. If we lay off people to sort of stand in solidarity with small business owners, that hurts the entire community and hurts the economy. So I think there's an argument to be made about us helping the economy by keeping people employed. And I also think that the employees have taken some pain over many years that we now, if we can help make up for and bring them up closer to where they should be, we should do it.
I just want to be clear that I wasn't talking about cutting employees.
No, I know, but that email was.
No, I know. I just want to be clear. I don't want that.
Yeah.
So, Roger.
About 40% of our people are unemployed nationally.
But not here.
No, but are we an island? And I don't believe so. How many people have we furloughed? Because I know lots of people that have been furloughed here in Pocatello. I've got 2 neighbors that have been furloughed here in Pocatello. They're back at work, but they were furloughed. And we haven't done that. So we have kept our faith with our employees, I think, by not going that route when others were. And so I really think that next year we're in this unique position because of a multiple things or factors. We could see the $800,000 of savings go to $1 million or more increase in the health care next year. We could easily. All it takes is somebody getting real sick, being in the hospital. We've had a few of them. I don't think we had them this year. We wouldn't be getting this rate thing. But last year, I think we had 5 or 6 people that got sick and took us way up high because of the number of dollars. That's why we went to the managed care part of our health care last year. And so I think that we are keeping faith with with our workers if we will do the uniform step increase. I think we're throwing gravy on it if we go with the 1%. And I think that gravy is something that people in our community will taste as with a bitter taste.
Claudia?
So I just found out about this whole ATCOS thing, but you said that you've known about it for a month. What other businesses are you aware of that are intending to shut down in town that the rest of us don't know about? Because I think that is important information to have when we're making this type of a decision. Because that just means that more of the people that are paying the bills are going to be unemployed.
So the ATCO thing was out in the paper a month ago that they were doing this. So that's why when we found out was when it was in the paper, and
I didn't even see it in the paper.
They had a report on it. So that's when that happened, and that was there's a couple hundred employees there. That's the only company that we're aware of at this point right now. That's the only company. And I also recognize that all of those positions, they're having a job fair today, actually, a virtual job fair today to get all of their employees hired throughout. And you have every builder right now is begging for people. And so will they be unemployed? They might be. But the chances of them being employed and just going right from ATCO right to another position is very, very high right now because of that. And so when I start looking at that, you've got Amy's Kitchen that is increasing their employees. You've got
They had their first case of COVID yesterday.
yeah, but they're still going to be adding employees. And so you still have.
Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, it's not good to see a company close down, so I don't want to put any light on it. It's no big deal, because it's a big deal when you have a company decide to move on and go somewhere else. And they're doing that. They've made a decision throughout their corporation to pull back all of their U.S. manufacturing. In Pocatello right now, I know that every builder in town is looking for more people. Every sub that they have is looking for more people. So I have reason to believe that those employees there will be able to find a position and continue to work there, and do that stuff. And so.
But we don't know if they'll be, I don't know, but we don't know. I don't know if ATCO, for example, offers employee benefits. I don't know if they have, a retirement plan. Usually, if you're hired by a contractor on a job basis, it doesn't come with benefits and a retirement plan. So while they may not be unemployed, they may not be employed with the same advantages. I don't know that, but I think we can't just necessarily think that because you're still getting a paycheck, it's the same deal.
Retirement plan, no, I know that at ATCO, if we're going to specifically talk ATCO right now. Retirement plan, I know that they do not have. Insurance, I don't believe they have, but I'm not positive of that. So.
Can I call for a vote?
Sure.
Make a point. Been trying to get your attention.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
When I read this chart that Heather's prepared, it's obvious the savings are coming from the silver tsunami. We've had a lot of retirements. A lot of people who've been leading our departments around here are no longer with us. We've got younger people stepping in, and I think giving them an incentive to stay with the city during these tough times is well worth $353,000.
Okay, that's been called for the.
Can I make a comment?
Make a comment.
I've had a number of people, members of the public, it happened 2 days ago at Winco, say to me that the council, and I'm going to say they're referring to those of us making all the decisions, that they're more concerned about the 600 people who work for the city than they are with all of us. And I've heard that more than once from just random people who don't know me. So based on that, I'm going to make a motion that we do not accept HR's recommendation for a 1% table adjustment.
You first go.
Oh,
We already have a motion.
sorry.
We have a motion on the table for the market adjustment at this time.
And it's been called. So we have a motion by Lurick and a second by Cheatham. Ruth, would you please call the
That
roll?
one as is?
Yes.
What I had was that it was for option 2.
For number 3, option 2 was
Okay.
follow HR's recommendation.
Okay. So make sure nothing had changed. Okay, Laura?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Adamson?
No.
Bray?
No.
Ortega?
No.
Stevens?
No.
Okay, that one failed.
Okay?
I move that we, on items 1 and 2, that we take HR's recommendation and that we implement the step movements for both police and for the general employees.
So we have a motion by Adamson and a second by Bray on items 1 and 2 to take HR's recommendations. Any discussion? Okay.
Adamson?
Yes.
Bray?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Ortega?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Thank you. We have 3 on the table still. Item number 3.
I move that we do not
That
accept.
one failed.
Well, the motion
have to say what we are doing.
to do 1% failed. I don't know,
Option 2
maybe you want number 5 to give a 3.9% increase.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want to
There's
do,
5
council.
options.
So
Okay,
I
so
need a motion.
so I move that we do not accept the 1%.
So you want option 1?
I want 1.
So you want, your motion, what you're asking for is, you're saying you
0.
move that we stay
Accept
flat
option
and
1.
accept number 1 as
Second.
that. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I
Thank
thought
you.
so. So we have a motion by Ortega and a second by Stevens on item number 3 that we stay at a 0% increase. Any discussions?
Well, we ruled out the next one.
Well, maybe if we can, if this fails, we'll just keep going down the list. Maybe that's what
I
everybody's
move for
thinking.
number 5.
Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Ortega?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Bray?
Yes.
Cheatham?
No.
Lurick?
No.
Okay, thank you. What else have you got for us?
Just let's see, how many million did I spend? Just the 48 million I just spent will take care of it. Thank you.
You say that the wrong way. Okay then, thank you very much.
Say that out loud. On tape.
The city is a service industry. We pay people for service.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, thank you very much. So what we have got now on our agenda is a tax solution spreadsheet. Ashley is over there working on that, and then she's got to put these numbers that we just gave her in during lunch. And so with that, I will see if lunch is here yet. I don't know if it is. If they have not ordered it, council, I guess we need to make the decision if we would like to just break and come back in at 1 o'clock.
Do you want me to check, sir?
Yeah, why don't you do that? Or if they have not ordered it in yet, have them order it in and it'll be here in a few minutes. What do you want to do, council?
I want to wait and find out if lunch is.
Right. I just wanted to talk with chief for a moment. Is
It's
it
on
okay?
its way, sir.
Okay, lunch is on its way, so we're going to go ahead and break for
We do 1:30 minutes.
lunch, and we will start back at 1:30, sounds like. Thank you very much for joining us after the lunch break. And Ashley, I can't thank you enough for crunching numbers and crushing it like you did to get these in here to get this put together so we can talk about this afternoon. With that, I'm going to turn the time over to you so you can explain this to us a little bit. And
Yep.
go from there.
So let me just, Ashley Welsh, Chief Financial Officer, we're going to go over the tax solutions. So know that these are extremely preliminary numbers. I would say they're pretty close, but we haven't done the interfund charges yet because we wanted to make sure we had compensation all ironed out so that when we built those, we only had to do them one time because it's just a lot of moving parts. So after the guidance today, we can go in and we can update those and bring those back to you.
Ashley, I'm sorry. I think, when do we talk about the other things that they're smaller expenses, but they are part of the budget, like the crisis center and,
That will be there in here, right?
They're not in there.
we haven't gone, I mean, we got packets, but we never went through
We
those.
can talk about
In
those.
tax solution, don't we?
Well, only if they're like a change from last year, we put them in here. So I'll explain the sheet really quick.
Okay.
So at the top, the gap remaining, it's positive, which basically means that we have, our expenses are less than what our revenues are for tax funds. That was after putting all the revenues in and the medical changes. Like I said, the only thing is the interfund charges, which we'll get in there and do, but I don't see those being a huge change. So you can see the funds to the right in this little orange square. You can see the general fund actually, so what we do is we leave the taxes in there, and then we adjust them as we go through tax solution. So as of right now, the general fund has an additional $854,000 in tax. Liability and risk is about 20,000 short. Street is short, which makes sense because we cut his revenues quite a bit. And so you can just basically rearrange these dollars to cover the positives, will cover the negative, and then we still have 403,940 that we could potentially spend and still remain flat.
Or we could cut and actually really see a levy reduction.
We already, well, you would see a bigger levy reduction because we did have one last year, yes. So,
Get under 1%.
yeah, we're right at 0.01 right now, 0.001. The revenue estimates are here. And then you can see the property taxes. This is without taking any property taxes. We've always taken the new construction, which we have estimated the 20 million. I didn't update this, let me update this. That should be 20 million. So we talked about this earlier, that estimate would be $200,450. Let me just freeze this so you guys can see.
What was it last year? It came in quite a bit.
Yeah. See, you've
But
taken
some
the
of it-
64 million out, right?
66, yeah.
66.
But there was more construction besides that.
It was like 87 million. So about 21 million in new construction. We've just generally stayed conservative and said the 20 million as a first estimate. So if we added that new construction in, it would increase our gap to, we would have 604,000.
I'd say add new construction.
Huh?
I would say this add new construction.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Okay, so this first section is items that are currently built into the budget that have a tax impact. The only ones are the mayor's office decreases. He's not wanting to add those. I just wanted to show you that they're already built into the budget. So they're on here because they were listed.
You blow that up just a little.
These are already out of the budget.
They're already, yes,
Yeah.
included within the budget that we ran. Yeah, let me.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Eyes going bad or what?
Those seats are not good.
It's the angle.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and we can go over these in detail. I'm just gonna go over each section really quick so you know what each section is, and then we can start kind of looking through and seeing what we wanna do. We don't have any additional items that are in the budget that don't have a tax impact at this point because we didn't add anything through the budgeting process. This next section is additional requested items that are not currently built into the budget. So I did include any requests as well as any proposed reductions so that you would have all of those listed. So like if we said, for finance, we don't want this actuary study, it adds, we can do another $614,000 to give. So that's how that works. And then, so that's the big yellow section. That's the biggest section because we didn't add anything throughout the budgeting process. The next section, and honestly where I think we should start, is this orange section, which is additional requested items that are not in the budget, but they don't have any tax impact. So by adding these into the budget, it's not gonna affect those taxes. So if I add, I forgot to put the CARES Act money in there, sorry. I'll put that in.
Not zero.
Yeah, it was like 1.9. So if I put this in, you can see it doesn't have any effect to that gap up at the top. So this is where I would start because you're not gonna have any tax impact, and then we don't have any large capital improvement projects that we went through this year. So my recommendation would be to start here. Basically, what these are they are offsets by either an increase in revenue or grant money. So that is why they are listed down here. The engineering, because we increased those fees, that fee increase is going to cover this and a little bit more. So that's why I moved them down here. The fire deployment funds, we only spend that if we have the money coming in. So it's just kind of it's on a...
They're placeholders.
Right, and that way we don't have to come through with a budget amendment. And then the airports, these were gonna be use of reserves. See, I think I put the 2.5 in there twice.
You did.
Yeah. No, we can take that out. The 2.5 million is gonna be covered 100% for the BLM expansion. So, we're just kind of going through guidance. We just want to build the budget so that it's, as close to accurate as we can get it. And I would start here because these to me are the easiest decisions that you have.
Ease into it?
Yes, they're already covered by either grants or additional revenue or reserves, just kind of depending.
That CARES Act is like 1.9 million.
Yeah, I was gonna.
1.19.
1.19? Okay.
And you're not just talking about reserves, but excess reserves beyond
reserves.
the amount that you recommend that we keep in reserves,
Yep.
right? Yeah.
And the only excess reserves are the airport, these projects right here. So about 61,000 in their excess reserves that they'd like to use for capital needs. So that's an appropriate use of reserves. And they would just like to build those into the budget to make it a little bit easier.
And those are their departmental reserves versus the city?
Their airport fund.
Was the transit one a grant?
It is part of the CARES Act, yep.
Oh.
So as part of the CARES Act, instead of the 80-20 normally we get for capital, it's 100%. Yep. And then so the science and environment, there's a grant for the 240. The 50,000 technically doesn't have a tax impact. It does have a enterprise fund impact because the science and environment is funded by water and WPC. I don't know if that 50,000 is part of their rate study. I don't think so. But there is the potential to use, where it's not a huge amount, that we could use reserves for those.
Weren't there some of the new fees going to cover some of the science and environment stuff, or not this?
I thought some of it was related.
Yeah. Jeff, do you know?
I don't, I'm sorry, I was typing a letter here.
Oh,
So,
on science and environment, we in our fee schedule discussion, we were putting in some engineering fees to cover some of the science and environment and stuff?
Correct.
But I didn't know if this part that we're looking at on here.
No, those fees would be coming from developers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this $50,000 in the rate study?
I don't know the answer to that.
Or is
I
this
don't
just
think so.
Is this just a?
It was a
No, I don't believe so.
I don't think it is. It was a science and environment ask, but they are funded water and WPC.
Right.
That is how that fund gets their money. So I did want to mention that. So that's the only one that really isn't.
Here comes Hannah. I think she can.
She heard you talking.
Want me to come up?
Sure.
Please.
Come on over.
There.
Right there.
There. The black tape.
That
Yep,
one.
right there.
Hannah Sanger, Science and Environment Division Administrator. And I heard part of the conversation that I was walking here, so.
So the question was the Science and Environment River Vision CIP $50,000 there. Is that grant funded? Where is that money?
That there is not money for that in the current budget. So it would be coming either from tax funds or from the utility, from water and WPC.
It would only come from water and WPC. There's no tax funds for science and environment.
Okay.
Or it would go into, the general fund and be from tax funds, so.
I can't remember what it was for.
Oh, this would be, the idea here was in conversation with the Sagebrush Land Trust about them hiring a person to coordinate the River Vision, essentially fundraise for it and coordinate projects and make it happen. They have identified foundation money that would cover the cost of that person. But then it's no good to have a person planning actions if you can't actually do stuff. And so this would be used to implement projects. So it would be to match that foundation money. So projects could be done and grants are gotten, there's match money. I would see it as a start and to help get the process going, be able to purchase property initially if needed. That sort of
Kind of seed money.
Seed money, that is a great term, yes.
And what roughly would be essentially the money that this would be matching?
They would probably be matching they would anticipate going for $50,000 a year for 3 to 5 years from a nonprofit.
So it'd be one, essentially one.
One-to-one. And then there would be grant money to implement
Right,
projects.
plus they would be theoretically fundraising, so really it's at the end of the day, it's probably going to be less than a one-to-one. The city's going to be getting
Yes.
multiple dollar return per dollar spent.
And we are at the start of the conversation. COVID interrupted that conversation, and we're just getting back to talking through it again.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There was a question about the fees.
Yeah.
And the fees would be going generally to the engineering department to cover their inspections of erosion and sediment control.
Okay.
So it will be reflected in our budget.
And not related
Not
to this.
related to this at all, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hannah.
So I guess I'm just looking for guidance if you would like us to. We can build all of these into the budget at this time. And also for the BLM expansion, we would offset it with revenue. So we would build both sides of those. And then for airport, we would use reserves.
I think we should.
I'm in favor of building all of it.
Yep.
This is not adding to the budget.
To the tax.
Yep.
Well, and give me a motion.
Need a motion?
We can't actually have a motion.
Okay.
This is an action.
Okay.
So I'm getting confused when I can have a motion, when I can't have a motion. I've had more arguments on motions and not having motions.
So what I can do is I can write
Just
it down.
whatever you do is wrong. That's all.
We can have emotion, but not emotion.
It'll basically just move to a different section of the tax solution, which we will go over on the 18th. So I will build these in, and then you'll see them that they're actually in the budget, but there's no tax impact.
Okay.
So, and I'll
So it sounds like we've got a consensus. Can I do that?
Sure.
Yep.
Add those in.
Okay.
Killing me.
So some of the things that I wanted to discuss that I felt, I guess were really important items that I know that in risk, sorry if I'm going too fast.
No, you're good.
What page are you on?
This is gonna be, we're gonna be looking at page 2, that yellow page. This is the one where we need to make some decisions. So in just, as I was typing these up, the I-crimp increase is something that we have to pay for no matter what.
Okay, where
And
are we at on
a
there?
lot of these,
Oh, the risk I-crimp. Where is it?
it is risk I-crimp.
Risk
Right in the middle.
So I put it in tax fund because it does have some sort of a tax impact because risk is funded partially by tax and then partially by interfunds from other departments. So it's not 100% tax funded, but it is partially, and that's why I listed it here. So by adding these, when we bring it back to next time, we'll have a better idea of what the actual tax impact is by adding those. So if I put the full 48,850, it's gonna bring your gap down, but it's not, when I bring it back in 2 weeks, that number's gonna change because it's not all taxed. Does that make sense? I just included it here because I felt like it was a better representation because it is taking some tax dollars.
And that's why I think discussing some of those other expenditures, like ready and so forth and so on, becomes somewhat important because there may be decisions there that offset tax impact on lines like this.
I must have missed something. The page that I have says gap remaining 403,940.
Because we added the new construction.
Since we were
changing it.
talking.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, now I'm tracking. Okay. All right.
You're good. It's kind of, this sheet's kind of confusing.
Keep changing on you.
Yeah,
I'm in
no.
favor of including the I-crimp premium.
And that was one that I saw as, you know what, we have to have I-crimp and we have to pay, thank you. We have to pay for the premium, so.
That makes choice, really.
Yeah. So let's put that in.
Okay. So we will put this over here. Like I said, it won't be 100% tax, but just for this preliminary one, I wanted to show you. The other one was the workers' compensation. We had talked about increasing to 5 or 10%. We actually calculated those out. These are the costs. We're currently at a 70% multiplier. Increasing at 5% would put us to the 75%. We eventually want to get to that 100%. So I know that this is something that we really wanted to look at. And then, you know, we can just go through the list however you want. But I did want to point those two out because, you know, the workers' compensation, especially with a lot of the new legislation that's come down, we want to make sure we have enough money to cover those. And I think that increasing that modifier would help to build those reserves up. So I wanted to present that with the amounts there. Those were the two that kind of jumped out to me when I was going through, but we can go through the beginning and work our way down if you would like.
Let's just talk about those and get it done.
That would get us to 5% would be 75 and 10% would be 80.
Correct.
I think we need to work towards that 100 as soon as possible.
Are we only talking about line 212, the 5% increase, or are we talking about all workers? I mean, I know if we do the 5,
whole
we'll be
section.
talking the 10, but are we also talking about Intermountain claims increase, Midwest employers?
Those are kind of the same as the liability. They're premiums that we have to pay that need to be added.
Yeah,
And
so I
then-
say let's put those in, that 3,000,
Okay.
the 7,500, and then let's see what it does at the 5%.
And
Let's put that in.
again, this is gonna be 100% tax in this sheet. It isn't 100% tax.
Okay.
So when I bring it back, we'll have a better idea of how that kind of splits out.
And then are we also including the books and manuals and the purchase?
So those were potential decreases if we wanted to take the decreases. So that's why there's a negative.
Yeah, let's not deal with the negatives yet.
So those were kind of reductions, and I just combined them all together because I wasn't sure how to present them and have the formula work as nicely as it does now.
Yep. Okay, so I feel good about that. I had one other comment, unless you had something else that I'm interrupting, Ashley.
Oh, go ahead.
Could you or the mayor or somebody help me identify any of the other things that, while we could cut them out or reduce them, that would have a future impact? For example, I remember we had discussions about, well, we could do less maintenance on a building or something like that. But when we defer maintenance, that could bite us down the road type of a thing. So anything like that, I feel really worried about, just for the sake of a one-time decrease, costing ourselves more down the road. So are there any things on there? I mean, I'm just scanning through
Administration
quickly.
building at the cemetery.
I think if we were to go through, just start at the beginning, and then as we come across them, we can let you know kind of what their ramifications would be. Would that be easier?
Well, I don't know. I was just thinking those are like a priority to me that we don't. And so I was going to say maybe pull those out, but
Be a way
maybe
to place to start.
Well, and for some of those, we can also use capital contingency or reserves. So maybe we can just start at the beginning, work our way down, if that works.
Well, like I know there was a couple things like the vehicle savings in the mayor and council, right? So like if we don't do that, then we're going to get to the situation that we were in last time where we have to do a big.
And we have to pay for all that.
Yeah, so that was more like smart planning for the future so that a future council doesn't have to deal with the problems we created. And have a big jump at that time. So those are the kinds of things that I was thinking, if we implemented something that was for saving up for maintenance or saving up for a future need, that we wouldn't want to do that to ourselves, is what I'm saying. So, I don't know.
Yeah, and honestly, I just type these up so fast. There were only a few that jumped out to me, but if we want to go through and we can just say, hey, you know what, and we can always add and subtract and all, everything else. So that would be my recommendation, is let's just go through them from the top. So,
I know where you're coming from, because, we don't, this is just an example, we don't do a new roof, but we have a 70% chance of having it collapse and cost 4 times as much in 2 years.
Yeah.
So should we just start with the first one is the finance reporting software that I kind of explained during my presentation. It's $50,000 is a rough starting point. We can put that in the budget, or we can just maybe present on it sometime in the near future and maybe build it into the next one. So that was just, I know that there's been some trouble getting some reports out of our system, and so I just wanted to show that I was looking at ways to possibly get better, more timely information. So
and could you just do a little brief summary of what we would get for that expenditure exactly?
So it includes
I wish
budgeting.
I could remember everything, but I can't.
So it includes budgeting, and it also includes reporting, and you can log in online, so it's all cloud-based. It pulls directly from our system at 2 every morning. So the information is up to date. So if I wanted to go in and say, I want to know what street spent on asphalt, you could go look it up as a council person or as a citizen, depending on what kind of access
So a
we were
lot of
giving.
the pain in the neck things that I've been asking you for, I wouldn't have to bother you with.
Well, it would be a lot easier to, not just for the council, but for all the citizens, if they wanted to go look, I think it would be a lot more user-friendly, because a lot of our reports are kind of hard to look at. And it also creates, you could do a quarterly report with some information, and it pretty much has all that built, and then it just pulls the new information over. So the ones that I would recommend would be the reporting software and the budgeting piece. They also have some other items. I feel like those would be the biggest benefit to us at this time. But that would be something that I could definitely bring to a work session as well. So
Bringing it to a work session, meaning?
just to kind of get an idea of what the company does, what they can offer, so that you can know what you would be getting for your money.
But in terms of budget, that option is putting it off? Okay.
Till 22.
So how do you help me understand how this works? Like are we council people? Am I supposed to be just intaking information now, or if I have an inclination towards something being a good idea, is now the time to?
Yes.
Throw it out there, and if you want to add it, we can add it.
I mean, that would definitely be one that would, this accounting software would be, or reporting software would be something that I would be interested in because of the ease and detail increase, and also the transparency for the public.
And we can go through these and then come back. But I just kind of wanted to go through, and that way we can figure out which ones were more important, and then we can.
And I don't know. I can't tell you now if it'd be number 1 or number 10, but that would make it through the first gate for me.
To Chris's point a while ago, we may be willing to put some of these in if we're taking something else out of the budget elsewhere. You know, we may be willing to do some shifting, so to speak, so that we can incorporate some of these things.
Okay.
Would it be okay if rather than, I mean, I don't know, if we get down, because I'm noticing a couple of them, like we mentioned the roof, and I'm seeing a couple of these others that I feel like we might be like, yeah, that's a definite for sure. But could we just have like a quick refresher summary on all of them and then go back and start at the beginning again and go down through? Because some of them I'm like, what was that again? Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I'll try my best, but I know a lot of department heads are here to help.
So it's not just because I oh, good.
So the finance actuary study, where we just, we had the discussion, we moved the retirees out of our pool, and now we're moving them completely off. We will not have to do an actuary study anymore. So I would recommend just taking this out right now.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
And then I'm just going to skip through the reductions if you're okay with that for the time being, and we'll just go to the requests for now. Is that?
Okay.
Well, some of the reductions were the ones that I was worried about, like, I mean, I was just noticing like the gang mower, right? I don't want to be in a situation where we were setting money aside so we could have a mower when we needed it, and then all of a sudden that time comes and it's dead, and we don't have it.
Everything in this yellow section is not currently built into the budget. So like this, I have this 10,250 in my budget right now, and where I just said to take it out, I have to go in there and take it out now. So like the gang mower, like you'll see police operating reductions of minus 77,000. If you say we don't want to do that, then it just is what it is. It's already built flat, basically.
Okay, I gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. So if you're good, we can just go through the increases, and then we can go back through and see if there's anything that we actually want to reduce.
Let's do that.
Does that work?
Yep.
Let's do it.
Okay. There's like so much on here, I'm not sure the best way to do it.
We're all trying to figure out how to.
Okay, so police request, there was an officer wellness app. That was a $20,000 request. There was a 3D laser crime scene scanner, $65,000. We could potentially use capital contingency for that, either in fiscal year 20 or fiscal year 21, either one. The same with the body camera system, which was the $80,000. And I know that, oh, you are in here, I didn't see. If Roger's here, if there's any questions on those. But those two, the big expenses, can be used out of capital contingency.
So, Chief, if you were going to rank order these, and I know that's frequently like impossible, but if you had to do it anyway, how would you rank order your items?
So that we just found a replacement for the wellness app. We actually found one that was a lot cheaper. So it's about, to get everything on it is about $7,000 versus $20,000. So we did some more research on that. I would rank the number one thing is the body cameras. We just had Panasonic come in, and we have these new ones out T&Ing them, since the ones we were looking at, they're no longer making. So I would rank that as number one, and then the crime scene printer as number two. We do a lot of things with wellness. It's right now through HR. Out of those three things, if you're asking me the totality, I'd say the number one is the police officers. But out of the equipment, it would be, out of those three, would be body camera, 3D printer, and then the wellness app, which we can get for a lot cheaper.
And can you remind me what would police officers get? What would the benefit of this app be on top of what is already available to them?
So it would be we do a mandatory counseling, so it would be, rather than calling the provider, if they needed counseling based off of an incident, they could just click on their phone on an app and they would set up an appointment anonymously. We would never know what they're going for. We would know that they win, but it would be something as far as an additional resource for them. Could we do without it? Yeah, we could do without it. At the end of the day, it's looking out for the mental wellness of the officers that are going on the scene. So.
And that's no longer 20,000, that's 7,000?
Yeah, it might be even cheaper than that.
So Heather, with the, not Teladoc, but HealthJoy, does that include, on top of the other counseling, does that also include access to?
HealthJoy also has a digital EAP component.
But for what we would pay anyway?
Yes.
So it might be that, okay.
Perfect. I mean, that's something that absolutely we work with HR with.
It's one of those first-year oddities where we have to figure out what pieces all play together.
Right.
That's why HR didn't bring forward the police department app request, because I don't have enough information to meld everything.
Yeah, and that's something, I mean, it was Cordico, and it's a new thing that's out there. So we could absolutely hold off on that one. I have no problem with that. And as we work through the new app that HR provides to see if it meets our needs, if we need to do something else or something on top of that. So absolutely.
Or HealthJoy might be able to flex just a little bit.
And add something, sure.
Yeah. You can bring HealthJoy in as a study session so everyone can see it if you guys want.
Good to go.
Where are we on the grant for the bodies?
So we received information that we got the grant, and we're working on some numbers right now, because when we get our numbers, we projected them to be at a 9% increase in insurance, and now it's 12.74 decrease in insurance, so the overall cost is going to go down. So it's going to be cheaper than we thought.
What was that percentage?
It's 12.74. So we're at 75% of funding officers for the first 3 years. So our numbers were approximately $125,000 for 5 officers, wages and benefits for the first year. That's going to be less, and like I said, we're working on those numbers right now. But the overall grant is $625,000 is what we asked for, and that's what if council chooses to accept that, that would be something that we would bring to a council session for you to approve. So that's where we're at on that. We're working with the DOJ now to get the final paperwork from them. So the first I saw of it was when the Journal reported on it. So there you go. And Channel 8 just come and talk to me about it, and I basically told them the same thing I just told you. This is the steps we have to go through. So that's where we're at on the grant.
So the 416 would go to 125 or more?
Roughly, yeah. I mean, don't quote me exactly on the numbers, but it's...
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Roughly how much less?
It'd be about, instead of 416, it'd be approximately 125.
So that's for year 1. Year 2, that goes up. Remember, council, this is one of those things that every year we're increasing taxes if we do this. Every year, that number is going to go up. At year 5, year 4, we will be responsible for 100% of that cost.
And you cannot cut those positions until after year 5, correct? That staffing has to remain the same.
It might be 4.
We have to commit to that?
Yeah,
Yes.
we would not
So
want
if
to just
you-
do it
if
if
you-
we're planning to cut it anyway.
Yeah.
If you're planning to cut it, you don't do it. If you're planning to keep them, then you do it.
Right, that's the only,
It's a phased way to do it.
yep.
Well, didn't we take 2 last year from the police department?
Took a sworn and then a non-sworn last year. In our 5-year plan, it's 2 for every year, and so that's how we came up with the 5.
And I noticed that for some reason, the dispatcher and the IT position, I thought I copied them over, they weren't on here, so I just added them in here.
And those are things that we could continual conversations with Chief Gates on the dispatch position and the funding for that. That's something we can work out in the future if need be to not add that to the budget, as well as the IT position. I mean, with the addition of body cameras, Juan and Aaron are kind of a regular fixture over the police department, so we looked at it as maybe it might be more cost efficient or effective to have an IT person assigned over to us, and then I don't know how much that would affect the interfund transfer, so I don't know. That'd be something that we would have to look at and work out, but it'd be something that if we needed to, the priority is the 5 officers with the grant, so.
I don't know if anybody's here who can answer this. So I think what I just heard you say is that right now some of our existing IT people are spending a fair amount of time in your department. Is that, I heard that right?
Yes.
So if that's true anyway, if they're working for you, they're not working on other issues for the city. And so what would be the downside of simply transferring, doing essentially an interdepartmental personnel transfer?
IT is not fully tax funded, they're an interdepartmental transfer. So they're partially paid by taxes, enterprise funds, and internal service.
But
internal service.
They are internal service.
Yeah. So if we move that over, the funding would go up in tax funds because it would no longer be supplemented by enterprise funds.
And I don't know, they're over there a lot, but they're still also doing other city work. So I don't know if it's like a, 50-50 or like, I'm not sure.
I would say we need to sit on this and figure out how it works.
I'm good with that. I'm totally fine with the IT and the dispatch position of us going without for now. Just something that we need to be thinking about in the future. So
I'm going to go out ahead. I think that we ought to just go ahead and do the body camera system and the 3D laser out of capital contingency.
Agreed.
And that's not a budget.
It won't affect
That won't affect anything.
It's not a budget
What will be left in
problem for us
capital
at all.
if we do that?
A lot. There's like $1 million, yeah. So it just depends on if you want him to try to get it done this fiscal year, the budget authority's there, the money is there, he can do it. If not, we can build it into the budget for 21.
I think we just do it as capital contingency this year.
For this year?
Get it done this
Get
year.
it done.
Yeah. Get it
So
done.
let me just,
That's our opinion. The attorney will frame it into it.
And Chief,
You will see the final agreements at a regular council meeting.
Okay.
and Chief, the cameras, does that include the storage and all that?
yeah. So the 80,000 we're looking at, because Panasonic just came in yesterday and got our guys up, or 2 days ago, and got our guys up and running. So if we like this system, that's the system we'll go with. And it might be 85, it might be 86, 699. I mean, that's it. We'll bring that to council for final approval with the presentation of what they are and how they, the benefits and the.
Right, but that includes the storage,
Correct.
the cloud, and all that?
We're not doing cloud.
Well, whatever, yeah.
Yeah, server space.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, perfect, thank you.
And did we also say my understanding, we're not thinking we need to do the wellness app because of maybe with the Health Joy, we're going to hold off on that, so X that off the list for now too, right? Did I understand
Yes.
that
so I
right?
think what I'll do is I'll just put like an asterisk on ones that we've talked about that we don't feel like are needed at this time. But I'm still gonna leave them on here because, if something changes when we come back in a few weeks. But I will just put, something on there so we all know that we talked about them, but we didn't want to add them right at this very moment.
And then I won't be bugging you by asking you, what was that one about somewhere else that you took off?
Right? Yeah, and we'll leave them on there, and that way, and we'll just put an asterisk on this one too. That way we kind of know we had a little bit of a discussion. And we can always come back. These are not final decisions. It's mostly just guidance, how we can build it, and then how we can have, the best budget. So we're, amendments have to happen. We get additional revenues in, but we like to try to build it as good of a budget as we can. And so that's what we're going for with this.
I'm okay with leaving the 5 police officers in right now until we get clarification.
I was going to say, I'd like to add those in. We need a
You wanna do like the
correct
125?
number, but I think think if we've got that grant,
Well, I want to know what the full grant is with the number we start out with and what the number is we finish.
Yeah, how it plays out over time.
So it's not going to be more than 125 though, because the
Not
cost
this
of
year.
insurance and everything has
Right.
gone down. and
Not
so-
this year.
Well, not this year. That's the thing to remember on this is
That's what I'm
this
saying.
year it's cheap. Next year it's still cheap. The next year it's still cheap. It's costing a little bit more every time, but
Right.
Right, but I'd like to know what that is.
ultimately you're increasing the taxes in 5 years and
Well, we know that, and that's why we
doing that. So
want the actual number.
Because I think it's the flip side of the point Heidi was making earlier. It's like we don't want to not do something and end up in a mess, but likewise, we don't want to do
no, we
something
can,
that's cheap this year and end up in a
these
mess.
officers, we can use these officers today. There's no question about that.
Well, that's not.
And so I just want to make sure.
When we can bring this, if Chief thinks we can have numbers by the 18th, we can have those by the 18th potentially to go through that discussion again.
Okay.
but how are we
If you
looking
wanted
at
to,
that today? Because that's a chunk that I don't want
yeah.
to just
If you
not
wanted
think
to
about.
potentially earmark it, we could just put the 125 in there.
Yeah.
Because we
That's
know
right.
it's not going to be more than that.
Plus 4 years or plus 3 years or something, and then the
Out of the
note
remarks.
column that says, or final cost TBA or something.
Yeah, so I just put need amount clarification in red.
Oh, okay.
But we can put the 125 if you,
I'd
No,
like,
put the 125 in now so that it's there, because it sounds like that's,
But are you saying, Chris, just in column E, make a little note that says after 4
TBA.
years,
Right,
it goes up?
so we all are
Just to remind
clear in the
ourselves, is that what you
future
mean? Okay.
that we want
It'll
to
cost
consider
more.
it,
There's
but it's
maintenance cost to
dependent
the-
on more
Yeah,
information,
that's
and
right.
et cetera, et
for your
cetera.
grant.
Yeah,
but I'd like a placeholder in there
Yep.
because that's,
yeah,
that's what that
We'll forget.
125
Yeah,
should
but I think
be.
she's got it good
125 will
right now.
be a placeholder.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll, I'll work with Chief Cheyenne, we'll try to get, those into the salary projections so we have, more accurate costs with everything that's happened with the benefits and just to figure out like what percentage. Is it a 25% or?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
first year 75. Yeah.
Okay, and then it goes down by 25.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we can look at that and build that in so that we have a better idea of what those numbers actually look like.
Is there any reason, and I don't know that this would happen, but I'm just trying to think of different possibilities. So, for example, like if we know next year, we know what the total outlay to get us to where it's just got to be part of the budget is. There may be a way as we're looking at budgets over the various years to know that we're looking for where can we reduce in order to ensure if we prioritize having these 5 officers is more important than,
else.
XYZ, so that we're not just kind of considering it cold every year with no context.
Well, once we get them, it's going to be like we have I'm going to say a loan that we know has to perform at another level.
Right.
We've taken out the loan, so to speak, and we know what it's got to perform at.
Right.
Well, and council, this is a really unique situation because usually we don't make commitments that last multiple budget years. We're doing this in this case I think the loan analogy is really good. It is a grant. There are definite benefits to accepting that partial payment for those first 3 years, but realizing that if something happened budgetarily, this grant, I don't believe, has an appropriations clause that lets us get out of it. So we would probably have to back pay all received monies from the grant. So this is very unique to have this kind of conversation that affects future budget years. So keep that in mind.
This could be one of those situations where, we briefly mentioned the notion of having a fund that we essentially can loan to ourselves and then have a plan to pay back situation. So if we have a fund, which is obviously, and I don't even know if we can do that legally, but
Not for personnel.
not for personnel, we can't do anything like that.
No,
Okay.
not right now.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, so next we have fire requests. We have fire Dave's here
Can
to,
Dave do the same thing that Roger
Yep.
did and give us
Sure, the
a
radios.
ranking?
Well, if you want the ranking for the capital, I would go radios first. They will have end of life in 2021.
We
Just
want
to
it
be-
ranked with everything.
What's that?
We want it ranked with everything, not just capital.
Shai kind of ranked the capital and then also the other things.
Well, then he went back and said, well, officers is really
Yeah.
number one, so I changed all my numbers.
Yeah. We changed his to number 1 police, number 2 body cams, number 3.
Right.
Yeah.
I just had two number one.
Do you need a minute to think about that?
Well, so, we have to have the radios, so I guess that's going to have to be number one. They're going to have to get fixed. Just to be clear, we do have the grant out. If the grant is approved, then they really cost $45,700 as a 10% match. I would request that we use capital contingency funds one way or another to purchase the radios. Then I would probably go to the firefighters. And I should point out that firefighter is actually, with the county right now, it's flip-flop. So it's the one firefighter that the city would pay, and the county would pay for 2 firefighters. So that's really the 81,000, or half of that amount would be the request.
So that would be how much, Ashley?
yeah, I was looking at the budget slides and I guess it was, I must have had them.
That was a pen and ink change that was last minute because I had not had a chance to, county did, we had the budget slides in prior to me and county.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
like
no problem.
80,600 or something like that, or 700, yeah.
So I will just, I'll get that updated.
Okay.
Thank you. I was kind of wondering when I was typing in there, but glad you're here to explain that.
Then I think the cultural assessment would be my third.
What is that?
So the master plan that we had done a year and a half ago, actually, since now we've been kind of impacted by COVID as well, recommended that we have a cultural issue within the fire department, and that they felt that we needed to get some outside help to help resolve that. I would then probably go to Target Solutions as the next item. Relatively cheap, it's very robust. This allows our firefighters and EMTs to do online training. That's fairly robust online training, which allows them to stay in their stations, receive regular training,
And would that potentially, would it reduce our other training
It
expenses?
doesn't really reduce our other training. It is a supplement. We have a lot of regular ongoing training, so this is kind of used to do the regular ongoing training, refresher training. The outside training is generally when we're trying to bring in new thoughts, new ideas, the more progressive stuff.
How do we do refresher training now?
What's that?
How do we do that?
A little bit of both. Right now, our online system is primarily EMS related only. This brings in a lot of fire training that was not there. It also brings in the safety training, all sorts of other training that we can deploy. So most of our other training is one of our fire captains, we all rally at Station 2, which I don't particularly like because I think the response time is really they should stay in their stations because that's the intent. They all rally at Station 2 and somebody puts on a presentation and they go practice and go forth.
And this would eliminate
This would,
that.
yeah, and it won't eliminate because we still have to go practice.
Right.
But it
But the-
reduces the amount of bringing everybody
Station.
together in one station to host training. Let's see, sorry, I'm called, so we got Target Solutions. I think at that point, then I would probably go to the fire truck hoists. Again, our trucks are very low, slung to the ground. It's hard to operate on all the auxiliary equipment. These are transportable hoists. This is the second year that we've asked for them, so whether we end up over at Fleet or not, we can take them wherever we end up, and they can be used wherever they are. So it's pretty beneficial that way. Then I would go to the extrication equipment. Again, I said we had a 1995 rescue truck that is pretty outdated. With our new fire trucks, there's a lot more space, and this is just putting a lot of the same equipment that we would have put, that we would put on a singular rescue truck on all of our fire trucks, which actually improves our response capability across the board. And then I would go to
Chief, I mean, you're the expert, but, so the extrication equipment you believe would be a higher priority in terms of community benefit than the new wildland engine?
They're both needed. We do extrications a whole lot more than we do wildland, which would be my rationale. Extrications, every time there's a car crash, we have the potential to do extrications. Wildland, I can put a Band-Aid on the fire truck for one more year. It's old. You should go take a ride in it sometime because it shakes your kidneys to death. It's a beast, but we could kick that down one more year. But be advised that capital, we've got to keep going on it because, as I showed in my 5-year capital plan, we're already a year behind. And so, but that would be my order.
Okay.
The station, well, let's see, then I would probably go to the fire instructor, would be my next recommendation. And I should be advised, some of these things, like the fire instructor, we wouldn't teach every year. We probably teach 1 year. So I would probably teach the fire instructor 1 year, safety officer another year, and then kind of alternate back and forth for those to keep everybody up to speed.
So that's not a person, that's a class.
That's a class, correct. Yeah, this is not a person. That is a class. Those two were both recommendations from the master plan that we should embark in that training. We normally do. It's just that we're not wholesale with it. So.
But you said they'd be alternating, so 1 year it would cost us 10.9, and the next year it would cost us 22.4.
Correct. And then lastly would be the station alerting. I really think it's the right thing to do going forward, but it's a big lift. But I do think it would increase the efficiencies in dispatch, as well as provide much better data for us to understand what our call and response time are, which is really our performance initiatives.
Chief, I'm still at your number 3, which was the cultural assess and change.
Okay.
What's going to happen for $21,334?
So it's been a little while since I've looked at that because we kind of put all this on hold with COVID and everything else. This is a person, I'll tell you that her experience, that she's given was a recommendation of the master plan of this person. This person apparently came into Boeing and turned Boeing's culture around. They were having pretty substantial cultural issues. What she normally does is comes in, she meets with people in groups as well as individually. So she'll meet with management, she'll meet with all the various personnel, kind of get the tone of what is going on, and then in a sense, act kind of like a counselor about, okay, here's some things that we need to do better, and these are the way we need to change the way we look at things. I'm not an expert in that, so I really feel like I'm talking beyond my expertise, but that's kind of what it related to, and it comes with doing an initial assessment and kind of where we are and where our issues are, where our challenges are, and then kind of helping us bridge those challenges is really the process. And that's a split between fire and EMS as well, so that's our 2/3 portion of that.
Okay.
So did I miss the wildland? Is that the last priority
No,
then?
that was I would probably do the fire instructor 1 year, and then the next year do the fire safety officer, and I kind of, then I put the fire truck hoist, and I really said that we really need to get the wildland engine, but I'm kind of bouncing between the two. I didn't rank them all. I ranked them capital, and then, because capital is kind of different. It only comes out of capital contingency versus coming out of my budget. So I was ranking the ones that would increase the budget line. That's why I was doing it that way. So
I missed where that one, it hasn't.
it was before the station alerting.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it was?
So it's 8, no, it's 9, and station alerting is 10?
I put fire instructor and safety officer as both 7.
So did I.
Because we're alternating.
Oh, I put them as 7 and 8, sorry, I guess it's just, they're both 7.
So then wildland would be 8, alerting would be 9.
So, Chief, did you want wildland equipment in there yet, or have you not ranked it?
Well, I thought I had ranked it.
Put it after hoist.
So
I put it after the hoist is what I thought I had said.
That would make it
I'm
6.
baffling because you asked me which.
That makes it 6.
Councilman Stevens, you asked me which one was more
Yeah, I
important
did.
between the extrication. Well, actually, it was between, not hoist, extrication.
Right.
I chose the extrication first
Right.
and then the wildland engine.
So
but
wildland is now
that is
7?
a teeter-totter.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Okay, and so then,
No, it would be 6 now.
no, he said extrication's
You know,
still higher than
We're in a
wildland.
budget session where somebody should be
said he was
recording
putting
this
it out.
other than the council.
Yeah, but then you changed it back. That's right.
So this is what
He
I've
said he would
got.
put it after.
Hoist is 5, right?
We shouldn't be spending all of
Hoist
our
is
time.
5.
And then extrication is 6,
I thought he just
and then
put it
wildland
right
is
after
7.
Could we do this once out loud? Because
Okay,
So I
so
don't have
this
to ask you to do
this is what I've got, and correct me if I'm wrong. Fire was, radios were 1.
Yep.
2 was the 2 firefighters.
One firefighter.
one firefighter, because one is from county.
Right here it's 2, but I know what he's talking about. There's
Yeah.
1. 3 was a cultural assessment.
4 was target solutions.
4 was targeted solutions.
5 was extrication.
5 was the truck hoist.
Or, yeah, excuse me.
5, let me do this, Dave. 5 was a truck hoist. 6 was the wildland fire engine.
No. 6 was extrication. And then 7 would be wildland.
Okay.
Training was 8, 9.
And then training was 8, 9, and then alerting was 10.
Yeah, your fire instructor was 2 8s.
Yeah.
And then your station alerting was 9.
9.
So on those radios, that's the best deal for the best piece of gear.
It's the price that the Motorola sales rep has given us. It's the same radio that the police bought 4 years ago. And having similar radio systems is beneficial to the organization.
And we've applied for the grant.
We've applied.
Have you heard anything about it? And when do you
We
know
were supposed to be notified April 30th. I don't know, and there has been zero communication.
But we know that the radios will be obsolete in 2021.
They will no longer make parts, provide any programming. These are little computers. That's what these radios are anymore. They're computers. They will provide no programming updates. They will provide no part supply. So we might be able to make them work if we can find parts on eBay. But there will be no, they're not making them anymore, and so they're not going to be readily available.
That's
So
starting in
then we
January.
don't have much choice
Yeah.
on the radios.
I'm thinking 2 things that I feel like we need to put in for sure are the radios, and I mean, I sure hope it's the 45 instead of the 450, but I think we have to do it. And the other is the 1 firefighter. Those to me are not really choices. I think we need them both.
What would be the chance that we don't hear back from him because of the current situation, and we went ahead and burned the whole amount out of our capital, and then we could have just got it if we would have waited till next year and moved along on eBay for
I think
4 months or something?
I'm not
I don't know.
positive, but I think that if we bought the radios but the grant was awarded, we would still
They
get
would
the
do it
money.
retroactively, and
We would just
be
have the
fine.
money, and
Okay.
we would have showed that.
They basically
we spent it.
reimburse us.
Okay,
Yeah,
that'd be
we're
good.
going to reimburse
Jared,
ourselves.
is that something you could
Or how can we
tell
find
us
that out?
who would be the appropriate person, if it's the chief or whomever, to have that conversation with the grantee.
This is FEMA. It's
With FEMA, oh gosh.
Yeah, so
You better-
it's kind of what Chief Shy is going through with his Safer grant.
Yeah, I mean, because I think that's a valid question, because sometimes that's not true with grants, is that if you've already
Done it, then
spent it, then they
you
go,
don't need it.
then what, then we don't need to help you, because obviously you could do it, because you did. So how can we help the chief out here?
It would just be a matter of reviewing the grant guidelines that they operate under. They're usually fairly extensive and oftentimes specific enough to figure that type of thing out. I just would have to look at this one.
Okay, but that's appropriate for you to do. I mean, that's, because I don't know who to ask to do that. I just feel like somebody needs to do it.
Yeah, I would have to work with the chief to do that,
Right.
to kind of understand his perspective on it, but we can definitely take a look and see what we can find out. If it's not in there, getting the answers might be very difficult.
Very difficult.
Yeah.
Because I think they're necessary, but I don't want to, you know,
Well,
I want to
There comes a time, if they're going to go out next year,
Yeah.
where we just regardless have to buy them.
Right.
So what I would say is just put the radios in. If we're able to acquire the grant, then we can consider some of the other things in fire department. If we're not able to get the grant, then everything else is on hold.
So that all
Except
depends
the
on where you want to
firefighter.
pay for it. If
No, because I don't want to spend $500 and some thousand in the fire department. I would be comfortable with the absolute need we have. We've got 2 firefighters covering the garbage, right? No, we got 2 from
The county
is kicking in.
will kick 2 in, yes.
So we got 2 coming in.
Will they kick that in if
Are
we
those
don't?
two coming regardless if we hire a third one?
Well, that's the plan. I mean, right now, again, they're in the middle of their budgeting process, kind of like we are, but that is the plan. And that's what was proposed, and it's fundable from their side. So, and they don't normally, just kind of to answer the question earlier today, normally they don't care. As long as it's within the amount of money that we say we can do this. And it's kind of like, maybe even touching on the dispatch issue, they're going to say, we can give you this much money, you decide how you want to spend it. And that's kind of what they've done for me. And so, you know, like the 58,000 that I'm showing, that's something that 58,000 reduction, which is basically the VCAD administrative fee, that's the first time that they will be paying part of the administrative fee for the fire department, or for the ambulance service to the city, which is revenue that you would not have had. And that's not going to me operating the budget, that's going to the city general fund to spend however they want.
But ultimately, we were trying to get 3.
Yeah.
Right, so they're going to fund 2, and the hopes is you'll
Right.
fund 1. And the reason you do that, buying 3s, is that we have 3 platoons. And if I only buy 2, then 1 platoon ends up being short. And the union does not like me moving people around from platoon to platoon with regularity and following FLSA rules. It's actually pretty complicated to do that.
Personally, I mean, I agree that we have to do the radios one way or another. I mean, hopefully we get the grant, but we have to do those. But I also feel very strongly about that firefighter position. We're down 3.
So
That's the 3 we
what,
took away last year.
so why don't we, for Ashley's purposes, build worst case scenario, put the radios in at full price with a note that we're going to follow up and see if we can, you know, get that grant clarified. And then do the same thing for the firefighter that Linda is advocating for, that we did with whatever other thing it was where we said, keep this on the list. We talked about it, but it's still up for
So
discussion.
council, could I just make this suggestion? If we get the grant for the radios, we're looking at 45,000, right?
46.
45, 46. Let's play with round numbers, 45,000. So if we put 45,000 over there as a tax thing, and then if we don't get the grant, spend the rest of it out of capital contingency. that way you get you get those radios. Can we do that? Can we buy radios with the capital contingency? I see that you put it in there. You obviously
the
were
whole thing
thinking.
capital.
Yeah, why can't we do the,
Well, we could. I mean,
I thought it was.
The radios are good through calendar year 21, right?
So let me be clear. They are not going to fall off the earth and quit working.
Right.
They will get, it's just that we will not be able to service them. And so if they break, so we can buy time. I'm very comfortable waiting right now. We don't need to buy these today. I'm very comfortable. I'm assuming, I mean, this is FEMA grant money earmarked for this year. I'm very comfortable that we will hear one way or another this year. I just don't know if we're going to hear before we're done with our process, just based on the COVID thing. If Chief Shy just got notice that he got his SAFER grant, that tells me that they are progressing, because it's a similar grant structure. That tells me they are progressing with the grants, and so it's just a matter of maybe we haven't looked yet today, and so maybe we did get it. I just haven't. We've been trying to look at it pretty regularly.
with that being said, if we're getting 2 firefighters from the county, my recommendation would be get the 1 firefighter and hold off on everything else there. Well, not everything necessarily, but on the radios.
So the radios can be paid for 100% out of capital contingency, either out of this year or out of next year. Just kind of depends on,
Or some out of both.
potentially depending on how the funding, how they are wanting us to pay. We have enough budget authority in there to do it this year. We could also, we always amend in December for any additional money that's left over in capital contingency. So my recommendation would be to not add it to the tax solution per se, but have the council understanding that Dave's gonna look into it. He's gonna see, the grant funding. We're planning on using capital contingency. That amount is still unknown, but he still has to bring these to council because of the size of the expense. So if you're okay with that, I think that would be the best way to do it. And then it doesn't affect this sheet here. We just say.
So we are willing to spend $500,000 roughly out of capital contingency when we've got a $1 million capital contingency.
We have $1 million as of the end of fiscal year 19, and then we had budgeted for another $1 million to come in. And I haven't seen any big projects come through there.
So.
And it all depends on what you're comfortable with. If you're comfortable with saying, hey, if we get the grant, we want to go for it. If not, we need to have more discussion. That's a council decision. So, and ultimately, it still has to come to you for approval. So I think that you could have that.
but the thing is, really, whether we get the grant or not, they need to get the radios. I mean, they're gonna need the radios, grant or no grant.
But it sounds like we have another year to wait on that if that's the case. And if we're planning on possibly using capital contingency, then it sounds like we can use capital contingency next year just as well as we could use it this year.
Right. So either way, it's not going in.
My number one would be getting the firefighter hired opposed to the radios, because there's a way around the radio, $457,000.
And council, then you're not risking the concerns brought up earlier about possibly FEMA looking at it.
Right.
You've
You
already
had it,
funded
so
this.
it's in your budget, so sorry, we're not giving it to you.
I mean, I'm perfectly fine with leaving the firefighter on there, but I'm not ready to go on record as saying if it, when it comes for a vote, I'm 100% yes right now. I mean, just to be clear.
No, that's okay. I think all of this can be changed. We're still going through it.
We say this is preliminary, this is our first
Right, no, I just
round.
wanted to make sure, because it was kind of sounding like, yeah, guys, let's commit to this.
My thought was we've got 2 months or so before we're going to have to finalize this. We should
we
know
have to
where we
start
are by the time we're finalizing our budget, I would think. If we get the grant, that gives us a lot of leeway for other considerations. But if we don't get the grant, I'm not willing to put a whole bunch of money, more than that amount of money that we would spend for radios into fire this year.
None of it's coming out of fire is what
Well, but I'm saying it doesn't matter where it comes from. We're putting $500,000 into fire, whether it's capital contingency or general fund. And I'm not ready to go more than $500,000 to a department.
So Roger, I think that if we get the grant, we still have the opportunity to use capital contingency on the other $46,000.
I understand that, but I'm not willing to go spend a bunch of money away from capital contingency, because it's still money.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether it's your savings account or it's checking account, it's coming from the city.
Right.
And my outlook is, let's really work on the grant. If we get the grant, we have a lot of leeway for these other things that were listed as priorities. But number one priority was the radio. And that is an allocation we need to commit the whole meal deal to right now.
Right.
Regardless, and that's $500,000 roughly.
Right, that's that worst case scenario.
Worst case scenario. And even though it comes out of capital contingency or budget, we're still spending $500,000. And we have several other things to consider, and we have a $205,000 credit, I guess you'd say, right now.
If I heard the chief right, though, he said he is confident we can wait for a year if we have to on those radios.
So then the
that
number one
sounded like
priority
his
is the
number one
radio.
would change.
Well, I guess that's a...
So when I said that we can wait, I said that we need to buy the radios, that they're not going to break immediately, that I don't know when that demarcation line is. I know 2021, so January 2021, which is not a year away, but 6 months away-ish, 7 months away. That's when Motorola quits providing technical support, parts, and any kind of programming upgrades. You know, we all know how our computers regularly do updates, right? You have even our 2000 Windows 7 still gets updates. Kind of, this is similar to Windows 7. There will be no more updates. So as they find encryption loopholes, as they find things like that, those radios will no longer be serviced by Motorola. And so that will be January of this next coming year. So I'm not uncomfortable waiting until then, and I think we can bleed into 21 a little bit, but I wouldn't say that we would want to kick it all the way into.
Well, it takes a while after you order them to get them, probably.
Yes.
So is radio still your number one?
Yes.
So if I understand, I'm not sure if I understand it correctly, we either go with the radios now, or he's going to ask us in January, because if we kick this down the road, we're going to be talking about it next year at this time, which means it won't go in until the next budget, which is actually
Except
October.
we could use capital contingency, which we would be able to use.
But
at any
You can
point.
do capital contingency for...
And I understand that, but like Roger, and I get that part, but I'm just saying, like Roger says, it's still money. It's still taxpayer money, city money.
Yep.
So I just don't. I think
So are you saying
if the
put it in?
radios are their first priority, which you said they were, then I'm willing to give them the radios.
I'm not...
So you're willing to
And I'm
spend the
done.
$500,000. Roger's not willing to spend $500,000.
No, he's not willing to spend $500,000 on the radios plus anything else.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, radios are number one priority.
Right.
Just put it in our budget or our contingency. That's as far as we go.
So all we really have...
And if we get the grant, then we have more leeway to kick back to the fire department. We can consider the employee, we can consider the extractor. There's a whole bunch of things we can consider if we get the grant.
Right.
But we're taking care of the number one priority.
For the sake of moving
But you
on.
really can't, because now's your opportunity to put in employees and things that can't be funded out of capital contingency.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, but we don't have to decide that today.
Right.
I'm saying
Let's make
put
it
in
through
the
our yellow
budget.
list before we argue
and
over
we still-
one
and then
firefighter. Is that
we have
okay?
the- we
And we
can
know
always go out of
that
capital
radios is
contingency.
a priority, and we know that we want to do it, but we know we're going to try to get the grant, and we're not going to budget for the whole 450 right now so that it looks bad and we don't get the grant, but we know that's going to
So
be
is
an
that going to
ask.
come out of capital contingency? Because I'm
Ashley,
hearing different things.
answered it. We could put it in the budget.
Where?
The budget.
Like the fire budget or the capital budget? budget?
No, when we put it
The
in
fire budget, the general fund budget we're building, what we're talking about right now.
Then you will have to take property tax.
And we still could look at some other solutions. These aren't the only ones that we're deciding today. And then if we get the grant, we still could do some other capital contingencies. A lot of these things are capital. Fire truck hoist, extraction equipment, they're capital. We could still go to capital, we could still supplement this from our capital contingency, a lot of the other priorities. The only place we can't go is firefighter out of capital contingency. But if we have it in our budget, we have a lot of leeway, don't we? If we only have to pay $45,000, we can address these out of our budget then.
For fire department, yes.
I don't think we should increase the fire budget by $450.
No.
I think we should definitely plan on that being out of capital.
I agree.
Because then we're increasing that budget by $450 forevermore. So
But we've
it's a
got-
one-time expense. We're not buying radios every year.
But we've got $2 million in capital contingency, is that what you,
We pay for it.
$2 million, and we're gonna spend
And they
$500,000.
build it flat, it would be.
Where did we just spent money out of capital contingency for police, right? So she's got $2 million. We spent $145,000 out of that for police, and now $457,000 more out of a $2 million.
That's not what Roger's saying, put the
wants to put it in the
$450 in
fire budget.
taxes, in the fire budget in taxes. Not talking about capital contingency.
No, but they are.
They are.
That's why, right, and that's what I'm saying. So you're talking about out of a $2 million bucket, using $600,000 of that.
I'm going to be praying that Chief Gates comes and tells me I got that grant. And it's
You better
only
light a
$45.
candle and leave the chicken coop. Because that's,
Well, I just texted and they checked and we have not gotten it yet. There is another
But
option.
whether he gets it now or
was put on-
next year,
There was another option if by chance we don't get the grant, and they do offer a lease program, and that's an option. Again, you pay whenever you lease something, you're going to pay an interest on the money.
That's adding to
So
the...
again,
Sometimes I wonder if leases aren't advantageous because
I think with the fire trucks it absolutely was. But
I think if you're leasing something that can go stale, and it's easier to change when you're under a lease sometimes.
well, they're lease purchases.
So Ashley, would it be possible, or how difficult, how much of a pain in the neck would it be if however you build the budget, so we see the fire department budget and we see it, with X as a bottom line, and then there's a little parentheses and it says radios, and then that's added in, and then we have a second optional bottom line that shows us what would the entire fire department budget be with the radios in the fire department budget, and then that would also be then reflected in the in the capital contingency, that we have this much money, and then if we choose to do radios out of there and whatever else, then we see this. And then it's in there. It's in there as two options, because we're not making a final decision today anyway.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't want to build it in two spots because honestly, it's a manual entry and it could get forgotten out of one, and then your budget is $500,000 higher than you actually
I
want.
can guarantee you I won't forget to say where it is.
I would agree with Heidi, though, with saying, look, it's capital contingency. We're not doing it every year.
It's a one-time cost.
It's a one-time fee thing. If we get the grant, great. We're going to spend $46,000 out of the capital contingency. If we don't get the grant, then we're going to spend $450,000 out of capital contingency. It's done, and we've moved on. And we haven't charged the taxpayers for it because we're paying for it out of that's why we have a capital.
We have.
That's
Right.
we've already.
Yeah, 'cause that's
We've
what-
already.
yeah.
So why charge them twice?
well, and that's
That's
fine.
what you're doing, if you
But
wanna
that's
put it
fine,
in
but
the
my
budget.
thing is if we're gonna do almost $500,000 for the radios, then I say, regardless of whether it's in the budget or out of capital contingency, then I'm kind of done. That's
think
right,
where
so
I'm
for the
done.
sake of moving us along, can we say, is it safe to say, we're going to hope that within the next year you come and you give us the update on where we're at with the radios, and like the mayor said, we're either paying the 46 or the 457, and we're not going to put any of the other stuff in right now, but we know it's still there and we know we can add it if we go back and find something somewhere else, but let's just move on down the list. Is that okay for right now? Just to, so we're not, because we'll talk about this for another hour.
I don't
I think it's important to get the firefighter in there.
I
If we're
do
getting
too.
2, you've got to get 3. They got to come in 3s.
I want to go on.
They don't.
So-
That's a union want. That's not a
Mr.
must.
Mayor, I want to go on record. I'm strongly opposed to putting the radios in the budget at all. I understand that money is money, but that's a one-time expense, and I don't think it should go in the budget. But I agree we have to buy the radios, but I still think we need a firefighter. So I am in favor of both. And I still hope, like you do, that we get the grant.
So it's on the list. But that, I mean, so.
Yeah, we
so-
didn't cross it off the list, but for the sake of moving on, can we just continue through our summary and then
Don't put it
back
into
and
the
revisit?
tax solution, but know that the capital contingency is an option, and Chief Gates will bring us more information when he
But
has
the
it.
question is the firefighter. I'd like that to go on the list.
I'm
That's
not ready
that's
for
my
that.
question also. I think that we ought to.
We can make a decision on that, and then we can move on if you would like. I mean, we can just go around and you guys can
All
let
I was
me know.
saying is I thought we were going through and getting a summary of everything and then going back and I'm just trying to
I
move
think that went out the window a long time ago.
Okay.
Firefighter, you okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Heidi?
Yes.
Yes?
I'm okay with it on the list.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean anything.
On the list?
Well, we're going to put it in there right now like it's going to be there,
No.
and we can come back out if you.
No, I'm going to say no.
No, and
No.
no, and I'm a yes. So let's put the
So we'll build
firefighter
it in, and you will see it as its own item, just like this next
Yes.
time.
And if we decide to take it out, then we
Then you
can take
can,
it out.
yep, and we'll make sure that all the costs and everything is in there correctly, so. Let's go to, I know that we weren't going to go through decreases, but I know that the TNR position that was combined with the volunteer coordinator, I don't know if that is going through right now, so I don't know.
Question on that.
Yeah,
So,
think Josh is here.
so, correct me if I'm wrong, please, Josh. So right now, there is an open position at the animal shelter, right? I guess what I want is the bottom line, because the way I figure this, because the volunteer coordinator is a half-time position.
Volunteer coordinator is a full-time position.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why we, instead of hiring someone
Got
from
it.
TNR,
Okay, that
she's
answers
going to take
that. Perfect, that answers my question. Thank you.
so when, normally I wouldn't be going through a request, but since we're already going through this process, I think it would be appropriate to actually go in and take this new position out if that's, if you guys are already going through with that process.
So you've approved that through Best Friends, and they're okay with doing it that way.
Because we did build in the TNR position, and that's about 56,000. It is in the budget, but where we're already kind of going through that process, that's the only reason why I bring this up.
Okay, let's take it out. Let's do it.
Okay, you guys, thank you. I thought that I'd seen the paperwork, and so that one I did want to mention as a reduction.
Everything's been approved. We got her. She's been reclassified as
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and this was another one that I should have brought up earlier, the street federal aid projects.
What is that?
Those are all the grant applications that council approved, and that is the match that we need for fiscal year 21 to cover those projects.
So we've got to add that in. Got to go in. We've approved.
If it's already been approved, then it's already been approved.
Where's that? It is street federal aid, so in between street and recreation. Sorry, there's just so much on here. We're looking at, we are analyzing, we're meeting quarterly on Fund 70, which is where we hold this money, and we're just trying to figure out, the best way so it's not a big $250 every year, so that we can have a consistent set aside for that fund. But when we did go through, we did need the additional $250. And then we eventually want to be able to build that up to have $1 million. So if something comes up and we need a city match for, if it's a large project that's going to really benefit us, we want to be able to have money set aside to do those things. So, but we are monitoring that really, really closely.
Okay.
So let's see. The cemetery roof and replacement UTV, that's 42,000. We can use reserves, or we could use capital contingency for those in this year or in next year. That is instead of adding it to the actual taxes.
And what's a U?
So it's the utility, it's the, the
Terrain.
like the ATV,
The quad.
with
Maintenance vehicle.
with the plow and everything on it. Sorry, my mind's like.
And those come out of cemetery reserves?
Yes. Or they could come out of capital contingency, either one.
And John, you feel as though having them come out of cemetery reserves is a safe route to take from your perspective? knowing
Yes,
the budget?
at the end of fiscal 19, we had reserves that were sufficient, or more than sufficient, to cover the UTV and the roof, and I would hate to deplete the capital contingency when it could possibly be used for other areas.
Then I'd be in favor of putting that on the list because it can be covered and...
Yep, I say let's use reserves.
Use reserves.
Yep.
So when you see this, we try to keep everything at 0. You will see airport and you will see cemetery at a negative, and that is because we're approving to use reserves.
Okay.
So when you see that.
I have to remind you.
Yeah, and I can. That's fine. I have to remember myself too, so. Okay, and then airport was requesting an additional position. There was going to be sufficient revenue pre-COVID-19, but since COVID-19, that's why I put it in tax, because we're still kind of unknown. So we're thinking it's probably going to be a tax increase. There is the potential that we could have fees coming in, but it's kind of unknown at this point.
Didn't you say that the CARES Act funding could pay for the position?
For 1 year.
Oh, okay, so then we gotta put it in.
I gotta go this way?
Yeah.
Sorry. John.
But I don't want to put it in and take it out after you...
Right, and you can sit there too,
Okay.
if you want.
So the CARES Act money we can actually use for 3 years. It can include all personnel costs. At this point, we don't know what all we're going to have to use it on. It depends on how much revenue we lose. But yes, provided that we don't use all of our CARES Act filling in for other revenue, it could cover it. We can expend those funds for up to 3 years.
But, so, now that the airport's down to 1 flight, and we have zero.
I have to make it 12.74%, 2 flights starting July.
Oh my God.
They're putting at 3 o'clock back in. So if anybody's heard that it shows there's no flights at the airport, it's because there was a really long layover time. That should stop that. There's going to be a 3 o'clock count.
And July 1st? Or?
July 1st, I believe, is when it's in.
Okay, so, because I guess that was my question was, down to only 1 flight, do we need another person?
So, yes, this position, the way the airport operates, you have to have a certain level of staffing and a certain amount of operations, whether you have 1 flight or whether you have 20. So this position mostly is needed to be another large equipment operator to do our airside operations. Right now we have 2. They are both required to be out there to be able to meet our clearance times during a storm. If you have somebody that's sick, there is no vacation in the winter. But if you get someone that's sick or injured, we can't clear our runways in time because there are only 2 and it takes both of those 2. So it's what we're doing now works as long as it works.
But we're
If
functioning
it doesn't work,
Mostly we're talking about a need in the winter.
Summertime too, there's so much maintenance that's required on the airfield. We will keep a person busy the whole time. What we're mostly worried about is winter operations. Yes, we can definitely keep another person busy by cracks and lighting and everything else that's required out there. But yeah, if they ever put seat limits on our equipment operators, we won't be able to keep the airport open during all of our...
Right, but they haven't done that, so it's not
so it's
like...
kind of a preemptive. We need it now, and the person can be utilized full-time. We're working as long as it works.
But it's also putting us in a, I don't want to say, in a non-first responder emergency scenario, it's obligating us to pick this up, even if the CARES money picks it up totally for 3 years.
Like Ashley had said, our revenue was projected to cover us. That was not CARES revenue. Just with our
landing fee and payments and some new rents that we have, our revenue is projected to go up more than enough to cover this. But now because the landing fees have gone down, because we're not having as many flights, if we recover, our revenue could definitely go up enough to cover it.
Christy, how many annual inspections have we had where the inspector has questioned why we don't have?
It's been written in as a recommendation from our FAA inspector for at least 5 years, I believe, that we need additional personnel.
And he put it in as a recommendation for at least 5 years. At what point do you think that he would start to say, like question that you would have responded to?
When we found in non-compliance, if a driver is sick during a snowstorm, we will have to cancel a flight because we will not be able to clear the runways. We will then be not complying with our requirements. We have 30 minutes to open our main priorities. If one of those two can't be there, we probably won't make it.
Because I was just curious about, is he going to get angry, let's say, that at some point he feels he's not being listened to if he recommends something for 5 years and we don't.
I don't think it's going to be that situation. They've been recommending it, understanding budgetary constraints. So I don't think it'll be a, hey, you're not listening to me. But if there's an incident, if there's something where he's going to have to find us out of compliance because we weren't able to perform under the guidelines.
And I know I asked this question during somebody's presentation, and I think everybody wasn't. Anyway, so Tom, because apparently this hasn't happened to date, but that doesn't mean it won't happen 10 times next year. If a snowplow operator at the airport were to be ill during a snowstorm, obviously the snowstorm is also going to affect the regular street crews. Would there be any reasonable possibility of covering that?
If you don't mind, Tom, we have done that. We several years ago hired or had on standby WPC equipment operators. It was quickly found that we could only use them in the non-airfield side to train someone to run the radio and for the requirements and to operate our equipment that has to be out on the airfield. It really takes a good couple of years to get them proficient. They come out once a year. They're just not going to be proficient. So we could put them, we used them in the parking lot a couple of times, which would free up our person that does the parking lot, but that person is not a large equipment operator. He can't operate that equipment either.
And is that, because I guess I'm wondering, if you hire this person and for 2 years they're basically out there not exactly knowing what they're doing while they're training themselves up, I mean, if we're going to be in that situation anyway, then would it make any sense to train up a person or two we already have on payroll as subs in the event that we need them?
Yeah, Tom Kirkman, Deputy Public Works Director. As far as the street department goes, we usually have 1 or 2 extra trucks than we have people. We have to, when we get our crews dispatched out, we have to assume that the storm's going to last for 24 hours. And so usually when they're having a storm, we're having a storm, and streets is already a little short anyway.
Sorry, I guess I never formally said Christy Hines, Airport Management Assistant, to go along with that. Our person that's in training would be out on that airfield every day. He's doing maintenance in the summer. He's doing mowing. He's going to maintain his proficiency because he's out there every day. If they happen to have an extra person that could come out for one storm a year, they're never going to be on that airfield again. We most likely would say, we don't want you on the airfield. You're going to cause an incursion. It's just a matter of proficiency. It would help very much on the non-airfield side, but again, we would need another heavy equipment position because our guy can't step into that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Roger, and then Heidi.
My question was similar to Chris's, but a lot of workforce is cross-trained, and I was wondering if you had anybody there that could be cross-trained. They're already out there all the time. anyway. And I'm assuming that most of the people have some proficiency with working your
And we have
stand-by.
started that where we can. The problem comes in, like Tom said, they have more equipment than people. Ours isn't necessarily that, but when there's a storm, so that they can actually learn how to run that equipment, they have to be in the parking lot doing their duties. So we don't have a lot of valuable training time. They can get in when there's no snow, but they can't go out and actually plow, because when there's an event, we have 2 non-airside and 2 airside. Sorry, 2 airside, 1 non-airside. So we only have 1 other person besides the 2 that are out there. He has to do all of the parking lots, the entrances, the sidewalks.
I'm thinking that it might be worthwhile if you could cross-train an employee. It might be worthwhile to contract somebody to do the non-air side.
And this would go to Heather. I don't know how you would do that compensation-wise. They have to have an increased CDL, a larger CDL license, and the pay. I don't know if you could
To do the parking lot.
Because the plows that are used on the air side are much larger than what's used on the non-air side.
But they would have to have all that extra stuff to plow.
You cannot get in our plowed truck without the higher CDL.
On the air side.
On the air
Not in
side.
the-
No, not in the parking lot.
But that's the way cross-training works.
Right.
You get somebody certified that can go do something, and you supplement behind that person that's being displaced. Seems to me like for the 3 or 4 occasions max that we could do this, it would be better to contract somebody.
To do the parking lot.
Yes.
That could be, I think we would pay quite a cost. I know our weather service and a couple of our attendants have tried to contract us to do their snow removal in their parking lots because they can't get someone to come from town. And to get someone to come from town, they have to pay a lot. So I think the cost efficiency, who knows, versus getting another position and doing that.
I'd be interested in knowing whether there's another solution. And is the 76, I think I'm remembering, I've lost it, the 76.5, that's with benefits?
It is.
And I'm just wondering if there isn't some other solution that, I mean, I think cross-training is a better suggestion than my suggestion. And I would think that giving somebody finding someone on a contract, even if we had to pay a lot, it might be less than $76,000 a year, and then with the step up every year and, you know, other CPI adjustments and this and that, we're talking about more than $76,000 in year 2, 3, 4, and into perpetuity.
And it very well could be. And
I'd be interested.
And we don't want to mislead you either that this is only needed in the winter. The amount of pavement and lighting that has to be maintained, and as it all ages, it requires more maintenance. There would be very much for this person to do in the summer,
I
too.
understand that.
Yes,
Yeah.
our urgent worry is during storms.
Right.
Yes.
And I just wanted to understand something, because I'm not against the idea of cross-training employees. I think that could be a good thing to do, but if I understand your situation, I mean, cross-training would only work, I don't even know how to say this or ask my question, but cross-training, I would think, would work if you had an extra employee to cross-train. It seems like there's no one
available. Yes, and that's kind of what Councilman Bray was saying. We would have to hire a contractor to come and plow our parking lots and our streets and do our sidewalks, because that's the only other person we have. So if we're using him out here, something is going to have to fill
So,
that.
I mean, either way, we have to hire somebody.
Yes.
Is what I'm asking.
And they can also, it's not just if one of our 2 is sick, that's the most pressing and urgent. If we don't have the 2 out there, we're not going to be able to open. There's a lot of cleaning and more plowing that could be done along the ramp to make it better for our tenants and for our users that we would be able to do. So it's not that this person would only be used to clear during a storm if one of the other 2 was sick. It was that there's additional clearing that can be done and that should be done that ours aren't able to get to because they have to be out on the runway. We have a lot of apron space and a lot of ramp space that you're just not able to get to.
And I guess that's kind of more my question, is not just about plowing, and when we're in that situation, who's allowed to do it. But ultimately, it sounds to me like you're short-staffed regardless.
Correct, yes.
So we have an issue here.
Yes, and we're able to meet the minimums, I guess we'll say. There's a lot
We've been
more that
lucky.
could be done. We've been lucky to meet the minimums. We have been able to meet the minimums. Could we provide better service? Yes.
Okay, Heidi?
Okay, my question is for Human Resources. Sorry, Heather. Okay, so we've got all of these kind of mixed in throughout positions, right? We just talked about fire, we talked about police earlier, we're talking about airport, we've got a request from IT.
And parks.
Yeah,
And
skip
parks. So what I'm hoping you could give us an idea of is to kind of break it down. I mean, you could either rank them from your perspective on what is the most dire need to the city, like which are the key positions that we should definitely hire, or you could either say that, or you could say these are the ones that we're really going to be in dire straits if we don't have, and then these are the ones that maybe could wait till another year. I'm just looking for some kind of
Do you want me to
overall.
separate emergency services from everyone else? Because police and fire is kind of a different color.
Okay, yeah, however you
So we
want
have
to tell
an
us.
IT request for cybersecurity engineer. We have a parks maintenance technician. We have an airport heavy equipment operator. That everybody?
I think that's it.
So I'm going to have to say, Christy's right. They've been running on paper-thin margins for quite a while. I know COVID was a huge hit to the airport, and then the threat of losing the flights. Thankfully, we have passed that hurdle. I've dealt with a lot of issues out at the airport with staffing levels and vacation requests and how they handle the winter. If they have a heavy equipment operator go out on FMLA, it cripples our ability to open the airport. That's a long-term concern that we've had. I've now been through 3 airport managers, and every one of them has had that same concern. I know John's hurting pretty bad from when we moved the mechanics, so the maintenance position will probably be my second. And sorry, Chris.
I was going to take you to lunch.
Your cybersecurity engineer.
You still probably should, might move out.
It's just, I've seen this request from the airport. I've actually spent a lot of time out there looking at their needs, and I think we are short-staffed to the point where we're going to hurt a staff member is my concern, because we're stretching them too thin.
And we have a saying out there that it only works because of the people we have.
That's
and
right.
Because it works. Our guys don't get paid to be on call at this point. That would be another add to the budget. They're good people. They've done it. They will respond whenever they need to. They will cancel whatever plans they have. If you don't have those 2 personalities in there that we have a problem. Even with those 2 personalities, there's a lot that needs done that just can't get done. And if one of them has an issue, we have a big issue.
So I go airport, parks, IT.
Okay.
We have an airport manager that can do it all. That's the spare guy.
Yeah.
We're lucky right now because he kept his
Yeah, really. And that was going to be my comment, is I agree with what Heather has said and with what you just said. I've been out there to the airport and seen it myself, you know. I mean, we've got people weeding that wouldn't normally be out weeding, right? But they've been willing to, and it's been awesome. So I really do think that that's a need. Also, just might help a little bit. I'm trying to remember back to what the 50,000 savings was at the airport. That was something that it was like you didn't really need that anymore.
We have a mediation attorney that we had used a lot during the land development issues because of the recent legislation. We are hopeful that we won't have to use them that much.
Right.
So
I'm going to make the suggestion that we should put it in, especially since we know that we can probably save that 50. Then we're only really talking 26. So that's kind of, I think we should do both of those in it right now.
They're another $4,700 there, $4,070.
Yes.
Yeah, and I would be okay with doing those as well. The
and those we are
subscriptions and
highly
the
recommending those others. It's services we're not using.
Yeah.
We've
So
canceled that.
let's do 164, 165, 166, and 167. Take all 4 of those lines.
Did I get them there right?
Yes.
And here's what I'm recommending. I know we're, kind of getting close through this yellow list. I would say let's just build it regardless of if we have a gap. I don't think we should balance it today because, like I had mentioned earlier, a lot of these are funded. That gap's not going to be as much. So I would just recommend that we kind of look over and see, what are some things that you want to look at? We build it, bring it back for you next time, and have another discussion. So, and then, yeah, the parks, I totally skipped over, and I'm so sorry, John. The parks maintenance technician, $57,500. Thank you, Christy.
I would also be in favor of putting that in.
I am too.
And I would be in favor of not putting in the gang mower or the horticultural supplies. Like put a little asterisk by those that we do not want to.
Horticultural supplies is a negative.
Meaning we don't want to cut them.
We don't want to cut. I wouldn't want to cut those because I don't want to be in a situation where we're, yeah.
Any other discussion on the position?
I mean, put it in since we're building that. I guess, John, if you had a choice between, if you were going to, wherever John went.
That's
John, sorry. I'm so used to doing this, it's just an automatic reflex. If you had kind of same thing as for police and fire, if you had to rank your 4 items here.
Under parks?
Under parks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely, it's the most expensive, but we're in a position of kind of, I guess, rising levels of responsibility and I guess, down a full-time staff member. So there's not enough warm bodies to do all the work. It's kind of where we're at. So.
And so then, is the eyes are starting to cross, sorry. Okay, and so then, in terms of the gang mowers, Heidi mentioned earlier, I'd hate to get halfway through the summer and then find out we have no way to mow and it's going to take 6 months to get a new mower. And in the meantime, what do we do? So if you had to, I guess, if you had to say, okay, would you rather keep the reduction in training and the reduction in horticultural supplies and they don't equal, but advocate for the gang mower, or I don't know.
The amounts are so vastly different.
Right.
The horticulture supplies, it's going to be an aesthetic impact. We just won't be able to have as many flowers or whatever the case may be. The gang mower, the way that came
But do you have money for that?
Pardon?
Do you have money for that? It says savings.
This was the 5% exercise to what we would.
Oh, I see. So it's not coming out.
The gang mower is put into a savings account. It's not $20,000 there, more than that. So we've just been putting $20,000 aside into savings so that when we do need to purchase that, we have the full amount saved up. Instead of, $100,000 at once, we're just trying to take it in pieces.
And where are we on that savings account?
We have 3 years saved.
Yeah.
We have one more year to go. We do have a history of maintaining our equipment at a high level. We tend to run, whether it's trucks or whatever, way past what you would think we could run them. So I would say that the staff person and just kind of continuing to be able to provide the community service far outweighs that for this year. But maybe next fiscal year we could do that last 20 and then keep cycling our fleet out. 4 years ago, I think Alan was still here. It's kind of, hey, our mower broke down on us, and I was so new. We didn't have any money budgeted, and council granted us some capital money to get that, but it was real clear that we needed to be more incremental about this stuff. So.
I'm fine with building in the maintenance technician, since we're not balancing things today.
Yeah, and we'll put them in and come back with some better numbers in a few weeks, but.
Sorry, just to round it out and finish out parks, on the reduction in training, and then I know we had that also like in planning, and I can't remember if any of the other departments had that. I'm going to say as much as I think it's great to go to training and stuff, this year, even if we want to go to a conference, we probably can't because of COVID. So for this year's budget, I think it would be appropriate to cut those out and then we can reevaluate in the future. Like if conferences start back up and people need to have that, then we can.
And I was making that assumption because they're negative, so I was just looking at.
But we're still happy to decide if we're going to do it.
Yeah, and I can go through and
right, and I was
put
just
those all in the budget, subtract all of that out, and then we can always look at it again. But I'm not going to go through each one right now.
No.
But you can put the parks maintenance tech in there. We got through airport. I don't think library has any increases.
We didn't make a decision about the gang mower though, did we?
We did, we were not going to.
Don't think we were going to do anything with it, so just leave it as is in the budget.
So we're leaving it in?
Yes.
Not taking it out, that's what I want.
Yeah, and then I will go through and make sure all the travel and training.
I thought the game mower was going to be
accepting it as out
for another year, because then there would be the money there in the savings account to pay for it. That's what I understood.
This is the savings.
That is the money to put into
This is
savings.
deposit to
This is the
savings.
20,000 that they put into savings every year.
Right.
They said we had 60. If we got it funded next year, we'd be whole, is what I thought he said.
With this one.
No, not with this one.
Yeah, we need this year and next year to make it whole.
Fiscal year 20 and 21,
Yeah.
right?
No, fiscal year 20, we already have it. So we have $60,000
Right.
allocated as we
And you
speak.
need 80.
And then we need, they're $80-ish
Whatever.
dollars, yeah.
So
But I think if it's the difference between having or not having that position, I would say, take it out this year and we'll revisit next year. Because we need that staff person to do all the work, so that's the most important.
I mean, and then if we end up in some kind of sweet situation and we can, move $20,000 for this year, into that savings account to get you where you would have been without this reduction, we can think about that then, would be my suggestion.
So you want me to take it out of the budget for now?
So that 20,000 to the savings account.
I would not right now take it out.
I would rather not.
All right.
Okay.
Leave it.
Leave it in?
And we can put an asterisk by it.
You're saying we take it out. He says we maintain them for a long time, beyond their life, and that we can get there by having it out this year.
Yeah. John's
We're gonna
fine with
get-
taking it out.
Chris, you want it in or out?
Well, I mean, I don't care because I'm not making a decision today, and I can, I guess I don't care because what we do today helps reduce the considerations, but it really isn't a critical decision regardless, so it sort of doesn't matter what
Well,
we put in. I'm willing to go with John's recommendation.
Right.
You're saying take it out. You're
Take
saying
it out.
community,
If
you're saying
John's
take
fine with it, I'd say
I think go
take it
ahead and
out.
take it out then.
Okay, and this is just something, when he comes back next year and says, hey, we want to add this back in, just
remember that feel
And we usually put that like, hey, we reduce this.
We go to our slot machine and say capital contingency.
So Ashley, did I hear you, I think I heard you say earlier that at the end of each fiscal year, we look to see if we have unexpended funds still on the table.
In capital, yes.
In capital. And so potentially, how are we looking? Are we looking okay for this fiscal year?
I honestly haven't really monitored a lot this fiscal year. We haven't had as many large expenses, and I know a lot of those come kind of around this time getting ready for the summer. But generally, we've been under, what I can do is I can update my capital contingency spreadsheet for you. It's basically everything that's in that Fund 78, and it shows, what amount council has available for capital contingency, and then what amount each department has savings of. So that might be able to help you to kind of show you where they're sitting, because in addition to their reserves, a lot of them put into the savings account for future capital purchases that are set aside for that specific department.
Because it might be if we end up a little better than we thought, that we could restore the $20,000.
And I can have that for you next time as well, that sheet.
I know it's a very small amount, but did we make a decision on the horticulture supplies?
thought the decision was to keep that in.
I would like to keep it in too, but I didn't know that we made a final decision on that.
You want it in? Out. Out?
In.
In?
You wanted
What do you want it in?
beautification.
You want it in or out? Hey,
I want to
you want
do
it
it.
in?
Yes, have it in.
Out.
Out, in, so let's keep it in.
People gotta have something to look at if they're not.
The next increase request is for the cybersecurity engineer.
Into hardscaping, so we don't do it every year.
Okay, what were you saying, Ashley?
Cybersecurity engineer is our next
So
increase
I think we
request.
decided that was out,
And we can put an asterisk by that and kind of see where we're at in the next couple weeks as well.
I'm good with it just going out.
Me too.
out. We got 4 outs anyway, so.
Okay.
I didn't even want to say it out loud.
Chris was looking right at me. I was like,
That's why you don't make eye contact.
I know.
All right, so these fleet requests, we basically built the maintenance department budget last year. We forgot to add in overtime and call out. These are not 100% tax funded. It's basically split out for all the departments that use them. I would recommend increasing these because they are costs that are associated with that program. It was just going through, we actually did pretty well for, starting it from scratch. But these are some things that Teresa and Tom had noticed, as we were going through operations that we were needing to add to that budget.
Okay, so let's just ask. Rick?
Put them in.
In?
Yep.
Linda?
In.
In, okay, we got 4 ins.
And again,
Well, I just got to 4. I didn't need all. You wanna do it? I don't even agree with this. I disagree. We shouldn't do it. And so, no, I'm just kidding.
Okay, and then we're gonna look and see what the 5% looks like. The other thing is the new fuel site. I kind of just put in the mid-range in here. It might just be something, maybe we decide to put away a little bit of money, or maybe we say, hey, we want to take $200,000 of capital contingency and set it aside specifically for this purpose in FY20 and then again in 21, but not increase the overall budget any. So there are a few options with this because it is a capital project, but I wanted to put it in there, and I think your range was 600 to 900 or 500 to 900.
Yeah, I was hoping to bring that next meeting. We're trying to get prices together. It's kind of tough to get our bid laws to get a quote, so we're working on that.
My concern on this one is it was sounding a bit dire when you presented because we were talking about corrosion and then, I don't think we want to have another, government cleanup site into everything that
We
goes
can never
with
shut the Lorax up.
I would say I'd like to see what the budget would look like with this in, because I don't want to end up in a worse position by trying to.
We can put it into capital contingency when I bring that balance to you next time. We can just show what we have committed for FY20 and then what we potentially have committed for FY21 so that you have an idea. And I think that Tom might have some more information to present in a couple weeks as well.
I hate to be doom and gloom, but it's getting pretty bad. We're seeing really bad corrosion. Our unleaded tank right now, we're going to have to do a pretty massive repair, and that's going to have a big impact on PD because we don't have any unleaded redundancy. So, because that's going to have to go down. We've got the standpipes off the tanks are rusting, and so we're getting water into the interstitial tank. So we're not causing any environmental issues, but we are setting off DEQ alerts. We have to get in and get that water out. The more we're going down, the bolts are breaking. We had a pump that went out the other day, and the bolts are so rusted that the probe had to drill them. It's getting.
I guess for me, part of the consideration is the differential in the cost of keeping it limping along for another 12 to 24 months versus just doing this. Because if we have to spend $400,000 to keep it alive for 2 years and then spend $800,000.
This one's probably going to be a $50,000 or $60,000 hit. Plus, it's probably going to be a few weeks where PD's going to, other departments as well, but they're going to have to get fuel elsewhere. So.
And, these types of projects are the whole reason that we created that fund and set aside that money. And we've, the council's been great about making sure that the projects we're doing out of there should be used out of there. And so I think that we still have money. And for something like this, that's going to not just for one department, but for the city as a whole, might be something to really, really consider.
Something else to keep in mind, if I may, Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. By the time we get the money allocated for this, you're probably 9 months to a year by the time you get design done and construction and you're up and running. So it will take a period of time to get this fuel site up.
What will the design and stuff take? How much money will that take?
To do a design out, have you pressed
We
it out?
got a quote, it's been a year ago, but we were looking at about $600,000.
For the design?
Oh, for the site, that included the design, so it didn't get.
Holy cow!
Usually for design, you figure about 10 to 15%.
So about, say $100,000 for the design and you're going to be well within budget.
No, they have a template.
And then the other thing to remember too is we are potentially going to have to remediate the site because we don't own the property,
So I do think that we've got some capital contingency. I think it's something that we're probably, I would agree. I think it's something we're going to have to bite the bullet and do. And if we've got it in the capital contingency, we might burn our capital contingency down with the other things that we've said that we would buy out of it. But this is probably one of the most important things we could
Yeah, and we also do have a small amount of reserves in the fuel fund that could help to offset. Maybe it would pay for the design. So I think there's like $112,000 that we could potentially use, or we might have to use that for, to fix
Remediate.
right now. Yeah, or
I
remediation.
think the design's going to be pretty easy. The permitting, I think, is going to be, it's going to take some time to get the permitting and, to get the tanks and all that. It's going to be a lot of work.
So we could break it up into 2 years, this fiscal year and next fiscal year, maybe?
If we, I guess I gotta be this way.
Yeah. I was the one spinning it.
If we were to do this in stages, we could probably get the design and some of the permitting done, like starting right away. And then perhaps use some funds this year, because you're gonna buy tanks and stuff like that. We could buy a tank and have it in shipment, couldn't we? We could probably stage this to where we spread it out over a couple of years.
Absolutely.
But make sure that it's here like towards the end of next year.
Well, one of the big things, we could start with the earthwork, we could get the site prepared, and then, then we can buy the tanks as another phase. So yeah, we can break it down into whatever phases we'd like.
Okay. Why don't you bring us 2 or 3 stages, like stage 1, design and stuff, and then end with remediation.
Okay.
But are we putting this in?
Well,
I was going to put it as a capital contingency, and we can see what that looks like. Doesn't mean, it has to be that way, but just say, hey, if we do all these projects, this is what we're left with. Because we do want money in there to be able, if there's emergencies or things that come up. But I think, some of these projects and some of these capital purchases are very much needed.
Well, I think we can do them now or wait until they are the emergency. We hope we wouldn't have to pay.
And it's all okay because Dave's going to get the grant.
That's $60,000 repair.
Right.
To me,
wait for this to be a real emergency,
status.
then it's going to cost us the $800,000 a year of us purchasing gas.
Right, plus
Yeah.
Well, and with the price checks that we've done, we save a lot of money fueling on site. So if, like I said, PD is our biggest user of unleaded, so they're going to be paying a premium price. So.
Guys need to start walking a beat.
More bikes.
Horses.
Okay, so it sounds like we're going to put that in capital contingency. You keep swinging your arm.
I know. Well, I'm just wondering, some of these others that the departments brought up that they were like, yeah, it's totally fine to cut that out. such a long list.
Yeah.
Next time, like, I'm trying to remember some of them. It seemed like library postage is like a pretty safe bet, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking like workers' comp
Okay,
books.
let's go.
Some of those, can we?
Let's go real quick through the negatives.
Okay.
Let's try not to have a 45-minute discussion on every one of them, but let's go through the negatives. The actuary study,
We already took that.
Yeah, we did that.
that's out?
Already took that out.
And then this one would
Just
be
take it out.
out because that's travel and training.
I think we could leave that in because I think there would be people, I'm talking about the key to the city thing. Maybe somebody else disagrees with me, but
Well,
I think people kind of come to expect
Where do we,
that.
I don't even know what that is.
Key to the city. We can
Yeah,
leave it in
into
and
one
talk
of the-
about it.
Yeah, retirements, it's a thing they get.
It's the retirement, it's a plaque. It's a retirement fee to the city
do
thing.
for people
Yeah.
who've spent a long time serving the city.
Background checks.
I had a question or maybe thought on background checks. So, would it be more transparent or in any way better if we were to move that expense from human resources to the departments? I know that would have a big impact on parks, and so I'm not suggesting you have to absorb that all. I would want to increase parks budget to offset whatever that was, but is that more transparent then? So it's actually whatever department is needing that is doing it, or is that, Heather, you have a?
So we actually submitted it in two parts, background checks for employees and background checks for volunteers. We were already planning on removing the volunteer part, and Ron was going to build that into his fees for fiscal year 21.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So my reduction would be 4,000 for parks volunteers. I still have other volunteers in the city, and I still background check employees. If you piece that out to the departments, again, parks is going to take the biggest hit because of their seasonal hiring. If you've been gone so long, you have to be background checked, and that means all of our swimming hires for the summer, they all have to be re-background checked every year. So we could split it out by department, but you will probably have to see department budgets increase to absorb that cost. I know John couldn't absorb it within his.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. Would that be better from an accounting perspective to have it coded to the individual department instead of all lumped into HR?
I don't think it really matters. I mean, HR is kind of in charge of that side of it. It is an HR function because we need it for.
I'd be concerned about every department having to administer them and stay on top of it and make sure, because there are some pretty intense legal issues around if you
Well,
mess
no,
up.
I think HR would still be the one doing
The other thing is with the billing, if she gets an invoice for a month that has to be broken out between 10 different departments, that's a pain for her, and that's a pain for finance to have to.
Creates more work.
Okay.
So I think you could drop that 4,000, so you could take 4,000 out of that, because John's absorbing that within his fees, and that would leave the HR paying for employees and other city volunteers, which is sister cities and a few in the library.
Okay.
So 620?
I keep 6,200.
6,200. Okay.
6,200.
All right, keep 6,200.
You keep, so take out 4?
Yep, so reduce it by 4,000. All right. Office supplies.
Office supplies,
Go boy.
I would just leave
What'd you
it,
say?
to be honest.
leave it.
I mean, I wouldn't take it out. I think honestly, some of these were thrown in to get to that 5%, and $300 isn't going to do much for anyone. So
That does cover my cost I have to incur for our cafeteria plans, so I wouldn't need that increase. I needed $250 to cover the cost of the annual fee, because I can't afford that if I'm cutting a bunch of stuff out of my budget.
So you're saying you need to leave that?
If you leave it, then I don't need the $250 later on.
Okay.
See, I'm generous.
Yeah, thanks. Reduction in magistrate court fees.
Remind us what that is.
That happens automatically pursuant to the legislation where they're taking more of the liquor
Yeah,
tax.
so we put that in.
So I think it would be appropriate to decrease that.
Yeah.
The only way that would change is if they change legislation next session, but I'm pretty sure that's
They're not going
Yeah, I
they're
can
not going to do
imagine.
anything that's going to help the cities. So notary bond.
Do we need to have multiple?
So we pay that every 3 years. For some reason, years ago, it was budgeted for every year, so we can take that out.
Okay, let's take that.
Okay. Reduction in training legal.
We were taking out all training, travel and training.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the direction.
Yep.
So the police operating reductions was multiple line items. If you're looking at hiring officers, I would not cut his operating budget, to be honest. I mean, you're looking at hiring people, you need those people to be able to function, you need operations for them. You need supplies for them, you need, so, and I don't know if Shai's still in here, it was just kind of a, I think SWAT was in there. I honestly wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, keep it in then for now.
Yeah, that's what
Part of it?
I can't remember what all the things were without pulling up that email.
I would say let's leave it in right now and then.
I can have those for next time too, a breakdown.
Okay.
Okay.
Jump down to the fire administrative fee, Bannock County Ambulance District. We want to keep that in because they're giving that to the city, right?
I would. It won't be exactly that amount because it's the 1.5% of whatever their final budget is, but that's a good starting point.
So keep it.
I definitely want to keep in the hazmat program, but remind me again, what's the USAR?
Urban search and rescue.
Oh, that's right.
And that's your confined space, trench rescue, road rescue, collapse rescue.
I think that deserves further conversation before we decide to leave it in based on what I learned over lunch.
What did you learn over lunch?
Oh, well, unless you want to talk.
Oh, that's right, we weren't. That was my fault.
The one time Chris is trying to be brief, and you're just
I know that, I'm glad
blowing it.
it's already been a long day, and I just remembered that I said that's not the 40.
You want me to tell you, but you got time?
Does that make sense? That's why I called it a cut.
That's why I need to, okay, so this would just be an ad revenue.
Yes.
And then it would be a zero impact.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So there's,
It's not zero.
well,
You're
there's a
adding revenue to the city.
well, to the fire budget that helps offset that fee.
Yeah.
That's what you just said. Is that not right?
No, if you look at the EMS budget, the total budget that we contract, there's going to be a portion of that budget that is going to be $58,000 earmarked as administrative fees that goes to the city to do whatever you want.
We can give it to police for dispatch.
I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Well, it helps to cover the administrative fee
Right.
as well.
So it's not reducing
It's
the
not a
fire
reduction.
budget. It's just an added
Additional money.
additional money.
Hard to tell.
Okay.
And then, on these, I think more discussion would be had before you would even look at those. We already went through parks. Street had some multiple options. I think there was making a position 50-50 that we were looking at doing, and we can bring that back with us and have that calculated out for the cost between street and sanitation. So there will be some savings. We'll have to calculate it out, and we can bring that back and show that as a savings.
And I don't remember the options anyway, so.
Well, they're
I
all
don't
the
want to
same
make any
dollar
decisions.
amount too, so.
Yeah, I just don't
That's just the
remember.
5%.
Yeah, but I think that one was one that was definitely, we were gonna look at, and that's an actual pretty big savings. And then I can bring the other options too for discussion.
Well, I would think, I feel comfortable having you and Tom work out the option that is most
The thing he had.
acceptable to the two of you, and rather than having us, giving me an opportunity to talk for another 35 minutes.
Yeah, we can look at that.
With the highway user down and the 5% cuts, it's going to be a pretty deep dig. So it's probably going to get into a street sweeper, which we need sweepers for our DEQ, whether we want to push that off. And it's going to get into paving, whether we want to cut road work. And so unfortunately for the big numbers, that's where the majority of those cuts are going to end up.
Right.
So.
And that's why I would be confident in your best recommendation, and then balancing those needs versus the other needs that we hope we can cover, and prioritizing them and see where we end up.
Yeah, we can build that in for next time.
I would love to recommend an extra $1 million. Probably not what you had in mind.
I think you'd be more effective if you drove a Maserati.
Okay, let's jump then down to golf capital improvement.
I would not recommend cutting this. There's already, we've been doing some golf projects. There's more projects that are going to be needed.
So
It's a relatively small amount. We have been putting any unspent golf capital into savings, but I know that there are some big projects that are needing to happen out there. That's just
So you're saying leave it? Okay. Zoo capital.
same with that, with the entrance and everything that's going on out there. If that's something that the council wants to continue to do, I wouldn't decrease their capital budget in any way.
Okay.
That's just my recommendation.
Library, other operating supplies.
And Eric's here too.
That's it.
Oh, and then
We skipped cemetery.
cemetery capital, that's kind of the same type of thing. Cemetery did have capital savings last year that we were able to move into savings, so, I really wouldn't recommend cutting capital. That's what we ran into that problem about 5 years ago when I first started doing budgeting, and it was a nightmare. We had cut capital so much that our employees couldn't function because there wasn't equipment for them to use. So, we can look at doing that, but my recommendation would be to keep capital if at all possible.
Okay, then keep it in. Library.
Sure. Eric Cease, Library Director. Our flat ideal budget would have been to pull $5,000 from other operating, which is essentially programs, which we're going to have to curtail pretty seriously in this coming year, and put it into books and manuals. But with the 5% exercise, postage is for interlibrary loan, we cut our service in half for that. Heidi was talking about deferred things. Hardware, software, and buildings and structures falls into that. Those are deferred maintenance or updates that we can't have a sustained deferral that we could potentially do this year. Communications can be cut by the 1,100, and that's that. I think that covers everything.
Eric, could you talk a little bit more on the buildings and structures as far as deferring maintenance? That is a historic building. Is there anything pressing that would?
There are some things that the bathrooms are not in great shape, and we need some updating. That's most of what we would probably put aside until one more year if we needed to. But it's not something that we can defer long term. It's something that it's just, like I said, it'd be deferred maintenance.
So they're operable, but they need to be updated for essentially aesthetic purposes?
Not just aesthetic. Some of it's, we have issues with some of the plumbing and some of the things we've got going there. But we have people on staff that are good at fixing things and doing stuff rather than necessarily replacing them with things that would be stronger.
So I mean pipes in the wall that you're going to have to tear down, or
yeah, and it's also some of the structures that are holding the various paper in and various other, where it's in bad shape. It's seen its better days, and we do what we can. We've sort of piecemealed as we could to keep it going and keep it that a more thorough retro of that to the better operating condition is needed. But we can hold it together for a year if we need to. And so that's why the deferred maintenance there for that.
If we are going to take something out, I would rather, not that I want to, but I would rather take out the buildings and, the building and structure, the maintenance part of it than books and manuals and possibly even postage because that's ILL. I think with the COVID situation, our library is heavily used anyway, as the numbers indicate, but I would argue that it's more important right now than ever with students doing a lot of homeschooling. We have students who don't necessarily have access to computers or can't afford to buy all the books they need. I think the library becomes more important than ever right now. So books and materials, I would be very loath to cut.
Frankly, I'd like to increase it.
But we're not cutting, they're not textbooks, you don't have classroom sets of novels and so forth and so on. So I'm not sure, and one hopes, we don't know of course, but the projection is that school will be at least more normal come fall for public school students, so I'm not sure that that's going to be an ongoing
We're getting back to that, but I think we've moved with the COVID situation and what I'm learning in library advisory board meetings is we're moving more to digital materials anyway, and those are actually more expensive. And I just think that now is not the time to be cutting books and materials. I think they're being used more than ever. And whether it's like textbooks, I'm not saying that, but people are using the library and maybe they're reading a book for a book report or something. So it could still be school related and not be an actual textbook.
We don't.
And computers, I believe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the school district actually put computers in the hands of students.
They just took them all back.
They took them back because they don't need them for schoolwork right now. And then presumably, if we're back in a digital situation in the fall, they'll be able to activate the process again.
And the school was one part of what I'm talking about, but a lot of people in our community use these computers and that's their only access. So we're providing a service to the community that I think is an important service and is used, and I just think it's used more than ever.
I think we leave it in. I think we're going to have a lot of unemployed people that are going to need to go to library access.
So leave the...
And I think we need to maintain our stuff, so I would also put an asterisk by buildings and structures and the hardware and software so that we're taking care of the stuff that we have. But I do think that we could probably do row 168 and 169, since we're going to have to...
Can you say what they are?
Yeah, the other operating supplies, he said that was a lot of their programming that they can't do anyway because of COVID.
Right.
So I think would be safe to do that for this year. And then the postage is the interlibrary loan stuff, and we talked a lot about maybe seeing if we could get fees to cover some of that, and I think we still do it, it's just reducing it by a little bit.
I've looked at that since we had our meeting, and we really cannot.
We can't.
The fees. What happens is I talk to people who know more than I do, is that if we start charging fees, there'll be a lot of places that will deny us access to materials, and then we will be charged fees on top of that. So we don't gain anything by that.
Okay. I still think we would be okay to not spend so much on postage mailing outside of our community.
And as everybody has acknowledged, we're moving more digitally, so there should be less of that. We should be able to, and if that's the case and people are accessing the library digitally, then we're not going to need as many hours with the lights on. I mean, because we can't. The computers, people are going to access the computers, but the library doesn't need to be open the same number of hours that it's open now because it's going to be used differently.
So let's leave, then that's right now, let's take out the communications because I heard we don't need to have the communications. Let's have the discussion on the library in a couple weeks so that we can move along here.
Oh, are we not taking out the the other operating, because that was for programming that they can't do.
Oh, I thought that you said leave that in.
No,
take that out.
No, let's do it because they
Take
can't
that
do
out.
that
Okay.
because of
Postage.
COVID.
Take it out. All right.
And I would do the postage too.
Yeah.
Right.
Everybody's
And
good
then
with
look at
taking
the
the
other
postage
ones.
out?
I'm not, but
I'm fine with it.
I'm out
Great.
voted.
Yeah, I'm okay.
No, I think that
Okay.
covered all of it, right?
Okay.
We said
Yeah.
we're not going to do hardware,
Okay,
software, buildings, and books. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and then we have transit. These are just, it would be a reduction, so there would be fixed route adjustments as well as a reduction in demand response and a small decrease in advertising. Just remember that anytime you change anything in transit, there are a lot of people that have something to say about that.
I was going to mention the grants.
Yes.
With the grants, you're only looking at about 19,000 in savings because it's only 50% of that.
Yes, correct. Thank you, Skylar.
I think we might be safe to take out the advertising. No? It's only $750, but
I think that's important. It's amazing how many people don't know how to use the transit
okay.
system.
Okay.
I would agree.
And Skylar has, sorry, he's behind you.
Sorry. Skylar Beebe, Public Transit Director. With the advertising, we would probably be okay to take that out, and the reason being is because we have the contracted mobility management, which is essentially doing the advertising for us.
So take
So is jettison.
take advertising out, leave everything else in right now.
Yeah, and that can be something that we can look at, but yeah, it is not 100% tax. You are gonna have grant offset as well as revenue offset, and then the difference goes to city match. And this is just for urban. Rural, it doesn't take any tax dollars. Okay, and then we have IT. We have the Albert monitoring system and the PC replacement
I
plan.
don't remember what Albert monitoring was.
Albert is our,
It's in the report.
Chris Sorensen, CIO. Albert is our monitoring system that we get from the MSI SAC. It watches all of our internet traffic. And when somebody goes to a dangerous site, if somebody's probing us, if somebody executes something that's dangerous, we get literally within 2 seconds a notification from them. The $4,000 reduction is simply the maintenance fee went down $4,000 for some reason.
Oh, yeah, so-
this past year, so we can lower the price
That's
by
right. So
$4,000.
we're pretty good to go ahead and do that one.
Yeah, we're good to go with that one. It could come back up because that's a fee that's based on terabytes of data that goes through the system. So.
All right. PC replacement plan.
Most of our PCs are on a 5-year replacement cycle. If you take this away, it will just delay our replacement cycle and affect that.
So we heard from a lot of other departments that they could limp through for an extra year, be it with radios or game mower or whatever. And so I'm wondering, can we limp through for another year or reduce the number?
When you start getting into 5-year-old computer systems, you're getting into systems that are no longer sustainable, no longer compatible, no longer securable. So we really don't want to push those much further than the 5-year mark that we're at.
And this isn't 100% tax funded as well. It's funded across all city departments. So you're not looking at, you're not looking at a full $27,000 savings if you were to take all of that out. Just
How many, if any, employees do we have who have a desktop station and a laptop?
Usually, ma'am, it's just department heads that have multiple systems. I'm sure there's a few more other than that.
So that's-
We also have them in all the police cars. We have them in all the fire engines, all the ambulances, all have.
Right. No, I know that goes without saying. So we're talking maybe 15, between 15 and 20, where people have both.
We have 480 users roughly, give or take.
Right, but if it's only
And the
department
computers, we have
heads.
about 550 out there. So, but a lot of those are multi-user systems that are.
Yeah, no, but with both types, both desktop and
With both,
PC.
I would say maybe 15.
15 to 20 if it's department heads, okay.
So I would agree, it's a tough one to pull out just simply because of the 5-year computers and 5-year computer.
Well, and it can be one that we re-look at next time as well.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
after all the
so-
calculations.
Yes.
Well, excuse me, just like radios get end of life, computers get end of life. Windows 2007 is no longer supported.
We got funding specifically for this year to help solve that problem. But every year something gets no longer so.
So we have a question over here where they're arguing who's going to ask it.
I got elected. No, I'm kidding. On the PC replacement plan, I mean, I understand the need for that, so I'm in favor of leaving it in, but I was wondering, could we lower the amount? We seem to recall that maybe that doesn't always get expended the full amount every year?
That's true. It doesn't always get expended. Prices change, and what we need to get changes. Also, I should point out those departments where individuals have more than one computer, while IT funds the first and initial computer, additional computers for individual are funded individually by those departments.
Could we get away with something less than the 27?
You can get away with anything. You get away with the whole amount.
Well, I know, but if we're leaving it in there.
I would not put the full amount, that amount in if we couldn't get by without that.
So let's leave it in. We'll have that discussion later.
Okay.
In a couple
I was
weeks.
going to say, let's do it.
Let's do one.
Put it over to the column.
Move it over to the column.
And if council member Bray's iPad breaks again, I'll share mine with him. It doesn't have to be twice.
And he probably spends more money on the council's iPads than he does.
If my iPad breaks, I'm just going to bring my laptop.
Sounds good.
I want to take it out. Oh, we're taking it out?
Yeah, I was going to leave it in, but I've got to. Okay, Rick, in or out?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I'm going to start over.
I've never seen that.
Well, I just heard him say that they could get by without that amount, so that's why I was saying do it.
No, he was saying just theoretically he could.
No, he said he wouldn't give us that amount if he couldn't get by without it.
Pull it out.
So take it out.
Take it out.
Okay, and we'll have that
That's
discussion.
not what you said, is it?
He said theoretically you could get by without it.
Theoretically, yes.
Well,
theoretically we could get by without anything.
Yes.
I thought that was your point.
No, we can't.
There's always a cost and expense, so.
Well, apparently we can't get by without another heavy equipment operator at the airport, but, you know.
Okay, let's look at this. Remind me about this fleet.
So fleet, the 71,000 was for one position. I can't remember what the 27,500 is.
So the 5% cut was 41,000. We went through Fleet's budget where it's brand new, and the best we could come was 27.5 because it's a brand new budget. It's pretty tight. So what's going to be the 27.5 would be tools, buildings, stuff, lifts, stuff like that. So when Fleet started, we had 11 mechanics. We've been able to whittle that down to 7 now. And so if we want to do the 5%, that would be an option to get rid of one of those vacant positions right now.
And that's option 2?
Yes.
Correct, the 70.
The big thing is we're only 8 months into this, so we're nervous about that. And we're getting the
I
budget.
think I would leave them alone. I think I'd leave it alone.
I would go with option 2 then.
Yeah.
I would leave it.
You're going with option 2 because I said leave it alone? Is that
Pretty much, because last time I agreed with you, you glossed right over it, so now.
So how many have we operated down? So you said we started at 11.
We started at 11, and through attrition, we've got down to 7, and we're managing. But it's a new program, so we would like to try and leave it somewhat status quo, and then next year we can come back with a better understanding. But we understand if there's cuts that need to
Well,
be
then we
made.
have some new acquisitions too, and it should make our fleet a little less dependent on maintenance.
Yeah.
But we had.
One tough one is we're going to double our
unfilled
police fleet,
positions,
so
But that's an unfilled position, right?
that is an unfilled position.
Right.
right now? It is.
So
Right.
I would
Take
say
it.
if it's unfilled.
Take it out.
Take it out.
Take it out, and then
He can come back
exactly
next year.
what you said is,
Exactly.
let's figure out where we're really at, and if some crisis happens, midway through the year.
And do a budget adjustment.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're a take it out, you're a take it out, you're a take it out. Out. Out.
I'm an in.
I'm an in too, but that's all right.
But we're outvoted.
Yep.
This one I think we're good to go with the $20,000 decrease in the wellness fund.
So currently the city funds blood work for employees. What this would do is we would no longer do that and it would be routed to an employee's insurance.
Yeah, take it out.
Do with, is there an issue with the police contract to do that?
They don't see this.
All right.
Take it out.
It's gone.
Take it out.
And then these are just small decreases in the workers' compensation fund.
Take
for-
them.
Take it out. Okay, so we will make all of these changes. Good thing we are off next week, so we can make all of these changes and bring it back. We will recalculate the interfund charges so we have a better idea of where we're at for next time.
Okay. Perfect. Sounds good.
That's this, just to see what each department reserve has.
Yeah, I can reset that out. Yep.
That would be helpful.
When did that happen?
No meeting next week because AIC had their conference, and they're having that conference next week, and so it'll be the 18th when we come back with this.
So no study session?
No. Study session, none of that. We're 3 days next
So
week.
I could go
You could.
out of town.
Yep. Okay, thank you. I'm using this for the first time to dismiss a meeting. We're adjourned.
Hey, Heidi used it to dismiss a